During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, after accidentally tearing that small umbrella, I have lived a free and happy life for the past 4 years, without ever knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. I thought there would never be any connection with her again, but who could have guessed? She suddenly appeared and became my direct boss. The phone rang loudly and abruptly, so I closed my eyes and fumbled around to find my phone. My colleague, Takeshi, shouted loudly on the other end of the line, "Hiroshi, where are you? I heard that the new chairman is coming today. You absolutely must not clock in right at the last minute. What the hell? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" I bounced up from the bed like a spring, quickly put on my clothes, and after finishing my personal hygiene, I rushed straight to the subway station. Normally, the train schedule is very precise, but for some reason, it was a few minutes late today. While waiting for the elevator, I glanced at the time, and that was it. My perfect attendance bonus for this month flew away. At this moment, the door of the company meeting room was opened by the secretary, and Miyuki stepped in, wearing a high-end charcoal black suit with sharp cuts. The outfit accentuated her figure, with fiery curves, a slim waist, and attractive hips that became even more prominent under the smooth fabric. The whole office gasped simultaneously. "Is this the new chairman? She is beautiful beyond words." The manager in the office, like a swarm of flies seeing honey, surrounded Director Miyuki. "Please sit here." Miyuki said nothing, her eyes sweeping across the entire meeting room. She didn't see the figure of that man, so she narrowed her eyes. Someone is late on the very first day? The manager looked around and noticed I hadn't arrived yet, cursing silently in his heart. This kid usually likes to arrive right on time, but at such an important moment like this, he is still late. Just wait. The first person to be fired will be him. I will never speak up for that Hiroshi. The next second, I intended to sneak in from the back of the meeting room. As it turned out, Miyuki happened to be standing right at the back door, and our eyes met with sparks flying. The moment I saw Miyuki, I was completely stunned in place. Did Takeshi say the new chairman is Miyuki? The woman who slept with me the night before the divorce. The one who, when asked about property division at the Civil Affairs Bureau, said she didn't need anything at all, has now become the boss of the company I am working for. But I didn't have time to think much, quickly walking to my seat. Miyuki glanced at me from the corner of her eye as I sat shrinking into my position, and she sneered coldly. 4 years have passed, and Hiroshi still has that habit from school days. Liking to arrive right on time hasn't changed at all. She walked in her high heels to my side. Although the morning rush hour is very congested, I hope that from now on, all company employees must have a bit of time awareness. I don't want to see anyone continuously making such a basic mistake as being late. After saying that, she looked at me. "You are considered late today. If you want to deduct money, just deduct it." Back when we were an affectionate husband and wife, there was no shortage of times I had my allowance deducted by her because of smoking. "I'm sorry, Boss Miyuki. Next time I will arrive early." I gritted my teeth and endured it because there was no other way. Who told this woman to be my boss now? Miyuki stepped in front of the human resources manager, tapping her fingertips on the desk. In his case, what are the company regulations? Reporting to the director, employees who are late will have their perfect attendance money deducted. One more thing, deduct his bonus for this month as well. Miyuki, this cruel woman, is definitely seeking personal revenge. Yes, director. The HR manager immediately made a note in the meeting log. That employee over there, looking at your face, it seems you are not very satisfied with this result. In the past, when she deducted my allowance, my mouth said yes, but my heart was unwilling. I lowered my head. Did this woman come back after the divorce just to take revenge on me? No! I have no objection. Miyuki suddenly spoke coldly. If it's because of children going to school, or because of a wife that causes a delay in working hours, I can consider making an exception. After all, our company is very humane. This guy has been single for 4 years after the divorce, so where would a wife come from, let alone having a child? But looking at Miyuki's figure compared to the pure school beauty of the past, why does she now carry the mature aura of a mother? Director Miyuki, Hiroshi is divorced and has been single ever since. This employee just has the habit of arriving right on time. Ryu, who belongs to the management team and previously had a work conflict with my supervisor, saw that supervisor's subordinate being hard-pressed by the new chairman, so he deliberately fished in troubled waters. Why did you get divorced? Miyuki looked straight at me. Family reflects the stability of an employee. I don't want the divorce rate in the company to be too high. Don't let personal matters affect work efficiency. My face darkened. Why get divorced? Doesn't she understand it in her heart? Because my wife could not satisfy my personal needs. After saying that, the whole meeting room tried to hold back their laughter and dared not speak out. With this attitude, Hiroshi really has a lot of courage to dare to speak so bluntly in front of so many people. After hearing this, Miyuki gave me a glaring look that could burn. When he just graduated, Hiroshi once said that meals could be skipped, but that thing was indispensable. Out of 24 hours a day, 23 hours were spent in bed, as if he had never been full in this life. Now he dares to say she couldn't satisfy his needs? What a shameless guy. Thinking of this, Miyuki suppressed the anger in her heart, and she called out loudly to Takeshi, who was sitting next to me, "In a moment, come to my office and bring all the recent information of your department to report." Takeshi was overjoyed to be called by name. Okay. Being personally called up by the beautiful chairman for a private report, could it be that the company has taken a liking to him? Just thinking about the prospect of being taken care of by a wealthy person in the future, Takeshi's heart wanted to fly out of his chest with excitement. After the meeting ended, he hummed a tune while printing out all the documents cheerfully, rushing straight to the chairman's office. Looking at Takeshi's departing back as he walked in, I secretly wondered in my heart, 4 years have passed. Has Miyuki become so desperate that she doesn't care about choosing, even finding someone like Takeshi interesting? 2 hours later, Takeshi looked as if his life force had been completely sucked out as he walked out of the chairman's office. He thought he had met a romantic stroke of luck, but who knew it was a display of torture? Takeshi was scolded severely by Miyuki for a full 2 hours, and his whole body was listless without a shred of vitality. Even based on the documents he provided, she traced out that a few high-level managers in the company were taking commissions. That guy Ryu, who spoke ill of me just now, was the first to be fired, although it was heard that a high-level executive intended to bail him out. Takeshi only has an older sister in the HR department, so the probability is high that he can't save himself. His heart was in utter panic. Ryu probably didn't think that he himself provided the evidence that caused the chairman to fire him, right? Thinking of that, he held his head with a collapsed expression. Oh my God, it's really too scary. Originally, Ryu worked too conspicuously, so being discovered was only a matter of time. Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. I kindly comforted him with a few words. Miyuki indeed deserves the title of school beauty. She is smart, and her mind is truly admirable. Suddenly, Takeshi seemed to remember something. Right, the new chairman works so hard. Didn't you flirt with girls very well at school in the past? Do you want to try? If you can win her over, won't you be able to walk however you want in this company? I walked away in silence. Miyuki and I can never get back together. Takeshi spoke more and more enthusiastically. Didn't you say you divorced your ex-wife because the other party didn't cooperate with you? Look at Boss Miyuki's figure and look at that charming face. It must be absolutely wonderful. I immediately covered his mouth. Shut up! A woman like Boss Miyuki, how can I be worthy of her? After saying that, I stubbed out the cigarette in my hand. Miyuki was standing on the stairs above, and hearing the words I just said, she sneered coldly. Not worthy? When you were pursuing me before, why didn't I see you say you weren't worthy? When you pinned me against the wall and used force, why didn't you say it was not worthy? Back then, she was the school beauty, and her pursuers were too numerous to count. It was I who shamelessly used all kinds of tricks to be able to win her over. In the 4th year of university, the two of them moved out to live together, and right after graduation, they went to register their marriage. That happy life was only maintained for a brief 2 years. Then I demanded a divorce, saying that I was tired of sleeping together, and I even criticized her for being pretentious. At first, Miyuki thought I was under too much work pressure, which was why I said those angry words, until the moment I actually brought out the divorce papers and placed them right in front of her, Miyuki finally realized that I really didn't want her anymore. Hiroshi, this scumbag guy, after sleeping, he intends to run away? Before the divorce, you even let me get pregnant with your child. No matter how much money it costs, this time I must discipline you to be obedient before stopping. Takeshi inhaled the last puff of smoke into his lungs. then threw it on the ground and stomped it out. Suddenly, he remembered that yesterday afternoon after work, I walked with a woman into a restaurant at the foot of the company building. He grinned and leaned closer. "I saw everything yesterday." "Today you are late. Is it because you worked too vigorously last night so you were late?" I explained absent-mindedly. "Don't talk nonsense. It's a match introduced by friends because they saw I've been single for too long." Hearing that, Miyuki suddenly felt a pang of pain in her heart. It seems that after the divorce from her, Hiroshi also looked for women many times to solve his physiological needs. That's right, his mouth was already sweet when he was at school, making so many girls infatuated, so if he wants to find someone new, it probably isn't hard at all. "Hiroshi, bring the report to my office." Miyuki took out her phone, and after tagging my name in the work group, she decisively closed the door upstairs. The sound made Takeshi and me jump in fright. Surely it wasn't Boss Miyuki, right? Takeshi pulled his neck back in fear. I felt that even if it was heard, it didn't matter, as what I said was just the truth. I glanced at my phone, and sure enough, Miyuki was tagging my name in the company's large group. Although I didn't want to face her privately at all, I still quickly printed out all the documents and walked toward the director's office. I politely knocked twice, walked in, and placed the stack of documents on Miyuki's desk. Miyuki didn't even bother to glance at the stack of documents once, speaking indifferently. "Hiroshi, I heard that you are late today. Is it because you were too overworked last night?" I froze for a moment. Did she hear everything just now? Miyuki gave a hum without even raising her head. "Isn't it just that last night, I dreamed of my ex-wife being haunted by a nightmare so I didn't sleep well? That's why I was late this morning." A nightmare? It was definitely a nightmare. Miyuki in the dream was truly too terrifying, continuously clinging to me, which was indeed a nightmare. As for me, I am very curious about what you dreamed I did. Doing all kinds of things. I wasn't stupid enough to blurt out this sentence. "Director Miyuki, you called me to the office just to discuss this matter?" "I'm not that free. I just want to ask, what is your price currently?" "What do you mean by what price?" A strange question without head or tail made my mind unable to process it for a moment. "It means how much money a year do you sell yourself for?" "Director Miyuki, I came to the company to work. Spending 1 million RMB to force me?" "Director Miyuki, please do not use money to insult me." Although I also wanted to take that amount of money very much, if Miyuki's father found out, he would definitely not let me off. Between eating full for one meal and eating full for a lifetime, I can still differentiate. Miyuki indeed did not expect this. She thought I would nod immediately at the figure of 2 million RMB instead. "Director Miyuki, this is not a matter of money." "Forget it, then go buy me a cup of coffee." If the fair and square way didn't work, then she could only use her old tricks again. Less sugar, extra milk, and it must be hot, right? Hiroshi unexpectedly still remembered her preference. So it seems the memory of the children's father isn't bad at all. By the time I relied on Miyuki's past taste to buy a cup of coffee back, she glanced at the coffee bag once. "I don't want to drink this brand, go buy another one." In my heart, I already wanted to swear. "May I ask, Director Miyuki, what brand of coffee do you currently have a habit of drinking?" "I want to drink hand-brewed Henry coffee. If you can't buy it, then go into the pantry yourself and brew a cup for me." Miyuki's tone was extremely cold. It was still because of hearing the story about me sleeping with another woman that she stirred up her anger from before the divorce. Didn't he criticize her for being pretentious at that time? Now that she has become Hiroshi's boss, she can just fair and square torture him to death. If he is capable, let him stubbornly resign. His 3-year contract, signed once every 3 years, had expired half a year ago, and at the time of renewal, she had already told the secretary to secretly add a transfer clause. A careless and thoughtless person like Hiroshi would definitely think the new contract was exactly the same as the old one, so he wouldn't even bother to check word by word before signing his name. Damn it! Why is she even harder to please after 4 years of not meeting than back when I was pursuing her, and she even forces me to personally serve her? My expression was not very pleasant. Miyuki saw through my thoughts. "What? Not willing?" Quote, "No, not at all. I will go brew it for Boss Miyuki right away." After saying that, I went into the pantry, brewed a cup based on instructions online, and brought it in, but she said it wasn't good. "The taste is too weak." No milk added so it's not smooth enough? Go brew it again. What the hell? Originally I thought she was being pretentious, but now I can be absolutely sure. This woman is clearly taking revenge on me. Seeing my face darken more and more, Miyuki stroked the desk. Can't stand this already? That year when I accidentally got pregnant and gave birth to a child for you, which woman's bed were you rolling on? I suppressed my anger, went to add more milk, added a bit of rock sugar, and brought it in, but it still wasn't good. As Miyuki's sexy lips just opened, I blew my top. Miyuki, you are intentionally looking for trouble with me, right? Looking for trouble? Where do you see me looking for trouble? If I really wanted to look for trouble, do you think I would just nitpick simply like this? Miyuki propped one hand on the desk, looking at me defiantly. I was speechless. This woman holds a grudge deeply, and during the 4 years of living together, I had already experienced this too well. At this time, it is best to be silent so that she can't find a loophole to attack further. Tomorrow you drive my car to the villa to pick me up. Miyuki took 2 sips of coffee and ordered, when driving, you must be a bit careful. If you damage the car, for the rest of your life, even if you sell yourself, you won't be able to afford the compensation. I immediately refused. Director Miyuki, your car is so expensive, I don't dare to drive it. You had better find your own private driver to pick you up. Miyuki seemed to remember something, and she took out a stack of documents. Oh right, forgot to inform you. The HR department has transferred you from the product department to the chairman's office, and from now on, you are my personal assistant and driver. I am the driver. I picked up my phone to check, and indeed, there was a message notifying me about the job transfer. I glared at Miyuki. This woman is definitely planning personal revenge, and this time, it's a big trouble. All right, if there are no other problems, then as my personal assistant, this cup of coffee is still not up to standard. Go make another cup. I received the transfer documents from Miyuki's hand, seeing the words salary increase written on top. The anger that was burning fiercely just now suddenly subsided a bit. Well, out of respect for money, I brewed a cup myself and then used an app to order all the coffee from all the surrounding shops at once until it was almost time to leave work. I carried 20 cups of coffee into Miyuki's office, and seeing my mouse still holding a delivery bag in an extremely ridiculous appearance, she tried to hold back a laugh, but her voice still lightly uttered a sentence. Now I don't want to drink it anymore. You just take these things back and handle them yourself. It just happens to be time to leave work, so now you take me home. Miyuki stood up, took the car keys out of her purse, and was about to give them to me. I put the coffee down. Today I drank alcohol, so I can't drive! Director Miyuki will have to drive home by herself today. Drinking alcohol early in the morning? Miyuki narrowed her eyes, her intuition telling her that I was lying. I didn't even give her a chance to speak, and right after saying that, I immediately went straight out of the office. Right at the end of work, I ran faster than anyone, and coming downstairs, I happened to meet that pretty girl whom my friend had introduced before. Hiroshi, what a coincidence. Let me treat you to a meal, okay? Sayuri was a friend of my friend, and as it happened, we worked together in the same office building. That friend thought I had been divorced for a full 4 years and it was time to start a new relationship, so they actively brought the two of us together. Without waiting for me to refuse, Sayuri stepped in front of me. Last time I forgot to bring money, and it was you who paid for me. This time, consider it as me paying back this favor to you. I thought for a moment, and then didn't refuse anymore. The two of us stopped by a restaurant right near the company to have a meal. Sayuri looked quite pretty, looking very energetic and lovely. Much more approachable than the cold school beauty type of my ex-wife. She shouldn't have been named Miyuki. Warmth should be called Fubuki. Blizzard to be exact. Last time was truly extremely sorry. My phone ran out of battery so I couldn't make a payment, which was why I presumed to drag you into the restaurant like that. I shook my head. It's okay. After all, we are friends. Sayuri handed the menu to me, and when smiling, she also revealed 2 very charming dimples. What dish do you want to eat? Today I am treating. Miyuki suddenly appeared, causing me to have no mind for eating or drinking all day long. As it happened, I was also hungry at this time, so I ordered 2 dishes that could be prepared the fastest. I handed the menu back to Sayuri, and Sayuri ordered 2 more dishes, after which the 2 of us just chatted casually for a few sentences. "Hiroshi, do I still have a chance? I feel like you are the ideal husband model." Right in the middle of eating, Sayuri suddenly asked a question, and after saying that, her cheeks suddenly flushed red with shyness. Actually, I also had a quite good impression of Sayuri, a small, lovely type of girl. If I could have such a wife, surely the home later would be extremely warm and bustling. I was just about to open my mouth to answer when suddenly the door behind swung wide open, and the sound of familiar high heels stamping on the tile floor rang out. Before I even had time to turn my head, I already heard a voice full of anger. "Hiroshi!" I pulled my neck back a bit, turning around to look toward the door. "Director Miyuki, why did Miyuki appear here?" Suddenly I felt a bit panicked, just as if Miyuki were still my wife, being caught going out to eat privately with another girl outside. I instinctively wanted to speak out to explain, but just as I was about to open my mouth, I suddenly woke up to reality. What the hell? I have divorced this woman, so what is there to fear? Miyuki stamped her high-heel steps, walking straight to the front of me. I fixed my eyes on those shoes, suddenly feeling they looked a bit familiar. It seemed those were exactly the shoes I used my first bonus salary to buy as a gift from Miyuki, a pair of red-bottomed high heels worth up to 7,000 or 8,000 RMB. But at that time, Miyuki originally didn't like to wear high heels at all, so I thought it was because she didn't like them. "I need to attend a party. You immediately take me there right now," she said in a tone that was almost an order. I rolled up my sleeves to reveal my not-so-expensive watch. "Director Miyuki, now is not working hours according to the contract." "Hiroshi, did you forget that you have been transferred? Do you think a boss's personal assistant has the concept of leaving work?" She spoke coldly, still with that cold, unapproachable look, just like in the past. My face clearly showed a look of helplessness, and I looked apologetically towards Sayuri. "Next time I will." Before my words were finished, Miyuki directly stepped forward and placed a kiss on my cheek, making me so terrified that I couldn't utter a word. Pah! I just stood there, stunned, letting Miyuki hold my hand and lead me out of the restaurant. It took a long time for me to suddenly snap back to alertness. The woman who was originally extremely cold when outside and never showed intimate gestures in public, the school beauty of that year, actually actively kissed me right at the restaurant. "Miyuki, are you crazy?" Only when coming outside the restaurant did I have time to react, and a person who was originally thick-skinned like me suddenly felt both cheeks burning hot. Miyuki used one hand to grab my collar, leaning close and saying in a voice full of malice, "Offending the boss, 200 RMB deducted." My hand was still tightly held by Miyuki, and she dragged me all the way until the elevator. After both stepped inside the elevator, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. "Miyuki, just now you did it intentionally, right? Unexpectedly, after the divorce, your desire for revenge is so heavy." Miyuki, after pressing the button to go down to the basement, her expression returned to the same arrogant coldness as before. "That woman is not suitable for marriage. I am just filtering for you, isn't that right? Does that have any damn thing to do with you? Now you are only my boss. Is your house by the beach? You are managing too widely." Miyuki suddenly turned her head. Originally, the elevator space was already not spacious, and she wore high heels, so she was only half a head shorter than me, the distance exactly stopping right at the level of my chin. I felt this distance was too close, so I took a step back, being pressed into the corner of the wall. Miyuki arrogantly threatened me that she was not right for me at all. Wanting to start a new relationship, how could it be such an easy thing? Even she herself hadn't escaped from it yet, so based on what could Hiroshi like someone else first? In the past, suddenly saying she wanted to divorce me, and then before the divorce, also using too much force to tear that small umbrella, causing a whole life, and after that, not bothering to care about anything, leaving me alone to face this mess, and now still wanting to pretend as if nothing happened to go on a date with another woman? Dream on. I felt Miyuki was truly sick. She herself had married her well-matched childhood sweetheart, right? Now she runs here to not allow me to date. How can she be so domineering? Director Miyuki, Don't have a desire for possession over things that don't belong to you. What are you doing having such a high possessive trait? I already said, I drank alcohol so I can't drive. You find someone else to take you to the party. I pushed Miyuki out of the elevator and then pressed the button to go down to the first floor myself. Stepping out of the office building, I went to the subway entrance and lit a cigarette. Recalling the time of the divorce, the weather was also just as cold as now, but at that time my heart was even colder when divorcing. Miyuki probably knew she was the one at fault for having an affair, so she was the violating party and didn't demand anything. I accepted leaving empty-handed, leaving a house with a remaining loan debt of $450,000 and more than $100,000 in savings for me. Miyuki's family background was extremely elite, but only after marriage did I know it. Before that, I always thought her family was also ordinary like mine, just a well-off family. The first year after marriage, Miyuki's father secretly intervened and even threatened to force me to divorce. That was when the affection of the two people was at its sweetest. I was young then, confident that I would never be shaken by external pressure, until my parents met with an accident on the highway and I couldn't contact Miyuki at all. Standing outside the hospital surgery room, my phone received a video clip. It was the scene of Miyuki lying in bed with her childhood sweetheart, both dressed, disheveled, looking through it. One knew they had just finished the business, and on the floor were still scattered a few used shields of life. While my parents were close to death in the surgery room, my wife was lying in bed with another man. How could anyone endure it? So when Miyuki came home, I asked her where she had gone. When Miyuki lied about going on a business trip and turning off her phone on the plane, I couldn't bear it anymore and proposed an immediate divorce. Even on the day of getting the divorce certificate, Miyuki proposed a last time, which I performed with a cruelty and decisiveness. Although 4 years have passed, when Miyuki and I parted ways, it was exactly when our feelings were deepest, so for these past few years, I have never thought about finding a new person. Thinking about just being kissed by Miyuki, my heart still couldn't help but beat erratically. I really wanted to slap myself. What a cheap face for still being moved by such a woman. The next day, I brought dark circles under my eyes to the company, and just as I sat down, Takeshi leaned close. This is no longer your workplace. Your position now is in the general manager's office. After saying that, he also revealed an expression that everyone understands. Last night, did you use some illegal method to get transferred and a salary increase? Increase my foot, this job is gifted to you, okay? Takeshi pouted. I want it very much too, but Director Miyuki doesn't look at us. I had to accept my fate, packed up my things, and went to the general manager's office. Since you've arrived, then look through this assistant rulebook to avoid making mistakes like last night. I glanced quickly. 24 hours? I signed a labor contract, not a body-selling contract. Miyuki took a sip of the newly brewed coffee, replying nonchalantly, It's not much different anyway. Damn it, this woman, after becoming rich, starts to do whatever she wants. I threw this assistant rulebook straight down in front of Miyuki. Fine, normal working time is 8 hours. If it's 24 hours, the benefits and treatment also need to increase correspondingly, right? Miyuki clearly had no intention of increasing the salary. If there is a problem with the treatment, go find the HR department. Haven't even started to work hard on anything yet, but already want to demand enjoyment? Hiroshi, you weren't like this before. Before? My eyes were blind to think you were a treasure. Unexpectedly, I ran into a damn player. I wasn't stupid enough to curse such words straight to her face yet. Miyuki frowned slightly. Unexpectedly what? Nothing. Director Miyuki needs an assistant, so she should let HR recruit a professional assistant. I have no experience and won't do it well. Hearing this, Miyuki sneered. Didn't you do it very well before? This is called returning to the old trade. How can you not do it well? She was implying the time before when I pursued her, caring for everything extremely thoughtfully. Before was before, now is now! In the past, when still loving, it was voluntary. Now I don't want to anymore. That matter is not your turn to decide. This old master here, at most, will resign and not work anymore. Could you still tie me up at the company? Miyuki, this old master is not serving you anymore. I took out my phone right in front of Miyuki, pressing the resignation form on the phone. Right the next second, Miyuki's phone screen lit up with a new message notification. It was exactly the notification of my resignation form. Miyuki seemed to have predicted my temperament beforehand, that I would choose the way of resigning immediately. Before I had time to step out of the office, she stood blocking right at the door, opening her phone and searching for a file. "This confidentiality agreement. Look it over." I half believed and half doubted as I opened the file to look. When seeing the terms inside, my eyes immediately popped up in surprise. Looking at Miyuki's appearance like a cold goddess, I didn't expect her to also play such a despicable trick. It seemed she had prepared beforehand, intending to torture me thoroughly. I stared intently at her face for a long time, finally gritting my teeth and cursing a sentence. "4 years ago, you already played a trick on me." Miyuki smiled and dodged her body from the door, returning to her seat, crossing her 2 legs with a full look of complacency, looking toward me at this time with a look of victory. I truly really wanted to rush over to press Miyuki down on that sofa of hers, to punish her right on the spot. Looking at that jubilant face of hers, I felt annoyed to a full stomach again. I stepped in front of Miyuki, grabbing her hand and asking through clenched teeth, "Did you do it intentionally?" "That's right, I did it intentionally!" Miyuki didn't evade at all. 4 years ago, making her belly big, and then still demanding a divorce unreasonably, what does this little retaliation count for? "Hiroshi, I must definitely make you cry and beg me to forgive you." "What's wrong?" Miyuki raised her head, a face completely without any fear of me. I bent my body down, approaching her abruptly, my heart beating erratically. She instinctively called out softly, "Dear!" Just after saying it out, she hurriedly used her hand to cover her mouth. In the past, only when in bed would she call me by that form of address. Now slipping her mouth to say it out, clearly she was thinking of a certain special circumstance. Hearing this long, unheard dear call, I also froze for a moment, and right the next second immediately regained composure. After letting go of her hand, I turned around to leave the office without looking back. Miyuki was definitely intentional. In the past, when the two were in bed, she couldn't control herself and would call like that. Now suddenly in the office calling me like that, she is clearly intentionally provoking. Now she is the boss, while I am the worker under Miyuki's thumb. She wants to use this to insult me. This woman is truly too detestable. My phone vibrated, and taking it out to check, the resignation form just now had been rejected. Right after that, Miyuki's secretary brought the car keys over. "Director Miyuki told you to go to this location." As she brought out the social dress needed to wear to attend tonight's party, the secretary gave me an address, stuffed the keys into my hand, and then returned to her work position. The party Miyuki spoke of yesterday was only an excuse. Today is truly going to attend a proper party. I knew it already. Yesterday, Miyuki intentionally messed up my date with another woman. Divorced already, but the possessive trait is still so strong? I let out a helpless sigh, going down to the basement to find Miyuki's car. Who could have guessed? Miyuki actually transferred me to the position of personal assistant. The job acceptance condition of this position is, considering the specificity of the profession, due to contact with the company's highest secret documents, so within the next 3 years, not being allowed to do related work, having to change careers directly right after graduation, I am afraid I would also have to start over from being an intern. Because of money, I had to swallow my pride and endure it, even though I was annoyed to a full stomach. But when seeing Miyuki's car, the anger in me immediately vanished. This car is the one that, back when still at school, I had told her that later when earning money, I would buy that Ferrari SF90. When sitting in the driver's seat, I carefully observed the interior from top to bottom, and when touching my hand on the steering wheel, my whole body suddenly became excited, pressing the gas pedal. The roaring sound was exactly as I had always expected, but right the next second, I then recalled the words Miyuki said before, that if scratching or colliding the car, I must pay the money myself. My expression immediately turned cold again, and when driving, I also became extremely careful, with great difficulty managing to arrive at the designated place with anxiety and worry. Just after opening my mouth to say I came to pick up the formal dress for Director Miyuki, 3 or 4 people inside rushed out and surrounded me, after which I was dragged into a room by those people, both forcing me to change clothes and doing my hair. By the time I managed to regain composure, when my whole body had been fully spruced up, a well-fitted high-end suit along with a hairstyle that had been finished by the stylist made me look at myself in the mirror feeling a bit unfamiliar. When just coming in, I still looked full of fatigue, but now suddenly became completely radiant. Truly, fine feathers make fine birds. And basically, it's also because I have the natural quality. Putting on a bit of makeup makes me look no different from a movie star. The stylist was extremely satisfied with his work, then handed the formal dress and jewelry that Miyuki needed to me. The dress, clothes, and jewelry added together are worth up to 3 million RMB. You be a bit careful. Don't damage it. The stylist thoughtfully reminded me. Suddenly, I felt the thing in my hand become heavy. Miyuki toward herself is truly generous. Clothes worn on the body are all worth millions of yuan. I held it in an extremely cautious way, thinking to myself that if it really got damaged, that detestable woman probably wouldn't force me to sell my body to repay her, right? On the way back, while stopping at a red light, I glanced at the container box, suddenly thinking about the fact that Miyuki attaches such importance to this party. Could this be her engagement party? Setting up so many tricks just to insult me? After parking the car in the parking garage, I carefully carried the gift box, walking into Miyuki's office. The secretary inside was delivering a contract in front of Miyuki for her to sign. Has the legal department checked the contract content carefully? There are no loopholes, right? Reporting to Director Miyuki, everything has been checked. You only need to sign your name at this place. The secretary pointed to the signature position on the last page. Miyuki glanced through it quickly, then placed her pen to sign at the end of the page. Speaking of contract loopholes, I suddenly remembered that Miyuki had trapped me. In that extended labor contract, there was an additional clause about voluntarily transferring work positions according to the company's requirement. Miyuki is truly a bad woman. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. The value of this saying seems to still be increasingly rising. Director Miyuki, the thing you need, I have brought it back here. I placed the things on the desk, and when intending to turn back to my outside workplace, Miyuki suddenly spoke out, "Wait!" I stopped and turned my head. This thing? I have watched over it during the whole way, absolutely never been touched. Even when getting in the car, I also fastened the seatbelt for it. Surely there is no way it could be damaged and then blame it on me, right? Even to be sure, before receiving the items, I also recorded a video, and before bringing it in here, I also checked it carefully. It is still exactly the same as when I first received it. Miyuki absolutely cannot nitpick. I stepped in front of her full of confidence, seeing what trouble she could cause further. The hairstyle is good. This suit fits you very well. Tonight, be my companion to attend the party. The remuneration will be transferred into your salary card in the form of a bonus. Not seeing Miyuki pick on anything, and even unexpectedly being praised by her as handsome, why did I suddenly feel a bit pleased in my heart? When I stepped outside, the look in Miyuki's secretary's eyes looking at me was also a bit strange, just as I sat down. The secretary sent a message through the company's internal app. This hairstyle and suit fit you extremely well, truly handsome. I was secretly pleased in my heart, my mouth unable to hide a smile. By the time to leave work, Miyuki had finished changing clothes completely. She put on a bit heavier makeup than usual. Looking through it, she looked even more like a type of woman who was both beautiful and full of danger. She leisurely stepped in on sharp stiletto heels, her long hair neatly tied in a low bun, revealing her pure white and slender neck, the sparkling diamond necklace further accentuating her skin as smooth as jade. The wine-red mermaid dress hugged her body closely, sketching out extremely hot curves. Miyuki stepped to the front of me and smiled. "Hiroshi, looked enough? Quickly go press the elevator, don't be late!" The two people stood in the elevator. Miyuki glanced at me from the corner of her eye, her red lips smiling slightly. "Hiroshi, these past few years you probably haven't found anyone to release, right?" "Director Miyuki, why do you say that? Whether I look for women or not, what the hell does it have to do with you?" "Because," Miyuki suddenly approached close to me, making my whole body begin to become tense. Her dress had a quite deep chest slit. While I was originally a bit taller than her, from that viewpoint, it happened to be able to see clearly the rise and fall inside. I lightly swallowed my saliva, my mind unable to suppress remembering about the 4 passionate years before, those burning memories with Miyuki in the old rented room. If it weren't for having endured for too long, then it wouldn't be to the point of being flustered like this. Following her gaze, I noticed there was a certain place that was gradually losing control. I leaned my body and pushed Miyuki away. Need you to manage? Surely that only proves that I am still young. For some unknown reason, I felt both my cheeks begin to burn hot. Miyuki was pushed away but wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she also used her hand to cover her mouth and giggled. Although both were of the same age, Miyuki always liked to refer to herself as the older sister. But in special circumstances, she always kept calling me Oppa. The elevator quickly went down to the basement, and when Miyuki sat in the passenger seat, she suddenly took out a brooch badge from her purse, bending down to pin it on my chest jacket. The faint perfume scent from her body surrounded my nose. I turned my face away and didn't look at Miyuki. Director Miyuki, trouble you to fasten the seatbelt. Those few gemstones on this badge are all real items. Remember that after the party, you must return it intact to me. Also, this one too. She took out a box from her bag, and opening it was an extremely expensive watch. Miyuki gently opened the strap, then wore it on my wrist. I immediately refused without needing to think. If this thing broke, then a woman like Miyuki would definitely use that excuse to force me to work like a buffalo and horse for a lifetime to repay her. Director Miyuki, this thing you just keep for those young gigolos of yours, if I scratch it, I won't be able to afford the compensation. Miyuki snapped. Then I am giving it to my gigolo right now, and now you are the person going with me. Without these things decorating, it will only make me lose face. If it breaks, then there is no need for you to compensate either. When I heard Miyuki calling me her young gigolo, suddenly I felt like I didn't know what to say anymore. Miyuki now has money. In the past, she was so cold, but now she has also learned how to say these words to coax men. Probably over the past 4 years, she has found not a few gigolos. Otherwise, these sweet flirting words couldn't be uttered in such a smooth way. Only I am the one who, because of being cuckolded, suffered hardships all these 4 years, still unable to completely calm down. She not only married her childhood sweetheart friend, but also played around dissolutely outside. Miyuki, it seems this is truly your nature. In my heart, I felt extremely uncomfortable, and I sullenly replied, Fine, wait until the party ends. I will return everything to Director Miyuki. A person with status like Miyuki values saving face very much. Giving me these things is also only for the sake of keeping face for herself. Miyuki smiled full of contentment. It seems 4 years of not meeting, this small puppy's temperament has become much more stubborn. In the past, as long as I said a few sweet words, he would hold tightly, not bearing to let go of his hand, yet now he can be indifferent without a bit of ripple. Could it be because I am no longer charming like before? Miyuki seemed not to believe it. Hiroshi, me wearing this dress makes it too hard to fasten the seatbelt. You help me. She raised her head, waiting for me to approach close to help fasten the belt. I had to accept my fate, unfastened my own seatbelt, then bent my body over to fasten the seatbelt for Miyuki. When at a close range, Miyuki's breath lightly brushed against my neck. That numbing feeling made it truly hard for me not to associate it with that business. Miyuki looked at me, looked into my gaze that was intentionally evading, then suddenly asked, Hiroshi, throughout the past 4 years, have you ever missed me? A cheating woman who plays around like you, what the monkey would I miss? I vexedly cursed a sentence, but how could I not miss? Those lonely nights? The person I thought of was always Miyuki. I myself also found myself truly a person without a future. She already had an affair, yet I was still infatuated with her body to such an extent. Miyuki used an extremely ambiguous tone. Hearing this tone, clearly you still have lingering old affection for me. Is it that at night you still often think about me? Being hit right at my dark secret, I became embarrassed and angry, glaring at her once. Director Miyuki, you think too much. At night, I would rather watch those short dramas instead. At least the person inside still knows how to cooperate much more than Director Miyuki, rather than touching a bit, then starting to cry and refusing to cooperate. But with Director Miyuki's current value, surely there are also a bunch of male models actively offering themselves right to your mouth to want to be a parasite, right? Miyuki asked half jokingly and half seriously. Then do you want to eat, or should I also give you a chance? I snorted coldly. This old master here is not the type of person who likes to graze on old grass. Then, throughout the past 4 years, how did you solve your personal needs? Was it still using that left-hand brother of yours? Director Miyuki, you are managing a bit too widely. I didn't want to continue discussing this sensitive topic anymore. Every time like this, it again gave me the feeling like I was being teased. This feeling was not comfortable at all. I'm only curious as an ex-wife. Miyuki winked, and then lightly blew a breath at me. I was startled for a moment and then shot back immediately. With this face of mine, finding women is not hard at all. Over the past 4 years, don't know how many people I have tried through. Comparing it out, the experience with Director Miyuki is truly too ordinary. It's still those people outside who have many more interesting tricks, right? Is that so? Then it seems these 4 years you have also been fed too full, right? I had sat upright again and fastened my seatbelt for myself. Miyuki turned over to stare intently at me. Suddenly, she gave rise to the intention of wanting to rush over to kiss me. No matter how full I am, I still can't match Director Miyuki. 4 times a day also doesn't make you feel enough? I dropped a sarcastic sentence full of mockery. Miyuki wasn't angry a bit at all. On the contrary, she also looked at me with a face full of interest. Or should we try again once more, to see if you can make me full? I felt Miyuki was truly going crazy, so I didn't bother to care about her. All of a sudden, Miyuki unfastened her seatbelt, rushed straight into my chest, grabbed tightly onto my tie, and then actively kissed my lips. My mind immediately became completely blank. Damn it, what the hell is this? Miyuki is truly going crazy. What is she doing suddenly kissing? What does this mean? I was scared to the point of being flustered in both hands and feet. Right in that moment, Miyuki had cleverly slipped inside. Just like back when, at university, the first time I was on the school sports field, I also actively kissed Miyuki like that, not leaving for me even a single chance to breathe. It had been 4 years since I hadn't kissed a woman. I was stunned for a few seconds and then pushed Miyuki straight away. Miyuki, what do you mean by this? I wiped the corners of my mouth. On it, there was still stuck a bit of lipstick. Miyuki let out a complacent smile, her hand placed at the position of my pants as she lightly raised her eyebrows. Your mouth says you don't want, but your body is very honest, isn't it? I tightly clenched my jaw, this damn brother thing. At this time, it unexpectedly didn't want to listen to orders a bit at all. I ignored Miyuki. After quickly fastening the seatbelt for her, I pressed the gas pedal and sped out of the parking garage. Half an hour later, the car drove into the villa hosting the party. After Miyuki got off the car and stepped into the banquet hall, immediately there were people surrounding her. Anyway, the asset of the Minamoto family abroad is extremely massive. It is heard that Miyuki is responsible for expanding the domestic market. These businessmen just sniff the scent of money and come right away. They all have inquired already. Miyuki is currently single. If able to catch her eye and achieve cooperation, then later the company can directly rely on the Minamoto family to expand into the international market. Miyuki nodded politely. She linked her arm with mine, smiling with each person coming to offer wine, implying to me at this time not to do anything to ruin the business or make her lose face. My expression was full of speechlessness, but Miyuki still kept linking her arm tightly, her arm from time to time rubbing against her chest. This to me was truly a type of torture. I tried to force my brain to think about other matters, almost pulling out even the pi number 3.1415926 to recite in my head, but unfortunately, I still couldn't help but think about the perfume scent on Miyuki's body. It was still exactly the same as the fragrance from 4 years ago. Miyuki seemed to notice that I completely couldn't restrain myself against her. She let out a contented smile, then pulled me to find a sofa to sit down to help me not be too awkward. Just after sitting down, already there were a few men with sleek, slicked-back hair approaching close. Director Miyuki, is there any opportunity for us to get acquainted? These guys looked a bit familiar. I thought for a moment. It seemed they were a few recently rising traffic stars, but all only relied on entertainment reality shows. Up to now, there isn't even a single decent work. I couldn't stand this scene. The feeling was just like being at a gigolo selection site. Taking advantage of when no one was paying attention, I stealthily sneaked outside to breathe a bit of air, just intending to go into the restroom to wash my face to sober up. The result was that the water faucet had just been opened when seeing 2 men push the door and walk in. I quickly adjusted my outfit. Hey friend, what relationship do you have with that Director Miyuki? I want to inquire from you a bit of matter. I will pay money. This is my business card. A guy who looked very flamboyant. If it weren't because he spoke still with a seemingly normal manner, then I would have thought he intended to approach me for what purpose already. I looked at the opponent with a look of alertness, lowering my head to look down at the business card. General Manager of Hanzaman Financial Company Kenji. Never heard of this name, probably it's also only some small company. What model of man does Director Miyuki like? Then what apartment complex does she normally live in? Or where does she usually go to eat? The more detailed, the better. It seems he intends to stage accidental meetings to flirt with Miyuki here. I also once used tricks like these to pursue Miyuki back in university. At that time, she was only 20, naive, so she fell into the trap. Now she is already 28 years old. Surely she won't be deceived by these cheap pursuit methods, right? So he thought that I was waiting for benefits. He took out his phone and asked me how many tens of thousands I wanted. As he spoke, he exposed his $1 million balance in his account to me, glancing at the 10,000 yuan. Truly sorry. The company's regulations are not to disclose the boss's private life. Otherwise, I will be sued for 800,000. Even if having to go to jail for 2 years, this amount of money is also worth it, right? My identity he had already inquired about early on, just a low-level employee in the company. Normally a high salary is at most only 20,000. That is even counting those times with the best sales. 800,000 is enough for me to work hard for many years. I promise not to expose your matter outside. Just be reassured. I pretended to cough once, then exposed the watch on my wrist. Kenji, with just one glance, recognized that the watch I was wearing was a limited edition, a type of watch that requires spending tens of millions to have the qualification to own. Immediately, he shut up. Truly sorry, it's because I didn't know my own limits. I looked at the awkward smile on Kenji's face and my heart feeling extremely refreshed. So the feeling of using money to slap another's face is that exciting. Just now, that guy Kenji still showed a face full of confidence, but the moment he saw the watch, his whole momentum completely deflated. Not long after I returned to the banquet hall, Kenji stood from afar, staring intently at me. It seems this is exactly the new lover that Miyuki just found after returning to the country. Although his age is a bit large, already 28 years old, he truly has an attractive, mature appearance. No wonder Miyuki quickly brought him to the party like that. Kenji let out a cold laugh. There is no corner of a wall that this master here cannot pry. It's Hiroshi, right? In a moment, I will make you lose face in front of the crowd to see until when you can still be complacent. This good piece of bait Miyuki, I must definitely win it at all costs. By that time, the company can rely on the name of the Minamoto family to list shares in Hong Kong. At that moment, my personal value will soar. Hiroshi, what did you go into the restroom to do for so long? Could it be going in there to solve a bit of need? Miyuki's extremely bewitching gaze glanced down below. That look made me feel not comfortable at all, but at the same time felt a surge of heat rising up. 4 years of not meeting. Why has she become this bold? Wasn't she previously always very bashful? Why, no wonder people say women at 30 are like wolves, at 40 like tigers. Miyuki is only 2 more years away from touching the threshold of 30. Each word she speaks out seems as if word by word they are all teasing and capturing my soul. Thinking what? Director Miyuki has aged. Toward me there is no longer a bit of attraction. Hearing this sentence, Miyuki clearly was a bit furious. This mouth of mine, in the past, never spoke out such harsh words. She truly only wanted to drag me into the restroom right now to try to see whether she still has attraction toward me or not. These past years, she both alone raised the child and had to shoulder solving all matters of the company. Those quiet late nights, she could only remember those days in the old rented room. At that time, how gently Hiroshi had treated her. How the two people had started those burning moments until the sky turned dawn to end. She had relied on those memories to overcome throughout 4 long years, yet Hiroshi dared to say that she no longer had attraction. This time, returning, she absolutely had no intention to let me off. Miyuki suppressed the agitation in her heart, sullenly giving me a side glance. Right at this time, the representative of a local enterprise holding a cooperation proposal stepped in front of Miyuki. Director Miyuki, these are some projects that we see can cooperatively expand deeply with your esteemed company in the coming time. Very much hope you will spare time to look through. Miyuki lightly nodded. She received the documents and then handed them to me. all the cooperation proposals of everyone today. You help me classify them according to each category, so that when returning I will spare time to examine. Yes, Director Miyuki. In front of outsiders, I still kept enough face for her. I answered in an extremely respectful manner. I held the stack of documents, walking toward the service staff. Help me find a suitable bag to contain documents with, thank you. Yes, sir. The waiter nodded, turning his body to walk into the backstage area to find a bag to contain documents. A moment later, the waiter returned. Hello, sir. Here, currently there is no longer any suitable document bag. You can come with me over to the warehouse side to see if there is any that can be used. Fine. I guess that tonight Shirley will receive many more proposals, at least must prepare ready 2 bags. Therefore, I then went following the service staff to the warehouse area of the banquet hall. Just walking to the hallway bend, the waiter guy suddenly turned his body back and sprayed directly a few squirts of suffocating gas into my face. I recognized something was wrong. I immediately held my breath, but it was already too late. Staggering. I tried to turn my head, intending to run back to the banquet hall to find Miyuki. The result was that before even having time to walk to the place, there suddenly appeared an extremely charming woman with an extremely bouncy chest, giving the impression that it was even bigger than my face. This beauty wore a boldly deep, low-cut, strapless dress. Each step she took was one time making people's eyes sway, to the extent that my eyes also had to look dazed out. Hey, handsome, do you feel unwell anywhere? The beauty suddenly pressed close, hugging tightly onto my head, in the moment of having my head buried in there. I had the feeling like I couldn't breathe anymore. I feel a bit dizzy. Can you support me to return to the banquet hall? My voice emitting from inside sounded muffled there. It's too crowded over there. I only want to be alone here with you to play some interesting game. She supported me to a nearby chair. I had just sat down to steady my mind a bit when the beauty already sat opposite, right on my thighs. Her 2 hands wrapping around to hug my neck, that pair of snow pears just like that beating into my eyes without ceasing. That matter, it seems. I don't know you. My awkward gaze didn't know where to be placed. I intended to push the beauty away, but she instead hugged even tighter. Hey, handsome, knowing or not is not important. Now I only look right at this face of yours. Seeing you too handsome, so want to have some fun. As she spoke, she began to undo the buttons on my shirt. My head was a bit dizzy, but not to the extent of completely losing consciousness. It was like that state floating between just tipsy and completely dead drunk. After the beauty had undone all the buttons of my shirt, everything was exposed. She clearly revealed a face full of satisfaction. Unexpectedly handsome guy looks like that, yet the body has so much flesh. This turn not taking money also doesn't feel like a loss. She brought her hand to caress one stroke. I was startled for a moment, hurriedly sitting straight up. At this time, Ren, a close friend of Miyuki, felt inside the banquet hall was too stuffy, so found a side door to go outside to catch some breeze. Who would have thought to catch sight of this scene at a distance not far away? Ren immediately pulled out her phone, took a picture, and then sent it right away to Miyuki. Your ex-husband is being passionate with another woman here. The message had just been sent not long when Miyuki already carried her dress, fiercely rushing over. Seeing Ren standing at the door, she immediately asked, "Where is Hiroshi? Where is he?" Ren used her eyes to signal toward his side. Just now, still sitting on the chair. Now probably has been dragged inside the warehouse. You go in, now probably is just in time. Hiroshi, this scumbag! Miyuki didn't bother to think, intending to charge straight into the warehouse, but Ren held her back. What are you charging in for? Men, who isn't like that? All are a crowd that cannot manage the lower body part, did you forget? Back then, you were locked up by your family members for several days straight, with great difficulty managing to jump from the second floor down to the extent of breaking a leg to return to that ruined house, yet Hiroshi just opened his mouth and demanded a divorce from you. Miyuki's expression immediately sank down. Be reassured, this time I return is to take revenge on Hiroshi, not returning to reconnect the old affection with him. Having finished speaking, she snapped off even her high heels, walking barefoot, running to the warehouse door, and then kicking open the door. Hey, you don't do anything foolish. I don't know you at all. I leaned against it, holding my head with a face full of pain. That woman had already stripped my pants off, only missing the last step then. Miyuki snatched right from the door position. Snatching a stick, she stepped over and dealt a fatal blow right onto that woman's head. That woman held her head, groaning in pain on the ground. Finally, Ren called the security staff of the party over to kick that woman out. "Hiroshi!" Miyuki stood from high, looking down. I was sitting flat there. I looked as if I had been drunk to the extent of being about to lose all memories. I staggered, standing up, walking to the front of Miyuki, then suddenly hugged her tightly into my heart. "Miyuki! Miyuki!" The calling was as if the longing had reached the extreme point. I, with one hand, held tightly the back of her neck, then, just like that, placed a burning kiss onto her lips. I kissed very violently, as if dumping all the resentment accumulated throughout the past 4 years. The remaining hand-following habit, like previously during the time of kissing passionately, had begun to undo the zipper behind the back of Miyuki. Miyuki was stunned. 4 years had passed already. She hadn't been close to me like this throughout 4 long years. This scene she had secretly imagined, not knowing how many times. Miyuki, almost without a bit of hesitation, wrapped her arms around my neck and responded to that kiss. I had just called myself Miyuki, that intimate name she hadn't got to hear from my mouth throughout the past 4 years already. "Hiroshi, you truly are a bastard!" She both kissed me and let tears flow ceaselessly from the corners of her eyes. Clearly, this bastard had heartlessly discarded her unreasonably. On top of that, even leaving for her a burden. But at this moment of meeting again, she still had no way to stop her heart from vibrating. Still couldn't help but want to move close to me. Hearing Miyuki cursing herself as a bastard, I suddenly remembered something, the angrier I got. The more I tightened her into my heart, then intentionally bit hard, one stroke right into Miyuki's soft shoulder, I spoke with a voice suppressing anger. "I am a bastard? Miyuki, no matter how much of a bastard I am, I cannot match you. My parents had an accident and had to be hospitalized. You instead, for several days, didn't return home, could not be contacted at all, but instead went to sleep with another man to the extent of forgetting even heaven and earth." Miyuki saw my eyes bloodshot, again saw my appearance standing, not firmly. In a flash, she suddenly understood something. Definitely, I had been played tricks on by someone. Hiroshi had to drive. He absolutely never drank alcohol. She turned her head back to look at Ren, who was standing watching the drama at the door. "Find a driver to take me and Hiroshi back to the villa right away." Ren nodded and then pulled out her phone to make a call. Not long after, a middle-aged man hurriedly ran in. While Miyuki was supporting me to stand up to go outside, Kenji, the guy who had just turned on the recording function on his phone, hurriedly ran in and then all of a sudden became stunned. This scene was completely far different compared to the script that he had staged. Originally, he intended to use this video clip to threaten and force me to obediently listen to orders and cooperate with him, but now instead saw that beauty had been subdued by security, clothes disheveled and ruined. In Miyuki's eyes, there completely wasn't even a bit of anger when seeing her man playing around with another woman. Instead, she only looked at me with eyes full of worry. "Director Kenji, that woman has confessed everything already." Ren stood with arms crossed in front of her chest. She looked at Kenji with a smile full of gloating appearance. "The consequence of angering Director Miyuki, probably you cannot bear it." Kenji was scared to the point of his hands and feet. Turning limp, he looked at Ren with a pleading gaze. "Miss Ren, we anyway are people in the same circle, leave for each other a way to live. That is for people who know how to behave. As for the class like you, you are not worthy." Ren again glanced toward Miyuki's side. "Even Director Miyuki's temperament I don't dare to touch. You fix it yourself." The driver, just like that, drove the car, taking Miyuki and me back to her villa in the suburbs. The servant, after supporting me upstairs, then also retreated down. Miyuki had just approached close, when already being pressed tightly down beneath my body, my hands began to fiddle, following the old habit, beginning to slip in and lift the hem of her shirt. Miyuki blushed furiously, trying hard to push me away, but no matter how, she couldn't push at all. She could only let me freely occupy every convenience. Right when seemingly about to be completely subdued, suddenly at the door rang out a naive, warm voice. "Mom, who is that uncle? Is he Dad?" A little girl with big, round eyes, in her arms hugging a plush rabbit. the little girl, about 3 years old, was standing right at the threshold. She looked at Miyuki with a face full of innocence. That clear, childish calling dragged my intellect to turn back, thinking of the cuckold horn from 4 years ago. I immediately became completely sober. If today I again slept with Miyuki, then wouldn't that be forgiving the matter of her having an affair years ago? Absolutely must not. I immediately let go of my hands, then left the bed. Right when intending to walk straight out of the room, the little girl suddenly grabbed the hem of my shirt, then looked up to watch. "Are you Minori's dad? Mom has never brought any man back to the villa. This is the first time she let a person back home, so definitely this person is her dad. It must definitely be like that already." The little girl blinked her big, round, watery eyes, a look full of pitiful appearance directed toward me. The name Minori happened to share the same sound with my own name. I turned over to stare intently at Miyuki, hoping she could give an explanation for myself. Unexpectedly, Miyuki turned her face away completely. She seemed to have no intention to say anything at all. I finally understood already. Miyuki's heart of revenge is truly too deep. People often name pets after the name of the person they hate. Unexpectedly, she named her daughter sharing the same name with myself like this, intending to use this way to insult me. "Miyuki, what do you mean by this? This child was born by you, and that man, now she is already this big. It turns out at that time you decisively divorced, was also not early. Surely at that time the belly already carried the seed of another person." Hearing my questioning words, full of resentment, Miyuki also immediately exploded with anger. She then scolded back in a full of annoyance way. "I give birth to a child with whom? What does it have to do with you? Did you forget we already divorced?" Having finished speaking, down below the stairs rang out the ear-piercing sound of sudden braking. Ren stepped up to the second floor, looking into the wide-open door, seeing the little girl standing helplessly at the door. She then handily carried the little girl into her arms and then threw an item toward me. "Inject it yourself. It can help soothe the uncomfortable symptoms right now. Otherwise, it might leave behind sequelae. This whole life don't hope to raise your head up ever again." At first, I was still hesitating, not knowing if this thing could be used, but just hearing about the matter of being unable to raise the head up ever again. Then I immediately opened the packaging with a bit of hesitation and then injected straight into my bicep completely. A minute later, the symptoms on my body began to alleviate. The dizzy feeling before also gradually vanished. By the time I opened my eyes out once more, then the little girl hugging the plush rabbit just now had vanished somewhere already. I brought my eyes to look around one round, but didn't see anyone. Where is the child with big round eyes just now? I didn't turn to ask Miyuki, but instead turned my head to ask Ren. "What child? In this room, how can there be anyone else? Could it be you were soaked in medicine, then generated hallucinations?" Ren lied in an extremely calm way. Miyuki became even more full of mockery. "I didn't expect deep in your subconscious to be this sick. It turns out you like little kids?" "No." Clearly just now the little girl stood at the door hugging the rabbit, and that child had very big and cute eyes. I exerted effort to explain, but Miyuki and Ren instead only looked at me with eyes. As if looking at a pervert, I had to choose the way to be silent to get the matter over with. Explaining to people with dark hearts like you guys is also of no use. I only saw that child looked truly having some trait very much resembling myself. However, the lines on the face then instead resembled Miyuki more. Here, there is no child like you said. If the body already no longer feels uncomfortable, then invite you to vanish right away. Tomorrow still must go to work normally. Not allowed to ask for leave." Miyuki ordered to dismiss the guest in a decisive way. "Even if you plead, then I also don't bother to stay here one more minute." I let out a cold laugh full of annoyance, pulled the zipper of my pants up, and then sullenly stepped down the stairs. On the road, sitting in a taxi returning, I secretly felt lucky because just now I didn't go all the way with Miyuki. Anyway, the two people had already divorced, not to mention throughout the past 4 years. There had been too many things happening. The two of them, after all, still do not belong to each other. Even though in the deep heart there still lingered a bit of affection, my parents also absolutely would never, ever agree to let me return to her. That year, when my parents had an accident and were having emergency treatment in the hospital, Miyuki's father had come to find me. I originally kept thinking he came to help my family, but unexpectedly he instead coldly said, "Want to have money to save the lives of your parents? then divorce Miyuki right away. The child has already been beside her childhood sweetheart friend. The two of them are very happy. Please don't continue to delay her future further. On the way back, my phone suddenly rang. I glanced at the screen, seeing it was Takeshi calling over. "Hello, Hiroshi. Did you watch the news?" That guy, the general manager of finance that I previously encountered, turned out to be being passionate with a hot girl in the restroom. A series of videos were leaked out. This turn is being socially executed completely already. That general manager guy, previously when people came forward, I made appointments several times and all were stood up by him. On top of that, even arrogant, forcing his boss to personally come to negotiate. Now it's good. Not only the matter with the hot girl was exposed, but even the fact that he took bribes, and then even the matter of eating cake and paying money was also brought to light. Finished, this side, even if not having to go to jail, then the pile of bribe money swallowed also must be vomited out completely clean. I'm afraid even selling the whole house is also not enough to pay back. Truly satisfying. Takeshi was still talking endlessly. I looked at the photo that he sent over and then suddenly froze. Isn't this exactly the guy in the restroom who had demanded to pay money to buy information about Miyuki? So fast already being retaliated against? Could it be because Miyuki had traced out that the person who arranged to dump that woman on me was exactly this guy Kenji, so she only then took action to deal with him, right? Very fast after that, I again found myself thinking too much. Miyuki also had said it already, she gives birth to a child with whom also doesn't have any relation to me. How could there be, just because of this matter, that she got angry and then took action to deal with Kenji? Hey Hiroshi, are you listening to me speak? Yes, but today at the party I even saw him. Probably offended someone, so only then got dealt with. Takeshi became even more joyful. Really? He offended whom? Next time I must definitely go online to drop a heart to support this big shot. That dog thing Kenji should have been dealt with long ago. I smiled bitterly. I also don't know anyway. The big probability is not Miyuki. Hanging up the phone, I stared intently at the phone screen in a daze, until the driver reminded that I had arrived at the place. I only then snapped awake. Returning home, the whole night I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In my head completely was the image when pressing Miyuki down the bed, the feeling at the palm of the hand, and when kissing onto those familiar lips, the heart beating continuously. Damn it! I cursed once and then poured a bit of hand lotion. The next day, I sat at the workplace telling myself the whole night losing sleep was due to the effect of the type of medicine sprayed yesterday, making myself lose sleep, not because of Miyuki, then, just like that, sat in a daze. Suddenly someone passed in front of me. I glanced my eyes over. A man past 30, guessing he was also some director. I also didn't pay attention. Boss meeting boss is a normal matter. Not long after, the office door opened. Miyuki directed outside, calling once, "Hiroshi, go brew a bit of tea and bring it in here." I glared at Miyuki once. At this rate, I am about to turn into her secretary completely already. Any trivial matter also comes to my hand to do. Serving tea and pouring water is one thing. Yesterday, almost even had to sell my body. When arriving at the tea room, Takeshi was also there. Just now, I saw a man walk in. Went straight into Director Miyuki's office, looking very well matched with Director Miyuki. Could it be a marriage object of equal social status? I see these wealthy families all only find people of the same level to marry. Don't know, I coldly answered. Myself also didn't want to know. Miyuki marries whom? What does it have to do with me? Takeshi recognized my mood was not good, so also didn't continue this topic further, poured a glass of water, and then left. After brewing the tea finished, I secretly added one more spoon of salt into Miyuki's glass. When I walked in, that man was sitting opposite with Miyuki. The two people didn't know what they were talking about, but seemed very joyful. The moment I stepped in, they again went completely silent. Surely it was nothing good they were talking about. I placed the tea tray down and then turned my body to step outside. Hideki looked, following my back, and then smiled. "Is this your ex-husband?" Looking at his butt, it's also quite charming, isn't it? Don't you dare have intentions toward him. He is a 100% straight guy. Cannot be bent. No wonder you refused to go for a political marriage. Turned out it was because you still had this handsome ex-husband waiting, so that's why. Miyuki didn't voice an objection. This time she returned truly was because her daughter was already 3 years old, already at the age having to go to kindergarten. The little girl kept always opening her mouth to ask where Dad was. Although she loved her daughter very much, she couldn't strip away the right to know who her dad was from the little girl, yet currently, she still hadn't intended to let me know about the little girl's existence. Miyuki raised the tea glass in front of her up. Actually, mainly, it is still to expand the domestic market. Right. Anyway, you always have the most reasons. Hideki rolled his eyes once, also raising his tea glass up to take a sip. The moment the tea water just touched the tongue, Miyuki closed her eyes tightly. This bastard Hiroshi, is he neurotic? Why did he go put salt into the tea? What on earth is he thinking after all? All right, my people inquired that the illegitimate child of your father. These past few years, his actions are increasingly exposed. You should be a bit careful. If it weren't for the sake of building the enterprise image of loving the wife and caring for the child, then 4 years ago, that old man wouldn't have forced me to return. Speaking after all, it's also only for himself. On the outside, everything is given to me, but behind the back, he secretly established a fund for the illegitimate child outside. Miyuki didn't like to stay at the Minamoto family, every day having to cooperate with them to act out a drama of a harmonious family, a warm household, while in reality the two spouses were about to hold guns and shoot each other's bodies to pieces. Therefore, at that time, she only then secretly registered to study at a university in the country to stay far away from those two extreme parents. The result was that when marrying me, I completely didn't know anything about her family background, keeping thinking Miyuki's parents were only people going to labor abroad, until the moment Miyuki's father came to find me. I only then got to know her true identity. You tell me, does the kid outside there regret divorcing you? Out of right, he could directly possess a mass of assets worth hundreds of millions, becoming the winner of life. The result instead was bringing trouble upon himself, resolutely demanding a divorce. Miyuki's gaze directed toward the office door, secretly asking in her heart, "Hiroshi, do you regret divorcing me?" The next second, Miyuki burst out laughing. A type of scumbag like him, how would he know how to regret? These past few years, he probably also doesn't know how many women's beds he has climbed onto. Hideki saw she was being stubborn, refusing to admit, so also didn't expose her. Fine, all the documents I collected have all been reported to you, so can the project director Miyuki promise to be cooperated on? Miyuki handed the stack of documents already signed into Hideki's hand. Even if you didn't give me these pieces of news, I would still cooperate with you. Anyway, in the bidding session, your side's profit is also the lowest, isn't it? Don't speak that bluntly, just let me daydream a bit that you, because of me, only then signed the contract. Wouldn't that be better? Miyuki pointed her hand out the door. Want to be flirtatious? Then invite yourself outside, go straight to the elevator, down to the basement, get the car, and then go be flirtatious with those men of yours. After sending Hideki out to the elevator, she turned back to call me in. This afternoon, what schedule is there further? I opened the folder that the secretary had arranged, finished out, reading through each item one by one. Cancel all the afternoon meetings. Tonight you take me to a place. Again, it's evening? Damn it, this old master here has worked overtime continuously for several nights straight already. This one Miyuki intends to press my head and ride my neck to death, only then to stop. Ah, need me to repeat the assistant rules for you? Miyuki's voice became cold. It seemed she was very much lacking patience. No need, Director Miyuki. This afternoon, where do you need me to take you? No need to go anywhere. This afternoon you are free, just need to remember in the evening to always keep contact at all times, that's fine. My mood all of a sudden turned completely good. The salary has been increased, although the rest time is not fixed. Myself, I'm alone without family, so whatever is fine, as long as getting to rest, it's good. It just happened around this afternoon, there were quite a lot of orders. I expertly opened the food delivery app up. The surgery of my parents that year, although had been successful, the recovery afterward was a huge long-term expense. Furthermore, having to periodically take anti-rejection medicine. Normally, I often take advantage of free time to run a few orders to earn extra, but because of being afraid of being discovered by colleagues, Every time I also cover up very carefully, inside the company not a single person knows. Miyuki saw me suddenly joyful like that. Her mood immediately sank down. This kid, could it be he intends to take advantage of this time to go on a date with someone? Truly a scumbag without a conscience. But today, she didn't have time to go ruin Hiroshi's date. Today was the parents' day at the kindergarten of little Minori. As the mother, she was forced to participate. Miyuki changed into an outfit that looked much gentler. Her hair was also let down naturally. Compared to 4 years ago, she was many portions more mature and charming. When stepping into the kindergarten, there was an electric scooter from behind her speeding past. I braked suddenly right at the turn position, wearing the helmet, turning my head to look back. It truly is Miyuki. This woman, whether wearing clothes or not, I can also recognize immediately. Canceling clean all afternoon meetings to slink to this kindergarten to do what? Could it be this time she again aimed right at some male teacher inside this school? Since when did Miyuki have such a bizarre taste? I took the phone out, wore the mask on, stealthily approaching the fence of the kindergarten. Old Joe, that woman looks not like a kindergarten teacher at all. Why was she also allowed inside? I frequently run orders in this area. The frequency of the kindergarten ordering afternoon food is not low, so I have been too familiar with the face of the security guard here already. Today is Parents' Day. The person just now came to visit the school. Having finished listening, I was stunned in my whole body. Miyuki has a child? So the little daughter I saw that night was not an hallucination. A moment later, inside the school, the little friends woke up after nap time, put clothes on, and then began free activities outside the yard. Miyuki walked following behind a little girl with big round eyes. The little girl was just like showing off treasures, bringing all her favorite toys to stuff into Miyuki's hand. The relationship between the two people looked extremely intimate. That is the child of Miyuki and another man! Thinking to hear, my heart involuntarily tightened, although having harbored resentment in the heart throughout 4 years. It was exactly at this moment that I truly felt Miyuki, and I no longer have any karmic debt left. I uncomfortably leaned my hand against the wall. Hey young man, you are fine, right? This single thing cannot stand this scene, is it? The mouth of the old security guard was like having poison, delivering one more fatal knife blow into my heart. I hugged my chest, feeling hard to breathe, taking the helmet off without a bit of hesitation, turning my back, intending to leave. This scene was too eye-searing. If still watching further, I feared myself would, because of jealousy, become crazy instead. Just having turned the body, hearing the sound of light, small footsteps ringing out behind. Turning the head back then, saw that little girl unexpectedly had run right to the school gate, the two people separated by the iron fence. Little Minori waved her hand, calling, "Dad, it's the dad from last night." I stood frozen at the spot, for half a day unable to utter a word. Miyuki had just finished watching the work message on the phone. Raising her head up, already didn't see little Minori anywhere. She anxiously looked around one round, searching all over for one round. That small silhouette was standing right at the school gate. Miyuki ran with small steps toward that direction, just intending to carry little Minori up to return to the place the whole class was playing. Then she saw me standing at the door in the shipper outfit. Her eyes immediately widened. "Hiroshi, you dare to stalk me!" "Miyuki, didn't you yesterday say I looked wrongly and it was an hallucination? Then this child, how do you explain?" My voice coming out, even I myself didn't recognize that it was trembling gently. Last night the spirit was not good, so didn't see clearly. As for today's daytime, after observing carefully the face of this little girl, I instead became even more panicked. Although the 5 senses extremely resembled Miyuki, the demeanor was instead an exact copy. As if from one mold, with me coming out, even the old security guard at the gate also said, "Why did this child look that much like me?" She is the illegitimate child of my father outside. My father took the current company out as a condition for me to raise her on his behalf. Is there any problem? Miyuki very fast already adjusted back her emotions. When lying, the face didn't change color, the heart didn't beat fast. Even extremely imposing, she even intentionally fiercely pinched the little girl's cheek once, that pure white, soft cheek. "Who allowed you to speak with a stranger?" "He is not a stranger, he is Dad," little Minori asserted with certainty. I have seen him in Mom's phone photo album already. It truly is Dad. Miyuki looked at me once. That is the person Mom hates the most. Leaving the photo in the phone is because Mom is afraid she would forget what that person's face looks like. That's all. Hiroshi, the lovers outside of my father are too numerous to count, but he likes this child very much. So only then brought out that condition for me to raise on his behalf. This is the boss's private matter, has nothing to do with you at all. Not everyone is worthy to be dad. This sentence of hers carried deep hidden meaning, both scolding her father and, by the way, scolding me too. Being scolded a groundless bout. For half a day, I couldn't speak any word, mainly because this little girl in front of me truly was too pitiful, this appearance. If saying she was my child, then there also wouldn't be anyone doubting anything at all. I still have to participate in another activity. Don't bother our mother and daughter further. Miyuki carried the child up in an extremely expert way. When turning her body to go, also didn't forget to warn. Daring to secretly do extra work outside the company, this time I consider it as not seeing. Don't let me catch it a second time. In Miyuki's heart, she secretly thought, at the time of divorce, didn't he leave empty-handed? Hiroshi has a house, has savings. The salary level the company pays him is also not low at all. Is he lacking money to that extent? Even having to go deliver food to earn extra small change? I let out a cold laugh, not submitting. A big boss like Director Miyuki here naturally does not understand the hardship of low and small people like us. Damn it, next time this old master here changes to another area to run, not letting myself be caught is fine, right? Miyuki carried the child to go participate in the interaction activity with the teacher. I gave the security man a cigarette. Old master, this child looks very much like me, right? Also resembles, but resembles the beauty who was carrying her more. If it truly is your child, then you at most also only get awarded a consolation prize, the old master giggled. I still vaguely felt something was not right, remembering faintly that a hair strand can also do a DNA test. I didn't hear anything at all. The old master hurriedly returned the cigarette back to me and then slipped right into the security room, slamming the door shut. I vexedly scratched my head and pulled my ears, although knowing well the high probability the little girl was not my child. In the heart, it was just like something clawing restlessly. I again intently observed for one more long time. Miyuki didn't know what she said to the teacher at the kindergarten, but the teacher had told the security to chase me away. Damn it, definitely there is a problem. If Miyuki didn't bother to lay eyes on me, then this child definitely has no relation to me, but she instead hurriedly chased me away. Having shared a blanket and pillow throughout 4 years, I more or less also understood well the temperament of this girl. I rode the electric scooter to leave, but in the heart had made a resolution. Anyway, I am her private assistant. Whatever way, there will also be an opportunity to get the little girl's hair to go do a DNA test. When the result hasn't come out of the oven, I have the right to continue to doubt. Seeing I had gone already, Miyuki only then breathed a sigh of relief safely. Luckily that year the child was born abroad, and currently Hiroshi is alone without family, so definitely won't be able to investigate out these matters. Previously the family had forced her to discard this child. She had nonstop pleaded with her mother that this child later could be nurtured into the successor of the family. Having one more child is adding one part of victory over the illegitimate child outside. She had to spend not knowing how much mind and effort to be able to protect this child up until now. Mom, that person truly is not Dad? Miyuki frowned. She truly didn't know how to answer this question. A long time later, she only then lightly sighed once. Currently, not yet. The eyes of little Minori all of a sudden lit up brightly. Then it means later it's possible? Still must look at his performance first. Miyuki coldly voiced, thinking of the fact that herself to keep this child had to endure how much hardship, while that kid Hiroshi didn't know was being joyful in what swamp corner, lacking money to this extent, probably brought it all to roast into the matter of flirting with girls also could be. Little Minori heard the tone of her mother was not good, tears directly about to gush out immediately. Is it that Mom hates him? Minori says, also, no need for Dad anymore. Mom, don't be angry. Is it fine? Miyuki's gaze immediately softened back. She rubbed little Minori's head. Mom is not angry at you. Mom is only remembering back a few old matters, so a bit not joyful, that's all. Little Minori brought her hand to rub Miyuki's head. Good, good, Mom, don't think about those unjoyful matters anymore, okay? Miyuki burst out laughing at the cuteness of her child. She snapped a truly loud kiss onto the little girl's cheek, then led the small hands of her child to go play games along with the teacher. When going outside, Miyuki called Hideki. Just now I came to the kindergarten, then bumped faces with Hiroshi. I told him little Minori is the illegitimate child of my father. You remember, don't go speaking loosely? Just be reassured. That fool Hiroshi, years ago, could actively divorce you. Then definitely will never ever believe this child is his. Even if you personally admit it, he also can't believe it. Miyuki hung up the phone. When hearing Ren say that sentence, even if her own mouth told Hiroshi that this child was his child, he also wouldn't believe. Her chest suddenly felt tight, a feeling extremely uncomfortable. Hiroshi, why that year did you resolutely have to divorce me at all costs? Just because of 2 days I was imprisoned by my parents and couldn't be contacted, so you immediately thought I was going playing around with other men outside? 4 years of affection, yet you didn't even bother to give me a single opportunity to explain. Thinking to hear, the bridge of Miyuki's nose suddenly turned pungent, in her heart flooding full of self-pity. After returning back to the company, I had changed back into my normal clothes, seeing Miyuki return. I narrowed my eyes to observe her. From head to toe, she wore high heels stepping straight past, not bothering to glance at me even once. Miyuki, what the hell are you complacent about? If this old master here investigates out that child is my child, then definitely will drag you onto the bed to teach you for 10 bouts. Damn it, daring to play the game of being pregnant and then running away with me? Miyuki, after having changed clothes, finished inside the office, grabbed her purse and then stepped outside. Hiroshi, let's go! When the two people together stood in the elevator, I had several times intended to open my mouth and then stopped. I very much wanted to ask to bring out the reason to see whose child that child actually was, but when remembering back the appearance of Miyuki at the kindergarten, then clearly she didn't want to care anything about myself at all, forget it. Just wait until the time I hold the DNA test paper, then calculate further. The elevator door opened. I stepped to the front of the car door. This time I very thoughtfully opened the car door for Miyuki. Miyuki looked at me with eyes full of a strange look, secretly thinking, is this kid brewing some bad plot? After the car rolled into motion, throughout the whole way, I didn't ask her anything. Suddenly there was a hand from the passenger seat side climbing onto my thigh. Miyuki, while lightly caressing her hair, while unexpectedly winking affectionately with me, she raised her coquettish voice, asking, Hiroshi, I still remember this car is exactly the model you liked the most in the past. You once said later when earning money, definitely must purchase one, then drive the car right to the mountaintop. We will together be passionate right inside the car. These words, full of hidden meaning from Miyuki, made my mind all of a sudden become chaotic. That little brother who has eaten vegetarian throughout these 4 years, just because of this one sentence, had begun to have a bit of movement. What on earth does Miyuki mean, after all? Is she implicitly implying wanting tonight to go up the mountaintop right inside this very car for the two people to, together, execute those passionate things that previously hadn't had time to do? Beautiful! Is this old master here a dog for sure? Liking, then beckoning the hand to call over, not liking, then kicking away once? I coldly replied, Director Miyuki, I don't have the habit of grazing again on old grass. Miyuki leaned her back against the seat. Her shirt collar had 2 buttons left open. From my angle, it was possible to see the pure white color looming inside. 4 years had passed already. She still just liked to sport that color tone. The warm yellow street light of the night pierced through the car window glass, illuminating onto the delicate face of Miyuki, creating an irresistible attraction strange to a wonder. Originally, she was beautiful already, but now she was even more full of the mature charm of adulthood. I lightly swallowed my saliva once, in the head having to begin reciting incantations to sober up. Hiroshi, if 4 years ago you had known I had this kind of capability, then would you still have the intention to divorce me? The tone of Miyuki mixed a bit of complacency. The bit of urge just now rising up in my heart was immediately extinguished without mercy. If it weren't because Miyuki's family was too wealthy, then her father also wouldn't have any qualification to threaten me having to divorce her. If you hadn't divorced me, then now this whole company I could all hand over to you to manage already. You also wouldn't need to go deliver food hard to earn those few small change coins for what? Liking what car is able to buy right away that car. Life wants to be how comfortable, then gets that much. Truly a pity. At first, you just insisted on demanding a divorce at all costs. Miyuki finished speaking, then let out a cold laugh. It seemed that humiliating me like this made her feel extremely gratified. No matter how foolish I was, I could still tell that Miyuki was mocking me for being poor and wretched. My face turned expressionless. I turned my head to look straight at her. Miyuki, I truly regret it. I regret ever knowing you, and I regret marrying you even more. If I could turn back time, I would rather I had never pursued you. If it weren't for Miyuki, perhaps I would have found myself a gentle, lovely wife. Even if my parents had met with an accident, they would have been saved right from the start. Even if we had to borrow money, the financial burden would have been relieved soon after receiving the insurance payout. By this time, I should have had a very cute, handsome little child instead of being a lonely, solitary person like right now, after I finished speaking. Miyuki was completely stunned. Hiroshi, you are truly something! Miyuki wanted to burst out crying right then and there, but she still tried hard to restrain herself in front of me. This hateful man had done so many outrageous things to her. Why was she still capable of being hurt by him? After that, both of us were silent throughout the whole way, each harboring a lump of anger in our hearts. Until we arrived at the destination, Miyuki didn't wait for me to open the car door, but stepped down by herself first. This place was a villa on the mountaintop. The nighttime temperature here was much colder than in the city. Miyuki had anticipated this early on, so when going out, she had brought along a fairly thick jacket. As for me, I wasn't that lucky. Who would have known Miyuki would go up a mountaintop to discuss business in the middle of the night like this? The moment I stepped outside, the cold made me shiver violently. Miyuki walked straight toward the swimming pool area, where people had already started an outdoor barbecue party. Today, they were grilling meat outdoors while discussing business. The work content was a plan to bring a chain of foreign retail supermarkets into the domestic market. I originally intended to return to the car to sit for a bit of warmth, but Miyuki intentionally called after me just at that moment. Previously, you were also in charge of the foreign project sector. Sit down and read through this carefully once, then mark the places you find valuable. I will come to check it in a moment. Having finished speaking, she went along with several wealthy magnates to watch the chef grilling meat over there. I held the project folder in my hand, looking through each piece of information on it. That damnable Miyuki. This man knew damn well she did it on purpose. The mountaintop was this cold, yet she didn't even bother to remind me once, leaving me to suffer this bone-chilling cold. On top of that, she even forced me to focus on this pile of documents. If I happened to miss any part, Miyuki would definitely use it as an excuse to deduct my salary. Reading for about half an hour, I rubbed my hands while breathing warmth into my palms. My hands were so frozen that they no longer listened to orders. When it was time to circle the content, I couldn't even hold the pen. Sensing that someone seemed to be observing me, I held the pen again and glanced toward the swimming pool. Miyuki was holding a plate in her hand. It was sliced mutton. She elegantly delivered a piece of mutton into her mouth, and after chewing, she lightly licked her red lips, exuding an irresistible charm. Why is this Miyuki just like a vixen? She keeps finding ways to entice me time after time. I have been self-sufficient for 4 long years. Just being stimulated a bit by her, I am about to lose control again. Sometimes I truly hate my little brother. Why is he so lacking in willpower? Miyuki stared intently at my hands, which were flushed red from the cold. After placing a plate on the table in front of me, she turned her back and left. Damn it, does she consider me a dog? Throwing a bit of food and then leaving right away, though very angry. I also had to admit that this piece of mutton was truly delicious. Having eaten nothing all evening, I was both hungry and cold. The moment a piece of greasy mutton entered my mouth, I felt as if my whole body warmed up. In less than 2 minutes, the whole plate of mutton was cleared clean by me. Miyuki returned and saw the empty plate, then looked up at my mouth, intending to say something. Director Miyuki, even for overtime, you must let the employee eat, right? I spoke in an imposing manner. I ate it. What can you do to me? Miyuki let out a proud, cold laugh, throwing a jacket down beneath my feet. Don't freeze to death and then force me to pay compensation! Having finished speaking, she held the empty plate and left. I stared intently at the jacket on the ground. Was Miyuki, this scumbag woman, caring about me? After putting the jacket on, my body immediately felt warm. Miyuki approached close and grabbed the documents I had marked, casually flipping through a few pages. I am also quite interested in this project. I will take these documents back first, and then the person in charge from the company's specialized department will contact you guys. Having finished speaking, she beckoned her hand to signal me to drive. The mountain road had many twists and turns. When coming up the mountain, I had still driven quite slowly, but thinking of how Miyuki had just intentionally left me to suffer the cold, I stepped on the gas harder and harder. "Hiroshi, drive slower." Miyuki was a bit frightened, her voice beginning to tremble. Wealthy people like Director Miyuki must be the most afraid of death, right? I had just formed a sly smile, intending to give Miyuki a good scare, when the next second a slap landed straight down. It wasn't very heavy. Actually, when being slapped by a woman, the thing that brushes past first is the scent, and only then is the slap. The moment the scent flooded my nasal cavity, the burning sensation on my face didn't seem like pain anymore, but pleasure. I brought my hand to rub my cheek gently, easing on the brake, and the speed gradually slowed down. "Director Miyuki, how much money do you intend to compensate for this slap?" I giggled without a care, not angry at all. The next second, the phone rang with a notification of received money. I glanced over. "Damn it, Miyuki! You possess assets worth tens of billions, yet you slap me once and only transfer 100 yuan? Are you still human?" I immediately flew into a rage. "I thought Miyuki would generously transfer around 10,000 yuan to me. Hiroshi, to me, you are only worth that much. Yet you dare to drive to scare me?" If something happened, little Minori would not only lose her mother, but lose her father too. Being slapped once, I obediently drove the car straight back to the villa. I intended to find an opportunity to sneak inside, but unexpectedly, the moment Miyuki got down from the car, she dismissed me right away. "What are you still standing out there for? Hail a taxi and go back. Or are you waiting for me to invite you inside for a drink? Even if Director Miyuki invites me, I won't bother to go in." I took out my phone and walked toward the villa gate, opening the ride-hailing app. Miyuki, without a bit of regard, slammed the door shut, and it was an electronic gate at that. I angrily threw a kick at the gate. "Being rich, is that great? Weren't you also slept with by me throughout those 4 years?" Miyuki saw me kicking the gate through the surveillance camera. She glanced at the servant. "Extract this video clip and send it to my phone. Next time the gate breaks, just find him to demand compensation. Hiroshi, you just keep on being arrogant." "Director Miyuki, this gate is a custom-made item. It costs quite a bit of money. How about we give the employee a reminder? Anyway, for young people nowadays, earning money to support a family is not easy at all. Everyone is just a working-class employee." The servant couldn't bear it, so she spoke a word to help me. Miyuki let out a cold laugh, pulling out her phone to take a snapshot of the moment I kicked the gate. "No need to pity him. He is just a guy who specializes in clinging to women's skirts. When the time comes that he has no money to pay, just let him strip bare and come find his ex-wife." Looking at the child's face, I believe his ex-wife will be willing to support him. "In the future, every time this Hiroshi comes to the villa, as long as he breaks anything, you must keep the evidence, okay?" "Yes, Director Miyuki." The servant secretly thought, previously Director Miyuki didn't care about these things at all. Why all of a sudden is she targeting this Hiroshi guy like this? I stood outside waiting for a very long time, having to raise the price 4 or 5 times before catching a car. What kind of desolate place is this where catching a car is so difficult? I don't know what these wealthy people actually like about these suburban villas. The next day, when I arrived at the company, just right at clock-in time, Miyuki was already present in the office. When I was called into the office, my whole body was lacking sleep, so my head kept feeling completely dizzy. Miyuki was sitting at the desk, her legs crossed in a noble manner. She elegantly leaned forward slightly and then pushed a folder over. I felt something flash past my eyes and my breath suddenly stalled. Beneath that serious dark blue business suit was a camisole made of silk. The collar was cut quite deep, revealing a pure white chest looming under the contrast of black lingerie. That scene made people's eyes dazzle. "Have you seen enough?" She brought her finger to lightly touch her collarbone area, glancing at me in an extremely bewitching way. "If you've seen enough, go report today's work schedule for me to hear." Miyuki was very satisfied with this reaction of mine. It proved her body still held a very great attraction toward me. I snapped awake, loudly reading the information that the secretary had just sent over. The morning is an internal company meeting. The afternoon is an online meeting. After that is handling some documents that need signing and approval. And finally, the evening has a social banquet to attend. All right, for tonight's banquet, you drive me there. If there is nothing else, you go out first. Damn it, forcing me to work overtime in the evening again. Miyuki is definitely doing it on purpose. Director Miyuki, I think you should tell the HR department to hire an extra private driver, rather than forcing me to work every day, even when hours are over. Miyuki raised her eyebrows, her fingertips lightly caressing her thin black stockings. What, is it that I don't pay you overtime money? Or do you feel being a driver for me is a loss for you? No, but I also need private time to handle romantic matters, right? Anyway, I am about to touch 30 soon. My face darkened full of dissatisfaction. Then you just go ahead and resign. At that time, you will have 24 hours every day to handle romantic matters. Miyuki, you? I turned back to glare at Miyuki. She was clearly doing it on purpose. All right, if you don't intend to quit, then get out. Don't disturb me. Doing any work, she only has a butt that looks quite plump, breasts a bit bigger, and a pair of legs wearing black stockings that are a portion more charming, that's all. Does this young master here crave it? I played with it until bored long ago. I muttered curses while stepping outside. Because I didn't sleep well last night, I slumped onto the desk to catch up on sleep, sleeping straight until late afternoon. The secretary had to walk over to remind me to snore a bit quieter because my snoring was affecting her work. I only then startled awake, hurriedly wiping my drool and looking at the clock. Heavens, is it about to be off work time already? The whole day today, I hadn't done any useful thing. Just then, Miyuki stepped out from her room holding her purse in her hand. It seemed she had some business, so she didn't call me to drive. It appeared to be private business. I secretly moved my arm, which was numb beneath the desk, my face looking extremely unsightly. Miyuki glanced over and then frowned. Hiroshi, if you truly cannot hold it anymore, then go into the restroom. If a colleague reports to the police that you are committing sexual harassment, I won't go to the police station to bail you out. Having finished speaking, she hurriedly left. My mind all of a sudden went blank for a few seconds, still not having time to understand what the meaning in Miyuki's words was. Until she had entered the elevator, I only then suddenly realized. When I brought my hand out from under the desk, the female secretary sitting not far away revealed a face full of disdain and disgust. No, my hand was just numb. I hurriedly explained, but the secretary immediately stood up to leave her seat. And when she returned, she held a thin blanket, covering her legs tightly. This Miyuki is truly a filthy person. Looking at anything, she sees it as filthy. I could only let out a long sigh. My stomach was already rumbling with hunger. This morning I hadn't eaten anything, and arriving at the company I slept about until afternoon, so I had to go down to the convenience store downstairs to buy something to stuff my stomach. When I just stepped out of the convenience store, I saw Miyuki's Ferrari SF90 just driving out from the underground parking garage. The engine roar made it impossible to ignore, even if one wanted to. In my hand, I was holding a box of Odin skewers, and after gulping down the last sip of broth, I threw the box into the trash can. Suddenly remembering the last time I encountered Miyuki at the kindergarten, could it be she was going to pick the child up from school? I pulled out my phone to check the time. It truly was almost time for the kindergarten to dismiss. Normally, when delivering food in that area, whenever it was dismissal time, that stretch of road would be congested terribly, so I usually had the habit of taking a detour to avoid it. Anyway, the boss wasn't here, so even if I slipped away, Miyuki wouldn't know anything. I immediately opened the map on my phone and then sped over there right away. Miyuki picked up little Minori and then carried the little girl, stepping out from the kindergarten, just intending to place the little girl into the child safety seat. Suddenly, the little girl's small eyes lit up brightly. "It's the fake dad!" I was completely speechless. What on earth is a fake dad? Could it be the little girl has another real dad? Miyuki heard little Minori calling out, "Fake dad." She inhaled deeply a few breaths to steady herself and turned her head back. It layer upon layer truly was Hiroshi? Daring to skimp on work during working hours to stalk me? Hiroshi, your courage is truly getting larger and larger day by day. That uncle is not your dad. Miyuki tightened her fist, making a threatening gesture toward little Minori. Little Minori pretended to be scared, using her hands to cover her face. The little girl knew well. Her mother would never, ever truly scold her. Her mother was the person who loved her the most in this world. Hiroshi, do you feel your salary is too much? Was the amount deducted last time still not enough? During working hours, you again intend to secretly sneak outside to do extra work, right? Throughout the whole time, my eyes were only glued tightly onto little Minori. Miyuki, after scolding, instinctively shifted her body a bit to shield little Minori behind her back. The more I looked, the more I felt the little girl was my daughter. Miyuki rolled her eyes with disdain. "You stop daydreaming in the daytime! Do I crave to give birth to a child for you? Sleeping with me throughout 4 long years and then demanding a divorce in an unreasonable way like a scumbag guy like you? I already said it. This is the illegitimate child of my father outside. It's just been transferred to stand under my name, that's all. You look at this figure of mine, is there any place resembling a person who has given birth to a child?" I directed my eyes to sweep one round from top to bottom. It didn't resemble it much, but compared to 4 years ago, it carried an extra portion of the mature charm of an adult woman, very much resembling the demeanor of a young married woman. "Hiroshi, I see you truly are craving women to the point of going crazy." Miyuki stepped into the car, not wanting to waste words with me further. Since Miyuki resolutely refused to admit it, I only had the way of using my own method. That was to get a strand of hair from this little girl. I rushed over to the side of the car, just intending to pluck a strand of hair to take for a DNA test, when immediately I was grabbed tightly and pinned down by old Joe, who had stood observing at the gate from just now until now and was always in a posture ready to take action. "Damn it, old Joe! What are you pinning me down for?" "Very sorry. Protecting the safety of the children at the kindergarten is my work responsibility." Old Joe used a specialized restraint technique to pin me close to the ground. I intended to struggle, but was immediately warned by old Joe, "It's best not to move. I will consider this as just a misunderstanding. If you still dare to resist, the police nearby will be present immediately." Having no other way, I could only stare with wide eyes, watching Miyuki drive away. Waiting until Miyuki's car had gone completely far, old Joe only then released the restraint and pulled me to stand up. You cannot, just because of seeing a child looking like yourself, claim haphazardly that she is your child. That woman is beautiful and drives a luxury car like that. She and you originally do not belong to the same world. Quickly delete that trash app in your phone, erase it for good. It's not like what you think. On the day of going to do the divorce procedures with Miyuki 4 years ago, the two of us had tumbled in the bedroom 4 or 5 times. I remembered clearly that at the end there was a condom on the floor that had torn because of using too much force. That year, at 24 years old, was exactly the time of peak vigor. Who knows, maybe due to my quality being too good, it hit the bullseye in one shot. Miyuki, while driving, while calling Hideki. Today Hiroshi again dared to intend to take Minori's hair to go do a DNA test. I feel he has begun to suspect very much already. Help me investigate a bit about the information of the heads of the appraisal agencies nearby to find a way to falsify the report results. Hideki lightly laughed in the phone. It seems that guy Hiroshi also has a bit of a brain. This matter is not a problem. Don't worry, the test results take a few days to come out. Even if he gets the hair, during the waiting time, we still have more than enough power to interfere with the results. Did you run away the moment you saw him? Hideki blurted out a question. Yes, I panicked completely, only having time to carry Minori into the car and then speed away very fast. Luckily, The security staff at your friend's kindergarten reacted quickly, so he caught Hiroshi alive and pinned him down right there. Hideki secretly imagined the scene of me being pinned flat on the ground. She laughed uncontrollably in the phone, and only after a long while did she stop. I advise you to just let him have his way. The more you hide it, the more he will see there is a problem. After Hideki finished speaking, Miyuki also realized that. If the child truly were not Hiroshi's child, then her reaction just now was clearly over-anxious. Are you sure that the side of the appraisal agency can swap the results? Are you doubting the capability of this sister of yours? If even this trivial matter cannot be done, then forget it. Alright, I will bring Minori to the company to create an opportunity for Hiroshi to get the sample. At that time, remember to help me swap everything. After hanging up the phone, Miyuki's heart was still beating thump-thump continuously. Thinking of the scene of me rushing over just now, actually in her heart there was still a bit of fear. Fear that I would only demand the child while not caring anything about her. Thus, Miyuki carried little Minori along into the company. Very many employees curiously stared intently at the child, secretly whispering and discussing in a bustle. What relation does this child have with Director Miyuki? We haven't heard that Director Miyuki is married. Isn't she still single? Could also be her younger sister anyway. Nowadays, being over 40 years old and giving birth to a second child is also plenty. Director Miyuki's mother is still young and maintains her looks well. I also think it's Director Miyuki's younger sister. Looking at the kid, she is also about 3 years old. How could Director Miyuki marry that early? A few of them gathered together to whisper a few sentences in the break room. I had also just taken the subway to return to the company. Hearing those people discussing, my eyes suddenly lit up brightly. Miyuki has brought that kid into the office? Then the opportunity to get a strand of hair is just too many. Children usually like to lie down and roll around playing on the sofa, right? In a moment, I'll go inside to search around. I'll definitely pick up a few strands of hair. Miyuki knew damn well that I still hadn't given up. So she intentionally called me into her office. Tell me yourself, how much money should be deducted for skipping work to go out? I cautiously asked back. 200 yen? Miyuki didn't even bother to raise her head. 3 times that! I blurted out my agreement right away. Only now did Miyuki raise her head. Why didn't this guy complain at all today? Previously, if just a little bit of his money was deducted, he would scream as if he were about to die, insisting that she was mistreating him. Yet today, he was fined up to 600 yen, and he didn't even blink an eye. Miyuki let out a cold laugh. Your eyes keep rolling around like that. What are you looking for? Where is the child from earlier? I heard you brought her back to the company. Miyuki lightly gestured with her chin toward the left corner. The little girl was holding a rag doll, sitting obediently on the sofa, intently watching a cartoon on the iPad. Hiroshi, you don't actually think that I would give birth to a child for you, do you? Miyuki spoke in an extremely arrogant tone. I felt humiliated, so I stayed silent for a long moment, not saying a word. But I also understood that a good opportunity like today, if missed, would never come a second time. No matter how angry I was, I had to endure it at all costs. Miyuki saw that I was angry but couldn't do anything to her, and suddenly, for a brief instant, she felt I was a bit cute. She stood up, walked to the front of Minori, lifted the kid, who was entirely absorbed in the iPad screen, straight up, walked straight over to me, and directly pressed her into my arms. I already told you this is the illegitimate child of my father. If you don't believe it, just go ahead and look closely yourself. Minori, because her cartoon watching was interrupted, began to get cranky and tried to struggle to escape from my arms. I felt the child was just like a slippery loach twisting around in my hands. I almost couldn't hold her and dropped her to the ground. Miyuki, seeing this, also had her heart skip a beat, but luckily I was quick-handed and fast-eyed, swiftly reaching out to support the kid's bottom. Minori couldn't escape, so she got too frustrated and burst out into loud sobs. I was so panicked that I almost threw out the child, who weighed over 10 kilograms, whom I was holding in my arms. I was originally an only child in my family, and normally I very rarely interacted with a small child like this. The child's crying caused the sweat on my back to pour out like a waterfall. Miyuki hurriedly took Minori and then gave me a sideways glare. The child is 3 years old, and you still don't dare to hold her? At this rate, when she was just born, you probably wouldn't have dared to touch her at all. The exact moment the child was carried away, I only then dared to breathe a sigh of relief. I've never held a child before, so being anxious is a matter of course. If I had taken care of one since childhood, I wouldn't be this clumsy. Rarely seeing me speak up to explain in such a serious manner, Miyuki's mood all of a sudden became a lot better. All right, you've already looked closely at the child. Next time, don't stalk me to the kindergarten anymore. If the security guard really calls the police to arrest you, there will be no one left to drive for me. As soon as Miyuki finished speaking, she placed the child back down on the sofa to let her continue watching the iPad, while she handed me a project folder. This is the project that needs to be discussed tonight. Although the majority will be negotiated by me, you should also read through the content once. If I happen to leave anything out, remember to supplement it in a timely manner. I received the project folder, but my eyes were still glued tightly onto Minori. Miyuki knew damn well that if I still hadn't gotten what I desired, I would absolutely never be willing to give up. All right, I'm going to the restroom for a moment. Help me watch the kid for 2 minutes, okay? Don't let her get hurt. Miyuki, in truth, cared more about how I would treat her after receiving the DNA results showing the child wasn't mine. Would I be even colder than now? Or would I point straight at her face and curse at her terribly, saying she had an affair while the two of us were still husband and wife? I continuously nodded my head repeatedly. Yes, Director Miyuki, please go ahead. I guarantee I won't let her get a single scratch or scrape. A faint smile appeared briefly on Miyuki's lips. Normally, my tone always sounded weary and sluggish, so why did it appear so excited right now? She didn't know whether Hiroshi, when he saw the report showing the child wasn't his, would still be able to be excited. Waiting until after she left, I immediately approached Minori while she was engrossed in watching the cartoon. I carefully plucked 2 strands of hair and put them into a sealed bag. Miyuki, you just wait there for me. Wait until I find out this child is mine. I will definitely pin you down on the bed all night and don't even hope to leave there. Not long after, Miyuki stepped in, pulled out 2 pieces of tissue to wipe her hands and said, "There is nothing else. You go out." This time I had finally gotten my wish. One look at my eyes and it was clear I had achieved my purpose. I immediately called Kenji. "I've gotten Minori's hair, her ID number. I will send it to you. Rest assured, just leave it to me to handle." Not long after hanging up the phone, Yuka arrived to pick Minori up. Mom isn't coming home with Minori? Mom hasn't been with Minori for several nights already. Miyuki spoke gently, her face full of an apologetic expression. "Sorry, baby. In the evening, Mom still has to go earn money. You just go back first, with your godmother Yuka, okay?" Minori's eyes were already welling up with tears like pearls, looking as if she were about to cry right then and there. Yuka then took out a Princess Elsa doll from her bag, which immediately caught the kid's attention. Taking advantage of that moment, Yuka carried Minori into the elevator. As long as she didn't see Miyuki, her homesick mood would fade a lot. When the child had gone, Miyuki changed into a more active business pantsuit. I secretly used my phone to look up local paternity testing centers, and seeing Miyuki come out, I guiltily locked my phone screen and asked, "Director Miyuki, shall we go?" Miyuki hummed in response. Thinking of my guilty appearance just now, the more she thought, the more she felt I was using an app to flirt with some girl. "Hiroshi, as my assistant, I hope you can manage your lower half well." I stood in the elevator, my mind still preoccupied thinking about which facility to go to for the appraisal. Having gotten 2 strands of hair, should I make 2 copies just to be sure? Unexpectedly, Miyuki suddenly blurted out a sentence like that, causing me to freeze. By the time I snapped out of it wanting to explain, the elevator doors had already opened, and Miyuki quickly stepped outside. "Hey, what did I even do? Why, out of nowhere, tell me to manage my lower half?" Miyuki, seeing that I didn't refute a single word, viewed it as a tacit admission, and she got so angry she wanted to stamp her feet. "Hiroshi, you damnable scumbag guy!" The car rolled along to the restaurant, and after parking the car, I followed behind Miyuki. When stepping into the private dining room, there were already 3 women inside, with completely different demeanors. One person was Yuka, while the other 2 I had seen on the news, both being members of reputable family corporations in the city. The young heiresses there were also in charge of their family business, so they frequently appeared at press conferences and new product launches. One was the youngest daughter of the Tanaka family. Tanaka's company specialized in wholesale connections, occupying the majority of the largest wholesale market in this city. Most of the booths of the Tanaka family had a schoolmate relationship with Miyuki. The two had a quite good relationship since their time at a private high school abroad. The remaining person was the eldest daughter of the Sato family, Sato. The Sato family announced they had two daughters. The eldest daughter managed the family's medical business sector, while the second daughter ventured into showbiz. The Sato family and the Jiang family didn't have business competition abroad, but conversely cooperated a lot, so since childhood, the two families frequently gathered to eat and drink together, sharing meals very joyfully. After Miyuki found a place to sit down, she told me to sit right next to her. "Miyuki, is this your assistant or your young toy boy? He looks quite handsome, doesn't he?" Tanaka teased. Miyuki lightly frowned and looked at me. "Where does he look like a toy boy? When he first pursued me, it's true he looked okay, but not having met for 4 years, he already looks a lot more haggard. Tanaka can actually praise him. This assistant is also just a cheap kind of assistant." Who would have thought that as soon as Miyuki finished speaking, Tanaka shifted her seat right next to me? How cheap exactly? If Director Miyuki doesn't find him handy to use, how about giving him to me? On my wholesale market side, every day I have to deal with a bunch of merchants, all middle-aged uncles. I'm currently lacking a person for companionship. This Tanaka was wearing a slightly see-through black lace outfit. When she leaned close, I didn't know where to place my eyes, feeling myself just like a little duck wrapped up by a wealthy lady, extremely helpless. "Director Tanaka, how about we just discuss this project? How can a man be as important as earning money?" Miyuki pulled the conversation back to the core focus. After taking the proposal out, she had marked several key points. When it came to official business, Tanaka also no longer had the mind for joking. She held it up to look through the points highlighted in red and said, "Regarding this profit part, we can discuss it later. First, I will go back to contact a number of suppliers with stable quality to ask if they are willing to supply for the medium and high-end market segments of the supermarket. The price is a bit high, but they will only earn more." Miyuki felt the supplier side had no reason to refuse at all. After Sato took the project draft, she looked through it once. "On my side, there is no big problem. Previously abroad, we were also always partners, so let's just do it according to the old contract." Seeing how Sato had already agreed, now it only depended on Tanaka's intent. Tanaka tilted her head to consider for a moment, then set the project draft down. If Director Sato has already agreed, then on my side, there is also no big problem. But when the suppliers haven't signed the contract, no one can guarantee for sure, so we can only make a verbal promise. After that, she stood up to go outside, made a few phone calls, and returned. "How about letting your toy boy present the project content for us to hear? Anyway, he is almost full from eating. Earlier, I only looked through it briefly and haven't looked closely yet." I had been burying my head in eating all this time, secretly thinking, what the hell, why out of nowhere tease me? It was hard enough to get to eat high-end food, yet you won't even let a person eat until full. All right, let me speak for him. Today he followed me running around several places and still hasn't had a single grain of rice enter his stomach. Miyuki's sudden care caused me for a moment to feel as if returning to 4 years ago, because when busy, I would completely forget about eating and drinking. For example, when burying my head in studying, I would forget to eat. Playing games enthusiastically, I wouldn't touch chopsticks the whole day. Later, going to work, I still had that trait, leading to me frequently having stomach aches right from the first year of working. Miyuki, out of heartache, always woke up early to make bento boxes for me to bring to the company. At lunchtime, she would video call, forcing me to go heat up the rice in the microwave, and only upon seeing me finish eating would she feel at ease. Tanaka, seeing Miyuki had spoken thus, so she didn't make things difficult anymore. The group of friends hadn't met each other for a long time, so they called for red wine to drink. Initially, everyone drank very elegantly, but an hour later, who knows who was the first to get inspired and told the staff to bring a bottle of Mao Tai. Since then, everything became uncontrollable. 3 or 4 women drank until dead drunk, first taking off their outer jackets, then, while laughing, exposing each other's embarrassing stories, followed by a phase of passionate hugging. When the white liquor bottle was completely emptied, Tanaka's husband drove over to pick up his wife, and the other 2 also successively went back. In the whole private dining room at this time, there only remained Miyuki slumping her face down on the table, looking very uncomfortable. This woman normally didn't like to drink wine, yet today she mixed both red and white. It would be strange if she weren't exhausted. I helplessly walked over to support her up. Miyuki's face, which was originally aloof and cold, was now due to the effect of the alcohol flushed red like a ripe fruit, making a person just want to take a bite. Because she drank too much, her legs went soft and sank toward the floor. I had no other way but to bend down and lift her straight up princess style. "Hiroshi, why did you abandon our mother and child?" She was drunk to the point of confusion, lying in my arms while her mouth kept babbling continuously. When going outside, the wind blew very hard, and I didn't hear clearly what she was saying. What was that? I found a place for her to lean against, then took the keys out from her pocket to open the car door. Being slapped in the face by the cold wind, Miyuki felt even more dizzy. Thinking of the time when she gave birth to the child in the most helpless state, Hiroshi was not by her side. Previously, when pursuing her, I even promised to protect her for a lifetime. Yet having just passed 2 years, I already abandoned her. Her tears thus drop by drop pattered down. She grabbed my shirt and shouted loudly, "You are a scumbag." I am a scumbag? It's truly a case of the thief crying thief. But I didn't say that out loud. She was already dead drunk like this now. Saying anything would just be a waste of effort for nothing. "Director Miyuki, you are drunk. Let me take you back." Miyuki sniffled, her nose retreating even deeper into my chest. Originally, I had suppressed myself throughout the past 4 years, and now with 2 bodies glued tightly together, my hands holding Miyuki's waist and her continuously shifting into my embrace as if demanding my life, this caused a strange surge of impulse to rise up in my heart, wanting to directly handle this woman right in the car. Miyuki's hand, out of habit, lightly touched my waist. I gave a start, hurriedly placing her into the passenger seat. "Hiroshi, you are a scumbag. Why don't you want me anymore?" I stared intently at Miyuki's red lips opening and closing, lightly refuting back. "Clearly, it was you who had an affair first, Miyuki. It's best if that child is not mine, so that in the future, we no longer have anything to do with each other." Just as the words finished, Miyuki wrapped her arms around my neck and then kissed me tightly. My lips at this time were like a pile of dry firewood, immediately having my rationality burned away. It told me I must push her away, that I couldn't, because of this woman's initiative, treat her affair as if it never happened. However, the moment lips touched lips, I conversely couldn't bear to leave, truly a despicable creature. With one hand leaning on the seat, my knee kneeling on the seat surface, fitting exactly right between Miyuki's 2 legs. Forget it, I'm not losing out on anything either. I took exactly just 2 seconds to convince myself. Just intending to advance a step further, from behind suddenly rang out a voice. "Hiroshi, what on earth are you doing?" Yuka, after getting into her car, suddenly remembered me and Miyuki. Thinking of how Miyuki was drunk to this extent, if she didn't appear, the 2 would definitely sleep with each other again for sure. Before returning to the country, she had already said she wouldn't easily forgive Hiroshi that quickly. If they actually slept together, it would be too much of a bargain for this kid. Divorced for 4 years doing nothing, yet out of nowhere having a child fall from the sky. "Director Miyuki is drunk. I am taking her back to the villa." I stood up, on my lips still stuck with a trace of Miyuki's lipstick. Yuka let out a cold laugh. "Don't you think I don't know you are her ex-husband? With her current state, if you take her back, the 2 of you will definitely entangle with each other, forget it." I replied in a serious manner. "I am Director Miyuki's assistant. This is my job. Support her over to my car. I will tell the driver to take her back. This car, tomorrow you drive it to the company will do." My clothes were almost about to be taken off, yet the person was conversely snatched away completely. I was a bit unwilling to accept it, not knowing if it was due to the alcohol buzz or for what other reason that I responded back. "Director Yuka, please do not disturb my work." Yuka looked at me with cold eyes. "Hiroshi, even if a woman is drunk and takes the initiative, if I call the police, you will still be charged with assault. This Yuka truly knows how to threaten me. But you also knew before that she and I were husband and wife. You are an outsider. Why manage that much? Yuka approached close. She belonged to the mature, deep type of woman, completely different from Miyuki's aloof and cold look. A long, black velvet dress, on the outside clad in a black blazer, her hand clipping a cigarette meant for women. She let out a cold laugh. You also know that was a matter of before. She already divorced you. That statement was like a knife blow, stabbing straight into my chest. Miyuki truly had divorced me, and between the two of us, there was also no longer any connection. Silent for a moment, I carried Miyuki out of the car. Where is your car? Yuka pointed her hand toward the exit of the parking garage where a Maybach was parked. After placing her inside the car, looking at Miyuki, who had fallen into sleep, I again remembered the old days when she also frequently slept in my arms like that. Damn it, a woman not touched for 4 years, thought to be about to taste her, yet in the end had her snatched away by someone else's hand. It's truly frustrating. I secretly swore a curse and then drove the car back home. Yuka told the worker to support Miyuki inside. Minori had already fallen fast asleep long ago. Miyuki, leaning against the sofa, gradually sobered up a bit. She remembered the passionate kiss with me in the car just now, and tears thus silently trickled down. Why is it just a kiss, yet why heart-achingly crying like this? Miyuki wiped her tears. Even if told to you, you wouldn't understand either. He was her first love, also the father of her child. The two broke up when their feelings were at the most passionate. How could she easily let go? Stopping by a grocery store to buy 2 bottles of Ergo 2, on the way returning home, I thus sipped the liquor drop by drop. Over the past 4 years, it wasn't that I hadn't had moments of being weak-willed and despicable like just now. Perhaps because my starting point was too high every time I met other women. Over the past 4 years, it wasn't that I hadn't had moments of being weak-willed and despicable like just now. Perhaps because my starting point was too high, every time I met other women, I would unconsciously compare them to Miyuki Jung. Those people were either not as beautiful as Miyuki Jung, or their personalities were even harder to pamper than hers. They didn't have the life of a princess, but they were full of the princess sickness. Because of this, for a period of time, I missed her to the point of going crazy. I raised my head to the sky and shouted loudly, "Miyuki Jung! Are you ultimately a temptress who bewitches people's hearts?" During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, after accidentally damaging the small umbrella, I lived free and easy for 4 years. However, I didn't have the slightest idea that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me, just when I thought we would never have anything to do with each other again. Who would have thought that she would suddenly appear as my direct CEO? Right in the next second, the sound of a window opening rang out. "Damn it! Which lunatic got drunk and is making a scene? So noisy, it's driving me to death." I called the only good brother who knew about this matter, Higashino-Lee. I really want to possess Miyuki Jung so damn much. Higashino-Lee took off his headphones, playing a game while replying to his big brother. "Every time you get drunk, you always say this exact sentence. Am I Miyuki Jung? What use is it for you to shout at me? If you're so capable, go say it right in front of her face." Over the past 4 years, every time he went to eat barbecue with me, as long as I got tipsy, I would constantly babble, wanting to have Miyuki Jung, all of which were rough words. I still haven't gotten her, so why did she leave? Even though my words were very vulgar, Higashino-Lee knew very well that I still hadn't let go. You couldn't blame me either. Back in the day, Miyuki Jung was originally the school beauty, and furthermore, her personality and aura were both of the ultimate grade. Higashino-Lee, Miyuki Jung has now become my boss. Higashino-Lee, who was just about to get a pentakill, suddenly had his hand freeze up, and as a result, he was reverse killed by the opponent. He picked up his phone. "Did you say Miyuki Jung has come back?" "That's right. Today I even pinned her down in the car and kissed her voraciously." Hearing up to the latter part, Higashino-Lee burst out laughing. Right. Yes, you really are amazing," he replied in a perfunctory manner, his heart inevitably aching because that pentakill just now was missed. He casually hung up the phone. This kid, Hiroshi Chen, after getting alcohol into him, really knows how to brag more and more as the days go by. The next day, it wasn't until noon that Miyuki-jang finally arrived at the company. Last night, she had truly drunk too much, and this morning, no matter what method she used, she couldn't get up. I sat at my workstation waiting throughout the whole morning, but Miyuki-jang still hadn't appeared. The feeling of missing something made me completely restless, unable to sit or stand. I also didn't know what the situation was like after she went home last night. I stood up and went into the restroom, intending to wash my face to sober up. Yesterday, I also drank quite a bit, but after a night's sleep, I felt a lot better. When Miyuki-jang stepped out from the elevator, her eyes swept across my seat. Seeing that the place was empty with no one there, she immediately called the secretary into the office to report the afternoon work schedule. Because she had a headache this morning, all the morning meetings were moved to the afternoon. Hiroshi Chen has been at the company for 4 years already. Do you know him? The secretary shook her head. No, we are not in the same department, and our daily work doesn't have anything that requires coordination, so we aren't very close, and I don't know much about him. But Takashi Cho in his previous department should be very close to Assistant Chen. The two of them go to eat lunch together every single noon. Then call Takashi Cho over here for me. Yes, President Jiang. Takashi Cho knocked on the door and stepped in. Before coming, he had already self-reviewed all the mistakes in his work over the past few days. President Jiang, were you looking for me? Miyuki-jang leaned her back against the sofa. Due to the aftermath of the hangover, her mind was still a bit dizzy. You and Hiroshi Chen have a pretty good relationship, right? Takashi Cho replied cautiously. Yes, at the company we are considered close. He's already around this age. Even if he isn't married, he probably should have a girlfriend by now, right? Miyuki-jang asking about a private matter outside of work caused Takashi Cho to take a moment before he could snap back to his senses. He reminisced a bit. This year, it seems he hasn't requested annual leave even once, but looking at his state, he probably hasn't successfully wooed anyone yet. He most likely still doesn't have a girlfriend. However, 2 years ago, he frequently requested annual leave to go abroad for about 1 or 2 days. He was probably pursuing some girl over there, but it seems it didn't work out, so he gave up. Takashi Cho didn't think much of it. Matters like this weren't any grand secret either. Miyuki-jang had just finished listening, and her face, which was already cold, now became even more icy. Hiroshi-chan, you're quite something, aren't you? To the extent of having to go all the way abroad to chase Western girls? She thought of the feeling when she was pinned by me in the car last night. That passionate kiss still caused her heart to skip a beat. Yet now, hearing about this matter, her heart suddenly tightened up, no longer wanting to beat. I know now. You go out first. When Takashi Cho walked out, it was exactly the moment I had just returned. Seeing him step out from Miyuki-jang's office, I lightly narrowed my eyes, full of doubt. Perhaps due to feeling like he had just betrayed his brother, Takashi Cho was extremely guilty. He immediately avoided my gaze and then hurriedly ran back to his own seat. Inside the office, Miyuki-jang didn't know whether it was due to being angry or because the air conditioner was turned on too hot. She vexedly took off her outer jacket and tossed it hard down onto the sofa. She suddenly remembered back when I was still pursuing her, I also once had intentions toward a female exchange student. At that time, it was during a party where the whole crowd was drunk, and they started to join in to tease me, saying that I saw that Western girl looked quite pretty, with big eyes and white skin, looking just like a doll. I had pursued her for a whole week, and after that, for some unknown reason, turned around to pursue her instead. Because at that time, the two of us were officially in love and our feelings were extremely deep, Miyuki-jang didn't care to hold a grudge. It was only in the evening when we had snuggled into the warm blanket that she said in an insinuating tone, "When you were being passionate with me, was your mind thinking about that Western girl?" No, how could that be? It was just that at that time I found her unfamiliar, so I was a bit curious, that's all. As a result, after pursuing her for a week, there was one day I suddenly smelled an indescribable odor on her body, a scent that absolutely cannot be described, causing me to almost vomit. Miyuki-jang at that time was made to burst out laughing by my appearance. That matter was just a small, fun memory. But now Takashi Cho brought up the matter of me going abroad, causing her to have to think again. Hiroshi-chan, it's best if you haven't successfully wooed anyone. If I find out you spent so much effort on another woman, I will definitely break all 3 of your legs. During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, after accidentally tearing the small umbrella, I lived free and easy for 4 long years, completely unaware that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. Since when? Thinking that the lives of both sides would never intersect again. Who would have thought that she would suddenly become my direct supervisor? Knock, knock, knock. Stepping into the room, Takashi Cho's expression just now clearly had a problem. However, I was even more curious about how Miyuki Jiang, when facing me after what happened last night, would look. President Jiang, this morning Director Cho and President Chung's side both sent the person in charge of yesterday's project to come conduct the handover and connect the daily work contents. The matters spoken about last night can all proceed slowly. I know, Miyuki Jiang murmured to herself. Just thinking about the matter of me going abroad to chase girls, she now didn't want to see my face at all. She lowered her head to look at the stack of documents on the table. Seeing that Miyuki Jiang didn't want to pay attention to me, I spoke up tentatively. President Jiang, tonight do you have any other matters? No. After drinking alcohol, today she wanted to go home a bit early to rest and recover. Yes, then I asked for permission to leave work right on time. After saying that, I turned around to leave. Right at the moment the door closed. Miyuki Jiang raised her eyes to look at the tightly shut door. Based on her understanding of this scumbag Hiroshi Chen, I definitely had something going on tonight, which was why I specially ran over here to ask to confirm the time. I returned to my seat and opened my phone. Just now, while going to the restroom, I listened to a phone call. It was my mother, Mion Shin, calling over. Seeing that her son was already almost 30 years old, the matter of me not being married was always a constant worry in her heart. In previous years, because the 2 old folks were in the process of recovery and their health situation wasn't completely stable, they didn't dare to rush me, knowing that with this kind of family circumstance, no girl would care to look. Now, both of them were a lot healthier, almost like normal people, and their retirement pension would be received in a few years. Therefore, the degree of urging for marriage also increased significantly. Mom has already booked a table at the celebrity restaurant. No matter what reason you have, you must go on this blind date for Mom. That girl just graduated, and she even works at a bank. She's a very good match for you. The matter spoken about last night can all proceed slowly, but Mion Shin completely did not accept it, directly forcing me to go no matter what. I let out a sigh and then texted back, Mom, I am a person who has been divorced. People will definitely not fancy me. Why waste a sum of money on a meal for nothing? How about the 2 of you just go eat a really delicious meal? The other side texted back immediately, Don't call me your mother. If you don't go on the blind date, then I am no longer your mother. I felt my scalp gradually go numb. Originally thinking that living on my own would allow for a bit of freedom, I didn't expect to still have to face this kind of marriage-urging scene. I left work and went home, immediately taking a shower first. Last night I drank too much and didn't wash my hair, so my hair was entirely stuck with oil. Having just finished showering, before I even had time to put on clothes, suddenly outside the door rang a knocking sound. Could it be that Mom was afraid I wouldn't go, so she intended to personally come to escort me away? I didn't think much of it, only wrapping a bath towel around the lower half of my body and then going to open the door. And then, in a flash, I saw Miyuki Jiang standing right at the door, those high heels facing straight toward me. President Jiang, is there something wrong? My hair was still dripping wet. Although I hadn't trained much these past few years, it hadn't reached the point of being too lax, so my physique hadn't gotten out of shape. Miyuki Jiang looked into this house that she hadn't seen for a long time. The bridge of her nose suddenly went sour, but she quickly hid her emotions, stepping inside with a face full of arrogance. I suddenly remembered that 4 years ago I left a few things behind. Today I was passing by, so I came in to take them back. I was pushed away by her slender hand, her fingertips lightly brushing across my chest. I lowered my head to look, a strange emotion rising up in my heart. But very quickly after that, I regained my composure. This woman must not be allowed to mess up my mind. President Jiang, your things were completely thrown away by me 4 years ago. Please step out. Last night you got drunk and seduced me, teasing me to your heart's content, but then didn't let me serve you. Today you even proactively look right for my door. Miyuki Jiang, do you intend to play the game of making me love you all over again and then heartlessly kicking me away? Do you find humiliating me like this very fun? I will not let you have your way. Hiroshi Chen, I haven't even said what it is yet. How do you know it's already thrown away? As long as it's your stuff, I've thrown it all away. I turned around intending to go into the bedroom to get clothes, but suddenly remembered. I still had that set of sexy lingerie belonging to Miyuki Jiang hanging inside my wardrobe from the old days. If she saw it, she would definitely mock me for having been divorced for 4 years yet still lingering and unable to forget her. Thinking up to that, I hurriedly wrapped the bath towel tightly, blocking right at the bedroom door when Miyuki Jiang intended to step in. I already said there are no things of yours. Please go outside. I had a tall stature. Miyuki Jiang pushed repeatedly but couldn't move me. She gave me an angry glare. Aren't you about to go on a blind date? Why aren't you going? It's going to be late now. Once I get the thing I want, I will help you close the door. You just go first. Miyuki Jiang originally intended to return to the villa, but when she heard the secretary say that she had seen the blind date message from my mother on the phone, Miyuki Jiang drove straight here, the house that the two of them had bought together previously. President Jiang, the thing you want is perhaps in the empty room over there, or this is a private place. We are divorced. Don't come in here anymore. My mind operated extremely fast, quickly finding an excuse. Miyuki Jiang, hearing me want to draw a clear line with her like that, felt a bit choked up and uncomfortable in her heart. She also didn't insist on entering the bedroom anymore. Let's see if you have traces of any other woman who has slept over here. She followed my words and went over to the other room. That room, when the two had just married, they had discussed that they would wait until work was stable, and they had savings before having a child, so when renovating the house, it was decorated in the style of a children's room. However, throughout the past 4 years, it had been turned into a storage room by me, filled inside with all sorts of miscellaneous items. Miyuki Jiang pushed the door and stepped in. Seeing the place where she had originally fantasized her daughter would grow up in this room had now completely changed, her heart was endlessly bitter. It seemed that Hiroshi Chen truly hated her, to the point that the children's room they had arranged together was left in this state. During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, after accidentally tearing the small umbrella, I lived a free and joyful life for 4 long years, without having the slightest idea that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. Who would have ever thought that she would suddenly become my direct boss? President Jiang, I already told you there are no things of yours. I was truly worried to death. Miyuki Jiang stepped into the bedroom, seeing me doing something with her pile of old things. Last night, I drank too much, so I completely forgot about taking the medicine to hide it. If Miyuki Jiang saw it, it wouldn't just be dying of embarrassment, but wanting to log out right on the spot. I already said, you just go on your blind date first. If things are lost, then I will compensate you the exact price. Is that okay? Miyuki Jiang had no intention of leaving, so how could I dare to go anywhere? The two thus confronted each other for a long moment. Hiroshi Chen, I have reason to suspect that you are using your body to imply something to me. Not bothering to wear clothes, wrapping only a single bath towel, and standing right in front of her for the longest time. Miyuki Jiang glanced once into the bathroom, hinting at something. She still remembered there was one time she was exhausted, and I had carried her into the bathtub to help her wash, and then the two just like that while bathing started. Thinking up to here, her cheeks suddenly flushed red from the heat, and her eyes looking at me also began to dodge. President Jiang, you are the ex-wife, yet you are inside my house. Ultimately, who is implying something to whom? Like this, how can I comfortably go on a blind date? Who knows whether you have installed some surveillance camera? While I was grumbling, I took the phone out from my pants pocket in the bathroom and texted the blind date object a sentence. I'm sorry. Lately, I often have to work overtime. Let's meet another time. Miyuki Jiang wants to fight with me, right? Fine. Today I will fight to the very end with you, to see who is the one who has to back down first. After I finished texting, I casually tossed the phone onto the sofa, standing guard right in front of the bedroom door, while not caring about the other places. Whatever Miyuki Jiang wanted to look at, let her look. From the restroom to the kitchen, she didn't see the slightest trace of a woman at all, nor did she see any strand of hair longer than my own. The more Miyuki Jiang looked, the more satisfied she felt. It appeared that Hiroshi-chen was also not the type of person who was so starved that he became frantic and would eat anything. I stood at the door, saying to her huffily, "Miyuki-jang, why are you just like a dog patrolling its territory?" Miyuki-jang walked her sharp high heels right in front of me, placing her hand onto my shoulder and then slowly sliding downward. "Previously, wasn't this exactly my territory?" Her voice suddenly became softer, causing that spot of mine to also harden up a few degrees more. I turned my face away, murmuring in my mind, "Don't raise your head at this time, brother. This is a temptress. Let's not be foolish and play with her." "Hiroshi-chen, why don't you look at me?" Miyuki-jiang glued her body even closer to me. As long as she reached out her hand to give a pull, then I would have nothing left to cover myself with. Her fingertips slid down to the lower abdomen area, her other hand lightly pushing against my shoulder. Just like that, I was pushed backward into the bedroom, staggering a few steps and then tumbling down onto the bed. Miyuki-jiang sat pinning herself on top of my body. She squeezed my chin and then lowered her body down. "Hiroshi-chen, I already said it. You are a 24/24 assistant, and the principle of an assistant is precisely to serve. Has the boss understood? You must serve." Her voice was very light, exhaling into my ear and causing my whole body to feel as if it wanted to go soft. "Miyuki-jiang." I turned my face away, not bothering to look at her. Wasn't she very often bashful previously? Not having met for 4 years, yet she had become proactive like this. Was this still the cold school beauty I once knew? Just when I thought Miyuki-jiang intended to do something to me and intended to give up because I had no strength left to resist, she conversely pulled herself away from me. She turned around to open the wardrobe, took her pile of sexy lingerie out, and unhooked them from the hangers. "I knew right away you would hang them here." After gathering all the items and dropping them into her handbag, she turned her back to walk away without the slightest hesitation, leaving me alone, dazed on the bed. "Miyuki-jiang, are you even still human? Lighting a fire to your heart's content and then leaving completely?" I clutched the blanket tightly and then punched the wall hard. This woman is truly too wicked, but if I chased after her right now and then pinned her against the wall to do the deed, Miyuki-jiang would definitely say triumphantly, "Hiroshi-chen, I didn't expect that after 4 years you still haven't been able to forget me." Thinking of that scene, I already found it extremely uncomfortable. In the end, right at the moment the main door closed, I again had to go into the restroom to contemplate life. Miyuki-jiang left the apartment complex, sitting alone inside the car. She clutched her chest, which was beating continuously. Just a bit, just a little bit more, and she wouldn't have been able to endure it and would have done that thing with me right in the bedroom in that house. It contained too many memories of the two of them, in the kitchen, the living room, out on the balcony, in the bathroom. Those images were just like flashes of lightning darting across Miyuki-jiang's mind. The weather had clearly turned cold, yet she still felt a buzz of hot air. After opening the car window, the cold wind blew for a long time before helping her calm down. It was only into the deep night, when the space was silent, that her mind still couldn't help but remember those passionate, wild moments with me previously. She placed her hand on her chest, right at that position, thinking about the scene of me kissing her in the car yesterday, thinking about what unfolded in that familiar house today. Throughout the past 4 years, this was the first time she found it so difficult to restrain herself. Several times she had the intention to pick up the phone to call me, telling me to come find her, to help her solve a bit of her personal problem. The next morning, when I had just arrived at the company, I was blocked by Takashi Cho. "Hiroshi-chen, Manager Guy is looking for you." After Takashi Cho finished speaking, he nudged my shoulder. "Previously, Manager Guy cared about you a lot, you know. Aren't you going to consider it a bit? People say a wife 3 years older is worth a whole block of gold." Imi Ngi was the manager of my and Takashi Cho's department. Last time, when the two went to entertain guests, Imi Ngi got drunk and even proactively hugged me. At that time, she leaned close to my ear, asking whether I had a girlfriend yet. I answered no, and since then, she frequently invited me to go eat. Originally, a beautiful female manager like Imi Ngi had a lot of bachelors in the company desiring her, especially that guy Xuan Ryu. Previously, Several times he got drunk. He wanted to play tricks to grope Imingi, but the result was that Imingi seemed to only have interest in me alone. Takashi Cho, don't talk nonsense and disturb people. Takashi Cho smiled in a wicked manner. Who's talking nonsense? Last time Manager Ngi was glued tightly onto your body. I even saw you holding her, you know. Quickly confess truthfully. Have you secretly eaten her up? During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, accidentally tearing the small umbrella, I lived a free and joyful life for 4 years, without having the slightest idea that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. Just when I thought there would no longer be any connection with her, who would have ever thought that she would suddenly become my direct supervisor? No! I saw she was too drunk to stand firmly, so I only had the good heart to support her, that's all. I was helpless. After explaining, I walked toward the manager's office. Miyuki Jiang walked out from the break room, her hand holding a cup of coffee. She let out a cold laugh. Hiroshi Chen, your romantic luck is quite something, isn't it? It's true that all men are equally promiscuous. Whoever they meet, they want to sleep with them. And after sleeping, they don't take responsibility. Yet they also plan to go chase Western girls. Hiroshi Chen, enter my office right now. Before I even had time to knock on the manager's door, I was called back by Miyuki Jiang instead. In the end, I could only take advantage of passing by Takashi Cho to say softly, "Explain a word to Manager Ngi for me, okay?" President Jiang, what's the matter? Because yesterday's small secret matter was discovered by Miyuki Jiang, my mood was extremely terrible, and my tone was also not very gentle. Hiroshi Chen, I ruined your plan to chase girls, so are you throwing a tantrum at me? Her mood, along with that, also turned bad. Go arrange a gathering party for the leaders of all departments. Since the time I came back to take office until now, there still hasn't been any party. Please notify each department leader one by one. Yes. When I was just intending to turn back, Miyuki Jiang spoke up again. Hiroshi Chen, I know you like people older than yourself, but I didn't expect your taste to be the type like Manager Ngi. Truly hard to understand. I looked at Miyuki Jiang with an extremely peculiar gaze. Who said I like Manager Ngai? Is that so? Then I must have misunderstood. You go call Manager Ngai into the office for me. I gave a yes, feeling that Miyuki Jiang's train of thought truly had a problem. Having only walked halfway, I suddenly realized, could it be that she had heard the words Takashi Cho had just said to me earlier? No, that's not right. Why would Miyuki Jiang care to mind whether I have a close relationship with which woman? The two had already divorced long ago. She only intentionally wanted to cause trouble for me, so she asked like that. If I admitted it, she would definitely say the office is not allowed to romance, and then force one of the two to quit. Look at this wicked woman. Without even needing to think, one knows what bad plot she is brewing. Not long after, Manager Ngi, along with me, entered the office. Miyuki Jiang pushed the supermarket project discussed previously in front of Iming. This project, you are responsible for tracking, okay? Especially the location selection stage. I remember these pieces of land are all in the hands of President Ryu. Please rely on his preferences to obtain them at the cheapest price. Iming received the project draft. Yes, President Jiang. Miyuki Jiang continued to transfer the documents regarding President Ryu over to Iming's phone. This is the information I have tracked down up to the present. The Ryu Group mainly deals in large commercial centers. Supermarkets and commercial centers always have a tight connection. The negotiation skills I have also sent to you don't disappoint me. This Miyuki Jiang, when acting as the president, looks quite proper and fitting, doesn't she? At the very beginning, I thought her capability was limited, but through recent close contacts, I see she also truly has a level, not unworthy of being the woman I once chose. Thinking up to here, suddenly feeling a bit proud, why is that? I lightly smiled, and exactly that scene caught Miyuki Jiang's eyes. Hiroshi Chen, the things I just said, did you hear them? Yes. Then, in a moment, record the entire progress I just spoke about based on the timeline to ask which step the project has reached. What the hell? At the beginning, she didn't say that at all, did she? Immediately, I no longer felt proud the slightest bit. Miyuki Jiang is still that same wicked woman. It seems that in a moment, the only way is to go find Manager Ngi. She probably recorded it down just now. If you have the intention to beg me, then I can repeat it for you one more time, you know. Miyuki Jiang blinked her eyes looking at me, but her tone was full of provocation. President Jiang, before leaving work, I will synthesize the timeline and progress into a table, then send it to you. Wanting me to beg you? Dream on. Chin, what do you think of Manager Ngi? What do you mean? What do I think? She's definitely a lot better than a woman like you. My face remained nonchalant. Manager Ngi, although 3 years older than me, is very gentle and knows how to be forgiving. Acting as a leader, she always knows how to protect her subordinates. Compared to some types of women who don't know self-respect, she is truly the ideal model of a wife. After saying that, in my heart, I secretly laughed with delight. Let's see if you get so angry your eyes explode. Miyuki Jiang, did you think I would praise you? As expected, the expression in front of Miyuki Jiang's face changed visibly. With my understanding of her, she was clearly blowing her top. Then how does she compare to me? Miyuki Jiang glued her eyes tightly onto me. Is Miyuki Jiang crazy? What is there that needs to be compared to you? You are just a wicked, unfaithful woman. But suddenly thinking, if I said Manager Ngai was better, then maybe Imin Ngai would be targeted by her instead? To avoid that consequence, I smiled and then said, of course, President Jiang here has a lot more charm. Not only regarding face and physique, but both wisdom and social status. Everything far surpasses Manager Ngi. How can she compare to you? Miyuki Jiang, after listening, was, as expected, very satisfied. She propped her chin, tilting her head to look at me. Then, if allowed to choose one of the two of us, who would you choose? I looked at Miyuki Jiang and laughed with self-mockery. President Jiang, I am just a petty employee. One side is the leader, one side is the boss. Both people I absolutely cannot reach. Miyuki Jiang still used that probing gaze to look at me. I see you are quite suitable for eating soft rice, you know. President Jiang, these past few years my stomach has gotten a lot healthier, so I can no longer eat soft rice. Miyuki Jiang was clearly intentionally saying it like that, waiting for me to fall into the trap one more time. I will never, ever care to return to a type of woman like you, no matter how good the skill is. Never. Come here. The slender fingertips of Miyuki Jiang lightly gestured toward me. I stepped closer, cautiously. Miyuki Jiang stood up, one hand clutching my collar, the distance between the two people all of a sudden narrowing. From my point of view, following that collar, one could see a deep, bottomless expanse of spring scenery. Throughout the past 4 years, it seemed that spot of Miyuki Jiang's was even more voluptuous than before. In my mind, I involuntarily thought it was due to being made difficult. In my mind suddenly appeared the image of Miyuki Jiang previously, when pinned tightly by me in front of myself, a dry feeling rising up in my throat. Her voice now was even more charming than in the old days. However, I just happen to like letting other people eat soft rice, especially this old person. When eating it, it feels even more to one's taste than a new person, and the coordination is also significantly higher. During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, after accidentally tearing the small umbrella, I lived a free and joyful life for 4 years without having the slightest idea that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. Just when I thought there would no longer be any connection with her, who would have ever thought that she would suddenly become my direct supervisor? I lightly swallowed my saliva. Miyuki Jiang loosened her hand, her palm lightly touching my protruding Adam's apple, as if very nostalgic about some images. Previously, she really liked to kiss my Adam's apple, which was a bit chilly, each time after kissing. My expression was extremely indescribable. To one's taste and coordinated, was Miyuki Jiang implying the aspect I was thinking about? Unexpectedly. Previously, Miyuki Jiang would just entangle herself with me. Those times, one could truly forget both eating and sleeping, just like a little female sprite, no matter how much, never feeling enough. Miyuki Jiang quickly sat back down in her old place, the tip of my nose still lingering with the fragrance from her body. Hiroshi-chen, why are you still exactly like the old days? I turned my face away, and then intended to step outside. Sharing a room with Miyuki Jiang only caused me to have wild thoughts, and besides, this woman is clearly intentionally teasing me. I had just turned away when Miyuki Jiang called out sharply again. "Hiroshi Chen, I advise you at this time it's best not to go outside." "What do you mean? Planning to threaten me, President Jiang? If there is nothing else, I have no obligation to act as a mascot in the office for you to gaze at. I am wanting what's good for you, that's all." Miyuki Jiang looked at me with a gaze full of underlying meaning, causing me to feel even more unconvicted. That old fox Miyuki Jiang caring to want what's good for me? Then I must thank President Jiang then, saying that part. I forcefully pushed the office door, intending to step out, but precisely in that moment when looking down at the carpet, I suddenly discovered an abnormal thing. Immediately, I hurriedly slammed the door shut. "What's wrong? Not going outside anymore?" Miyuki Jiang's voice carried the sound of laughter. "Miyuki Jiang, this is all your fault." Miyuki Jiang let out a triumphant smile. "How can you blame me? You can't endure the teasing is your problem, isn't it? It appears Assistant Chen is having improper intentions toward his boss. Otherwise, why is your face flushing so red from embarrassment like that? This wicked woman, Miyuki Jiang, truly knows how to turn black into white. Clearly. Just now, she intentionally pressed close like that and even did those few actions, causing me to have that reaction, and now she even dares to turn around to blame it on me. Speaking of which, there is still a set of bed sheets that last time I didn't take away because it was dirty. Remember to wash it clean and return it to me, okay? After all, you probably don't have the hobby of reusing other people's old things, right?" Miyuki Jiang was mentioning the set of bed sheets in the bedroom at home. As expected, that day she had seen it. I felt as if my heart had just gone completely silent for a bit. Could there be any matter more losing face than this? Waiting for about 3 minutes, while my mind constantly forced itself to think about the projects, about the company's planning drafts, finally that brother agreed to go to sleep. When returning to my position, the female secretary curiously directed her eyes to look at me up and down. "Are you having a fever? Why is your face gradually turning red like that?" I hurriedly brought my hand up to touch my face. It was indeed a bit hot. I explained guiltily, "Inside the general manager's office, the hot air conditioner is turned on too high. We men are inherently afraid of heat, not afraid of cold." "That's good then!" When leaving work, Miyun-shin called over. Yesterday, because Miyuki Jiang suddenly appeared, I stood that girl up. Having just left work, I was scolded by Mom with a torrent of words. "Miyuki doesn't need to know whether you have time or not. Mom has already asked carefully. That girl also works right in your office building. Leaving work, you must date right away for Mom. If you still dare to find an excuse, Mom will break your legs." I hung up the phone, sighing helplessly. Whatever, if I delay further, Mom will probably charge straight over here. There was no other way. To avoid repeating the same situation as last time, this time I decided not to bother asking for Miyuki's opinion anymore and just eat right downstairs. If she needed to find me, I would just use the excuse of going downstairs to smoke a cigarette and then head right back up. Once the decision was made and the employees started leaving, I kept my computer turned on and left my house keys on the desk, creating the illusion that I would be coming back shortly. After that, I went downstairs and sat in the restaurant to wait. Just as I sat down, I saw manager Natsumi. "Are you planning to eat before going home or what?" What a coincidence, Natsumi was also at this restaurant. But thinking about it, being caught by a leader while on a blind date with another girl was a bit embarrassing, truly a little awkward. "It's not like that, I am actually waiting for you." Natsumi pulled out her phone and sent me a message. I looked down. Oh my god, could my blind date partner really be Natsumi? You really can't blame me for this. Natsumi has 2 WeChat accounts, one personal and one for work. Previously, I had only added her work account, which was full of company-related information and shared industry news, looking as serious as an official page. Who would have thought that on her personal account, the profile picture would be an incredibly cute and sweet girl? "Manager Natsumi, are you really the person my mother introduced?" Natsumi gently tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. "You probably think I'm too old, right?" I quickly waved my hands to explain, "No, absolutely not. I'm just a bit surprised. After all, a great beauty like you, Manager Natsumi, must have many pursuers, so why would you need to go on a blind date like this?" Natsumi answered patiently. "For the past few years, I've put all my heart and soul into work and didn't have time to date. In the last 2 years, when everything finally stabilized, most of the suitable men had already gone looking for young girls around 25 or 26 years old. I was a bit astonished. No way! Could a gentle lady like Natsumi really have no one who likes her? I gave a self-mocking laugh. So that's how it is. No wonder otherwise. How could a man like me get a turn to go on a blind date with manager Natsumi? Natsumi hurriedly tried to explain. It's not like that, Hiroshi. Actually, you are very outstanding. She didn't know how to put it into words. In fact, it was only after knowing that the person being introduced was me that she agreed to this meeting. Previously at the company, she always felt she was 3 years older than me and was also my superior, while I didn't seem to have any feelings for her, so she hadn't dared to take the initiative to express her emotions. This time, upon seeing that the blind date was me, she hadn't hesitated to nod immediately. During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, the condom had accidentally torn. After that, I lived a free and easy life for 4 years, completely unaware that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. I thought we would never have anything to do with each other again, but who would have thought that she would suddenly become my direct superior? That time, she got drunk and fell into my arms. Actually, she wasn't even that drunk. She just wanted to find an opportunity to get closer to me. However, when she heard that I had an extremely outstanding ex-wife who was not only drop-dead gorgeous, but also the former school beauty back then, Natsumi suddenly felt insecure. Naturally, age was no longer an advantage, and her looks probably couldn't compare either, so she had always kept these feelings hidden deep in her heart. Manager, you really know how to comfort others. Actually, I know very well how much capability I have. Hiroshi, now that we are not at the company, you can just call me by my name. Natsumi's voice at this moment was much softer than at the company. That gentle, soft-spoken demeanor made me feel incredibly comfortable. Previously, when working under Natsumi, she was always very patient, guiding me bit by bit. Then may I call you Natsumi? Can you please not add the word sister or make it formal? She made the request timidly, completely different from Miyuki's arrogance, looking even more gentle. I slightly raised an eyebrow. Perhaps women, after passing the age of 30, are quite sensitive about their age. Without thinking too much, I immediately changed the way I addressed her. Natsumi, order whatever you want to eat. As I spoke, I handed the menu to her. Natsumi chose the 2 most characteristic dishes of this restaurant, and I ordered 2 more. The 2 of us sat and chatted animatedly in the restaurant. Since we had worked together for 4 years, this blind date felt extremely natural without any awkwardness. Are you getting used to working in the general manager's office? Natsumi thought to herself. Previously, I had no experience in this field, and I didn't understand why I was suddenly transferred like that. Recently, she still had to constantly recruit new people to replace my old position. The moment this was mentioned, I started sighing deeply. That job is truly not meant for humans. That Miyuki is really too difficult to please. I think President Miyuki looks a bit cold on the outside, but she probably isn't too harsh on her subordinates, right? Natsumi still tried to speak up for Miyuki. That's only when there are outsiders around. When the doors are closed, she is truly a total psycho. Normally in the office, I am a man of few words, but whenever Miyuki is mentioned, I talk endlessly, constantly complaining about my hardships. Natsumi listened silently to my venting for a full 10 minutes. Hiroshi, why do I get the feeling that you secretly like President Miyuki? Me? Like her? Even if all the women in this world died out until not a single one was left, I would absolutely never like her. It was precisely because I was deceived by Miyuki's appearance that I ended up this miserable today. There is no way I will ever like her again. Why would I want to be with a woman like that? Do I have a hobby of being cuckolded? But every time you mention her, your state seems to become very different. Really? I was a bit dazed. It's just because she is too detestable. When you hate someone, your expression is naturally going to be different. Natsumi smiled faintly, lowering her head to continue eating. While the 2 of us were midway through our meal, I suddenly caught a glimpse of Miyuki's car leaving the underground parking garage. It looks like there's no overtime tonight. In all likelihood, Miyuki drove home to play with that little kid. Natsumi, I suddenly remembered that my house keys are still upstairs and the computer isn't turned off yet. You go ahead and eat first. I'll run up to turn it off and come back down to continue eating, okay? Sure, go ahead. I quickly ran upstairs, grabbed my things, and came back. After both of us finished the meal, Natsumi took out her car keys. Hiroshi, would you mind being my driver for the evening? My house probably isn't too far from yours. You can drive to your place, and then I'll drive the remaining way myself, okay? She held up the car keys, dangling them in front of me with a slightly coquettish tone. Hearing this, I suddenly felt a flutter in my heart. During rush hour, instead of squeezing like sardines on the subway, I was naturally very willing. Sure! Then I will take a ride in your car! When we arrived at the entrance of the apartment complex, I stepped down from the driver's seat and thanked Natsumi. Thanks for today! As for this blind date, I will absolutely keep it a secret and won't breathe a word to any colleague. I made a motion of zipping my mouth, making Natsumi burst into laughter. All right, hurry inside. After I disappeared behind the gate, Natsumi still sat, dazed in the driver's seat, watching my retreating figure. Just now, when there were only the two of us in the car, her heart beat so fast that she didn't even dare to utter a word. Hiroshi is willing to go on a blind date, which proves that he is currently single and doesn't have anyone he secretly loves. That means I still have a chance. Miyuki's car happened to be parked right behind a large SUV. The position where I stepped off the car was perfectly blocked by that large vehicle. Plus, it was dark, so I didn't pay close attention. Because of this, from beginning to end, I was completely unaware that Miyuki was sitting inside the car. She gritted her teeth, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. Hiroshi disappeared the moment work ended. I thought he was busy with family matters, but it turns out he was sneakily going out on a date with another woman. Before this, he confidently declared he was single, and now he's already clinging to a girl. Over the past 4 years, he probably spent all his time dating in hotels, right? No wonder when I went to his house yesterday, I didn't see the slightest trace of any woman. Hiroshi, you're really something. She immediately dialed my number. Hiroshi, come to the company right now. Miyuki, why didn't you say so when we clocked off? I'm about to go to sleep now, and you expect me to come over immediately. Do you think I sold my body to you? Having just felt the gentleness of that lady earlier, and now having to face Miyuki, I immediately noticed a night and day difference. I said, turned off angrily, oh right, going back to the farewell party on the night before the divorce, after the condom accidentally tore. I lived a happy life for 4 full years without ever knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. I thought the lives of our two people would never cross paths again, but who would have known that? She would suddenly become my CEO. Miyuki was so angry she couldn't say a word and slammed the phone down. While cursing her out felt satisfying, seeing Miyuki hang up made me start to worry a little. I hurriedly called her back, but Miyuki flatly rejected the call. Hiroshi, you're really something. If you've decided to start over from scratch and want to find another woman to marry, then I will never let Momo know who her real father is. For a brief moment, she even felt regret for returning to the country to look for me. The next day, when arriving at the company, Miyuki didn't even spare me a single glance, clearly still completely furious. However, the project I participated in earlier had already entered the preparation phase. This was the first major cooperative project since she returned to the country, so no matter how angry she was, Miyuki still called me into the meeting room along with the other department heads for a discussion. The most difficult problem right now was that Natsumi's side still hadn't finalized the final location, only determining that it would be located in the B1 basement of the commercial center, but many booths there were already operational. Right at this moment, I spoke up to suggest, I think we can place it on the first floor. Most of the luxury jewelry and gemstone items are located on the first floor, and our target customer group is precisely that demographic. Takashi sneered mockingly. It's easy for you to say. The rent on the first floor and the basement are absolutely not on the same level. Are you planning to step up and make up for that massive difference? Miyuki glanced slightly, then asked Natsumi to send the price quotes for each location at the different commercial centers. For everyone present here, when Natsumi went to negotiate, she had already obtained a lowest possible price. But if we add the rent for the premises along with the high-quality selected goods, the profit margin of the product must be pushed very high. As a result, the final price will be much higher than normal supermarkets. and the number of customers capable of paying this price daily is too scarce. I see the profitability of this project is not really promising. Miyuki frowned slightly. The rent for the premises far exceeded her expectations. Even so, she still placed a fairly large amount of trust in this project. If it really doesn't work, we can choose large premises right on the street. The rent pressure will be reduced somewhat then. Natsumi immediately explained, but if we do that, the foot traffic won't be enough. Especially in winter, people usually tend to enter commercial centers to enjoy the air conditioning, so street front stores will lose their competitive advantage. I also nodded in agreement. Manager Natsumi is absolutely right. The mid to high-end consumer segment always emphasizes convenience. Customers park their cars in the basement, take the elevator up to shop, and then push the cart back down to the basement to load their items into the trunk. That is their normal shopping process. Miyuki had lived abroad for the past few years, so there were certain aspects of the domestic situation that she didn't truly understand. Abroad, land is vast and population is sparse. Almost every household has a private car, and large comprehensive supermarkets are usually built in isolation on large plots of vacant land. Miyuki suddenly remembered something. I remember there is a commercial center on Academy Road, and opposite it, there is a very large vacant plot of land. When Natsumi pulled out the pre-printed map, there was a location circled in red on it. That plot of land is not for public sale or lease. I've already looked into it, and it's a privately owned piece of land. It has been left vacant like that for a long time, and no one knows who the real owner is. Miyuki replied calmly, "Oh, I bought that plot of land 5 years ago. Initially, I planned to buy that land to find an architect to design a beautiful villa, but then you suddenly demanded a divorce, and since then, I haven't cared about that plot of land anymore." This meeting dragged on for nearly 4 hours, causing everyone to miss their lunch hour. By the time it ended, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The managers all stepped out of the meeting room with extremely exhausted expressions. Damn it, my stomach is about to turn inside out from hunger. After returning to my seat, I quickly organized the contents of the meeting, printed them out, and brought them into Miyuki's office. When I walked in, I saw her slumped over the desk. It seemed that even during the meeting, she already looked a bit unwell. Except for the projects that needed a nod of approval, she flatly rejected all the unfeasible ones, and her words had noticeably decreased. I thought it was just her usual cold habit, so I didn't pay much attention. But entering once again now, her slumped posture over the desk was clearly very problematic. Having lived together for 4 years, I immediately associated it with a certain matter. "President Miyuki, are you feeling unwell?" "None of your business, you jerk." She scolded testily, but because she was exhausted, the scolding sounded much weaker. "Is it a stomachache again?" Back in college, this condition seemed to be quite mild, but 2 years after marriage, her symptoms of discomfort became increasingly prominent. I still remember that before the divorce, every time her period came, Miyuki had to use painkillers. Who would have thought that 4 years had passed and this condition had become even more severe? How could I know that after giving birth to Momo, Miyuki hadn't rested properly but immediately returned to the hectic pace of work, which was why it left behind such sequelae now? I stepped forward and carried her up. "Stop slumping here." "Hiroshi, what do you think you're doing? I'm taking you home to lie down. I've checked this afternoon's schedule and there's nothing urgent. In this state, it's best for you to go back to bed and rest, take a painkiller, and have a deep sleep. If I remember correctly, as long as you pass the second day, it will be much better. You are usually most uncomfortable on the first day, right?" Miyuki looked up at me, a flicker of hesitation flashing in her eyes. You still remember Hiroshi?" Who would have thought that he would realize she was unwell because of this private reason, and even clearly remember that the first day was when she suffered the most? A complicated emotion suddenly surged in her heart, bitter and sweet intermingled. During the divorce party that night, after the condom accidentally tore, I lived a free and easy life for 4 long years without ever knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. I thought that from then on we would go our separate ways and never meet again, yet who would have known that she would suddenly appear as my superior? I pouted. I wanted to forget too. Previously, every time I had to go buy brown sugar water and heat patches for you, and there are still a few of those unused items left at my house right now. Miyuki suddenly felt a strange wave of emotion surging in her heart, but she still asked me to let her down. Let me go to the elevator myself. If the staff sees you carrying me around like this, it won't look good. I curled my lip. You're afraid of a bad influence, but I'm even more afraid you'll ruin my luck with other women. Saying that, I quickly set Miyuki down. She struggled to step into the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, her legs suddenly gave out, and she almost tumbled down. Very quickly, I managed to reach out my hand to catch her, holding Miyuki tightly in my arms. I let her lean against me as a support until we reached the underground parking garage. Seeing this, I decisively picked her up in my arms and placed her in the passenger seat. Quote, "It's been 4 years. A wealthy person like you doesn't even know how to nourish your own body? Back when I was by your side, Miyuki wasn't in such a severe state. Or did you indulge too much with some other man to the point of ruining your health like this?" Throughout the entire journey, I didn't say another word. When we arrived at the villa, I carried her up to the room, making the maids in the house wide-eyed with astonishment. After tucking her in carefully, I glanced at Miyuki's pale face and chided her softly. Look at yourself. What kind of state have you brought yourself to over the past 4 years? Hearing those words laced with a bit of care, Miyuki turned her face away and continued to remain silent. What about me? Raising a child alone while reaching the position I am at today, for me, this is already too good. It was all thanks to my own relentless efforts so that Father could recognize my ability. If I didn't push myself so hard, how could I have the chance to return to the country? Hiroshi, no matter what happens to me, it has nothing to do with you anyway, right? Her voice choked with grievance. I also started to feel annoyed. I really shouldn't have bothered to care about you. Having the good intention to worry about you, only to be told off like that by you. Whatever happens to you is up to you. If I ever waste my time caring about you again, I'm a total fool. After saying that, I stood up and left. Right at this time, the DNA test results were also ready to see whether that little girl was my biological daughter or not. I placed the car keys down on the living room table and went outside to catch a taxi. This villa area is truly difficult to catch a cab. My heart was restless and uncomfortable. I took a cigarette out of my pocket and lit it. When I turned my head back, I suddenly saw Miyuki standing by the window, watching my figure. For some reason, feeling guilty in my heart, I immediately threw the cigarette onto the ground and stamped it out completely. By the time I regained my composure, I cursed myself. Damn it! What the hell am I afraid of? We're already divorced, so what right does Miyuki still have to manage whether I smoke or not? Miyuki was also slightly dazed by that subconscious action of mine. She had originally walked to the window to take painkillers out of the drawer to drink, but then, as if driven by something, she pulled the curtain aside and looked out, searching for the figure of the person standing to catch a taxi downstairs. Actually, from the moment I stepped down the stairs, she already felt regret. She shouldn't have. Just now, she shouldn't have said such heartless words. Hiroshi had no idea about having a child. He simply thought that after the divorce, she had just gone abroad, but now, even if she regretted it, everything was already too late. Not long after I got into a taxi, the entire next day, Miyuki didn't come to the company at all. I didn't know whether it was because she was angry or busy with something else other than reporting the company's work progress to Miyuki. I had nothing to do. By the time it was almost time to finish work, I suddenly saw Natsumi coming out of her office. Thinking of Miyuki's terrible attitude yesterday, I silently pulled out my phone and sent a message to Natsumi's personal number. Natsumi, are you free tonight? Do you want to go out for dinner together? From inside the restroom, there seemed to be the sound of a phone dropping to the floor immediately after that. Natsumi rushed out of the restroom. From the hallway, she looked toward where I was sitting at my workspace, then nodded repeatedly with a face full of excitement. See that? This is the kind of reaction a woman should have. Miyuki is truly terrible. Pursuing a woman like her only brings suffering. Previously, I was infatuated by that face, but now, this kind of gentle, older sister type is truly wonderful. When it was time to clock off, Miyuki still hadn't appeared. I cheerfully went to the restaurant where I had eaten with Natsumi last time. After the two of us sat down, Natsumi blushed. Hiroshi, thank you for asking me out to eat. I was just about to say it was nothing. But Natsumi continued. Last time you paid, so this time it's on me. If you try to pay, I'll be angry. All right, all right, all right. Since Manager Natsumi is treating, how would I dare fight over the bill? Natsumi held her plate, looking at me coquettishly and saying, "Didn't I tell you not to call me manager outside the company?" I smiled and replied, all right. Natsumi is treating. I definitely won't fight over it." The two of us sat and chatted very happily. After all, previously Natsumi had never shown any arrogance at the company, so normally the relationship between the two of us was quite good. Until we finished eating and Natsumi paid the bill. Natsumi suggested, "Do you want to go for a second round?" I hesitated for a moment, but then I thought, over the past few years, who knows how many men Miyuki has slept around with, so why should I still hold back? Sure. Natsumi drove, and the two of us went to a bar downtown. However, the atmosphere at this bar was much more relaxed. After Natsumi ordered 2 special cocktails, she handed the menu to me, looking at the dazzling variety of alcohol. I just picked one that looked quite eye-catching. After Natsumi finished 2 glasses of alcohol, her cheeks flushed pink. Naturally, the two of us were sitting close together. When Natsumi became tipsy, she boldly leaned her head against my shoulder. "Hiroshi, you've asked me out for a second time. Does that mean we have a chance to take things further?" She leaned her head on my shoulder, her voice incredibly soft. The fragrance from her hair slowly drifted into my nose. I let her lean against me and asked, "Natsumi, what kind of person do you think I am?" During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, after accidentally tearing the small umbrella, I lived a free life for 4 full years without ever knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. I thought I would never have any contact with her again. But who would have thought that she would suddenly appear and become my direct boss? Yesterday, after leaving Miyuki's place to go get the test results, both reports clearly stated that the two of us shared no biological relationship. At that exact moment, I, who had been immersed in this relationship for 4 years, suddenly woke up. I couldn't keep waiting for someone when there was no possibility anymore. Miyuki had returned to the country, but over the past few days, her playing hard to get seemed more like she was preparing to humiliate me. If that was the case, why should I still entangle myself with her? Tonight, I must start over from scratch. "Hiroshi, I think you are very good. Your appearance is fine, your character is good, and your outlook on life is also correct. Actually, I really like you." Having said that, her already red cheeks became even more flushed. "What about you?" She looked at me, full of expectation. I was just about to say that I also thought she was very good, and that we could get to know each other deeper to see if we were compatible, but as a result, before the words could escape my mouth, I saw Miyuki passing by outside along with Ryota. And Kenji, Miyuki didn't go to work, but came to a bar to look for gigolos? Sitting next to the window, my eyes happened to lock with Miyuki standing outside. She looked at Natsumi sitting next to me, and her drunkenness vanished instantly. "You're really something, Hiroshi." I had to endure the pain to go entertain clients, negotiating with partners to secure the lowest profit margin for the company, thinking about how my attitude yesterday wasn't good, so I didn't force you to work overtime, and as a result, look at you, out here picking up girls. She gave me a glare that could burn my face off. Natsumi, sitting on the inner side, obviously didn't see it. With Miyuki leaving just like that, I felt a bit unbelievable. I thought Miyuki would storm in here. For some unknown reason, I always felt like I had been caught red-handed having an affair. I no longer had any mood to continue drinking. After waiting for Miyuki to leave, I helped Natsumi, who had started getting drunk, out to her car, called a designated driver to take Natsumi home, and then I also caught a taxi back to my apartment complex. Just as I lay down intending to sleep, the doorbell rang. I didn't order any takeout. Opening the door to look, it was Miyuki, reeking of alcohol, in a state where she couldn't even stand steadily. "Hiroshi, you are a bastard!" She plunged straight into my arms, clenching her fists and punching my chest wildly. "My big lady, what are you doing coming here to make a scene in the dead of night after getting drunk?" I should count this as a workplace injury. Miyuki suddenly pushed me away. "What were you doing going to a bar with another woman just now? Have you two already done something to each other?" Having said that, she rushed straight into the bathroom, wanting to see if there was a woman showering inside. Seeing no one, she rushed into the bedroom again and flipped open the blankets, but there was nothing. "Hiroshi, where is that woman?" "What woman? There is only me at home. Miyuki staggered, throwing herself straight into my arms, feeling something soft rubbing back and forth right against my ribs. I quickly pushed her away. Miyuki, after being pushed away, angrily put her hands on her hips and pointed straight at my nose. Since when did I give you permission to look for another woman? I sneered. My big lady, we are already divorced. We no longer have any relationship. Even if I find 10 women, it has nothing to do with you. Can you even manage that? Hiroshi, even if we are divorced, you are still the child's father. She forced those words back into her throat. From now on, you are not allowed to go on dates with Natsumi anymore. I don't agree. Did you hear me clearly? This girl got drunk and went crazy over who knows what. I grabbed her, intending to push her toward the door. Miyuki, we already divorced 4 years ago. You have no right to interfere with whom I date. I have no right? You were the one who demanded a divorce from me back then for no reason at all. What did I do wrong? What did you do wrong? I thought of the DNA test results showing that the child did not have any relationship with me. Looking at the child's age, one could calculate the time of pregnancy. Miyuki had just gotten divorced and immediately gave birth to another man's child. Is it that I am not worthy? Married for 2 years. You never even mentioned wanting to have a child. Thinking about how I was still naive enough to think that if this child was mine, then even for the sake of the child, I should talk nicely with Miyuki. Maybe the two of us still had a chance to get back together. You went with another man to cuckold me, and you won't even let me speak? You didn't expect it, did you? I even took your hair to do a test. That child was definitely born by you. Miyuki was stunned. At that time, she was only worried about guarding against me. She knew clearly that it was my child. So after the identification center discovered my identity, she found someone to swap the results. Hiroshi, you are truly a beast. That child. Back then, everyone forced her to get rid of the pregnancy, but she couldn't bear 2, because it was your child. The first child of the two of us. No matter what she wouldn't agree, she had tried her best to prove her own strength. During the first 3 months, morning sickness made her vomit uncontrollably, but she still went to work. And as a result, Hiroshi actually said such words. I am a beast? I smiled coldly. Nowadays, terrible women don't bother to reason anymore, right? Fine, let me show you what a real beast is like. I took off my jacket, threw it hard onto the floor, then grabbed Miyuki and dragged her straight into the bedroom. During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, after accidentally tearing the small umbrella, I lived a free life for 4 full years without ever knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. I thought there would no longer be any contact, but unexpectedly, she suddenly appeared and became my direct boss. Miyuki looked at me with a face full of terror. My current appearance was too unfamiliar. Not looking at all like the Hiroshi she used to know. Hiroshi, what are you planning to do? What am I doing? Miyuki, you painstakingly arranged everything for so long. Wasn't it just to prove something? To see me kneel at your feet, to make me lose my self-esteem and forgive you? Having said that, I gave a hard push, shoving Miyuki down onto the bed, casually locking the bedroom door from the inside. Miyuki backed away, a bit expectant but mostly angry. Hiroshi, you were the one who said back then that you were tired of sleeping with me, and now you act as if I am the one who did everything wrong. I held her hands tightly above her head, looking deep into her tear-filled eyes. Miyuki, even if I sleep with you, I won't take any responsibility. I purposely said that, and as expected, a look of humiliation appeared on her face. What do you take me for? A free call girl? Hiroshi, let me go. I slowly moved my hand from her waist downward, then pushed back upward. Miyuki's heart clenched, choking up her throat as she looked at me with red eyes. Hiroshi, in your heart, do you ultimately still have me? Is there still any affection left? I thought of the DNA report and then coldly replied, No, to me, you are only limited to this kind of free relationship. Miyuki bit her lip tightly. Finally unable to hold back and bursting into tears, she lifted her knee and shoved it into my stomach. Hiroshi, I hate you! I let go of her hands and sat up, drawing a cigarette from the head of the bed and lighting it. Rest assured, I won't sleep with you. I find it dirty. My voice was extremely calm, as if the act of trying to force Miyuki just now was only to scare her. Hearing the word dirty, Miyuki trembled all over, her chest heaving violently. Hiroshi said she was dirty, but from beginning to end, the only person who had a physical relationship with her was only me, Hiroshi. Over the past 4 years, so many men wanted to approach her, but in her heart there was always only me. Yet now I actually looked down on her, as dirty Miyuki laughed from being too choked up with grievance. Hiroshi, what nonsense are you talking? Miyuki, what you yourself have done, you are the one who knows best. I don't bother to talk nonsense anymore. I stood up, bare-chested, looking at Miyuki. I give you 3 seconds to think. Either you leave here immediately right now or stay. I've already said it, after sleeping. I won't take responsibility. Consider it free. She left. No matter how much she loved me, she couldn't be thick-skinned to that extent. Watching Miyuki leave, my tense nerves finally relaxed. It seems I must find a way to resign. Thinking about having to start over from scratch, I stayed up all night to find out which specialization in my industry was the easiest to start with. As a result, the more I searched, the more engrossed I became and couldn't pull myself out. Until dawn was near, I still hadn't decided. In the morning, I took the last remaining set of clothes belonging to Miyuki into the restroom to wash them clean, used a dryer to dry them, and went to the company very early. I placed the clothes on her seat, contained in a black plastic bag like this. Miyuki would no longer have any reason to come look for me. Just about to go out, I heard the sound of footsteps outside. I paused for a moment, intending to wait for the people outside to sit in their workspaces before going out. I want to sleep with him. Miyuki's voice. Miyuki wanted to sleep with whom? Sayaka's voice rang out. How many times have you said that already, but in the end, did you get to sleep with him? Miyuki stomped her feet in anger, letting out a helpless sigh. Sometimes I feel like I'm really sick. We even have a child. Can it just be considered for the sake of the child? Being inside the office and hearing these words, I let out a cold laugh. It seems Miyuki's return this time was for the real father of her daughter. While I was nothing more than a tool or a passerby, nothing more and nothing less, right after that, Sayaka continued. That childhood sweetheart friend of yours hasn't come to look for you lately? I remember he used to be very proactive, pursuing you so enthusiastically. Why is there no trace of him now? Miyuki spoke while walking toward the office. Probably just busy. The moment she opened the door, she saw me standing inside. Sayaka saw me and narrowed her eyes to take a look. Miyuki froze like a statue and then made an excuse. That, my poodle at home is about to take the graduate school entrance exam. I have to go find a test prep center to help it. Having said that, she immediately slipped away toward the elevator. Miyuki thought of what happened last night, looking at me with a cold face. Early in the morning. What are you stealthily doing inside my office? Hiroshi, don't tell me you have a hobby of installing hidden cameras to spy in my office? I sneered. Watching you? I'd rather watch the goddesses on my computer. I'm already sick of President Miyuki. Having said that, I intended to step outside and return to my seat. Once a person has the intention to resign, they are no longer afraid of anything in heaven or on earth. Miyuki grabbed my hand tightly. The next second, she was pulled by a strong force, plunging straight into my chest. I looked at her. President Miyuki, did you forget about last night? Miyuki lowered her head and tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. I drank a bit too much yesterday, sorry. Just act as if you never heard those words, and everything you said I will also consider completely forgotten. During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, after accidentally tearing the small umbrella, I lived a free life for 4 full years without ever knowing that she had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. I thought we would never see each other again, but who would have thought that she would suddenly appear and become my direct boss? Last night, I almost completely tore her stockings and her legs, but she just told me to pretend nothing happened. Miyuki, since when did you become so generous? Or from the beginning, were you already this kind of loose woman? And it's just that previously you pretended to be a cold goddess in front of me? Hiroshi, haven't you always cared about the fact that after your parents met with disaster, you couldn't contact me? Actually, I could. We are already divorced. Whatever happened back then, I don't want to know anymore. I let go of Miyuki and walked straight back to my workspace. Just as the elevator doors opened, 4 or 5 company employees walked in. Miyuki could only helplessly close the office door. She wanted to say that back then she was locked in the villa and had braved danger to climb out through the window. It wasn't that she intentionally went missing, but rather because they had confiscated her phone. After hearing the news that my parents met with an accident, she had immediately contacted Ryota, asking him to mobilize top industry experts to the hospital where my parents were being treated. It's just that when she returned home, what she received was my coldness along with that heartless divorce notice. I hadn't even given her a single chance to explain, flatly declaring that I was tired of sleeping with her, so I wanted a divorce. Throughout that entire day, I intentionally or unintentionally avoided every opportunity to be alone with Miyuki. By the time to finish work, I didn't see any overtime notification, and I didn't even bother to ask Miyuki, just going downstairs by myself, because I planned to resign. Yesterday I had considered several professions but found none of them suitable. In the end, I still decided to try my hand at a few low-cost creative ideas, first to see how my skills were. As soon as I entered the subway station, I felt as if someone was following me. Looking back, I didn't see any figure. It was definitely because I had been disturbed too much by Miyuki recently that my whole body became so paranoid. When stepping out of the subway station exit, Miyuki had already driven her car and parked it by the curb right at the entrance of my apartment complex. When she walked out and saw me finish work, she didn't say anything, only grabbed her car keys and went down to the parking garage. When I returned, I bought a boxed meal by the roadside, intending to bring it back to eat and, at the same time, observe how the flow of customers in this area was. Walking near the apartment complex, that strange feeling from the subway station earlier struck me once again. I quickly ran forward about 100 meters, then abruptly turned my head around and, sure enough, spotted two guys who didn't have time to hide. "Hey, you guys, I don't have any money, so what are you following me for?" I thrust both hands into my pants pockets, staring intently at the opponents with a nonchalant look. Those two guys knew they had been exposed, so they didn't bother to talk nonsense either, just sullenly advancing toward me. Although I had prepared beforehand, but you still didn't expect, they rushed straight over and attacked me. After fending off a few moves, I delivered a kick to the stomach of one guy, but my back was struck by the other guy's elbow, hurting so much that I coughed fitfully. "Hiroshi, someone said that 4 years ago you took the money but didn't do the job. This is just a small warning lesson for you. Next time, we will take your life." After that guy finished speaking, he was about to attack my face next, but as a result, Miyuki, who knows since when, had taken a baseball bat out from the car trunk. She rushed over, threw the bat to me while I was lying on the ground, swung the bat, and struck straight at the man who had just advanced behind my back. He clutched his leg and rolled around on the ground. The remaining guy intended to resist, but the moment he saw the baseball bat, he immediately lost his nerve. Because they had followed me into the subway station earlier, they hadn't brought along any convenient weapons. Those two guys cursed while running away for their lives. Miyuki immediately ran over to check. "Hiroshi, are you okay?" She was extremely worried, with anxiety clearly showing on her face. This instinctive reaction absolutely couldn't be faked. At this moment, my mind was also a bit blurred. However, after the adrenaline passed, the intense pain in my back made me kneel on the ground again. It hurt so much it was killing me. Miyuki immediately helped the injured me into the car, taking me to the nearest hospital for an examination. Arriving at the hospital for an x-ray, fortunately my spine was fine. Miyuki breathed a sigh of relief. After paying the medical fees, she walked close to where I was, intending to help me to the car. "President Miyuki, actually there's no need, I can walk by myself." "Hiroshi, if that part is ruined, it will affect your happiness for the rest of your life, so think about it carefully yourself." I reflected on it. At this moment, clearly my own health was still the most important, so I chose to let Miyuki support me. When walking to the door, I pushed the door open, and the person who had just walked in at that exact moment turned out to be Natsumi. I was stunned. "Oh my goodness! How could it be such a huge coincidence?" Natsumi was also completely dazed. I was being supported by President Miyuki and even looked like I was injured. Miyuki generously greeted, "Manager Natsumi, it's this late already, why did you come to the hospital?" Natsumi smiled forcedly. "I came to get medicine for my mother." Her gaze completely shifted to me. "Hiroshi, why are you injured like this? It looks very serious." I smiled bitterly. "I just ran into two punks with green and red hair. Without saying a word, they whacked me once on the hip." Thinking about the fact that Natsumi had a bit of affection for me, I intended to push Miyuki away, but as a result, this woman pressed even closer against me. "Hiroshi, the doctor said that right now you cannot walk by yourself yet. Manager Natsumi, I will take Hiroshi back first." After saying that, she supported me and walked straight toward the entrance. Natsumi stood still in the hospital, watching the silhouettes of the two of them, and a pang of sorrow suddenly welled up in her heart. It seemed like Hiroshi and President Miyuki were very close to each other. During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, an unexpected incident with a small umbrella happened, after which I lived a free and happy life for 4 years without ever knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. I thought there would no longer be any connection with her, but who could have guessed that she would suddenly appear and become my direct boss? Miyuki, after helping me into the passenger seat, drove the car herself while I buckled my seatbelt. "President Miyuki, sorry to trouble you to take me home." Miyuki didn't say a word, and after driving for a stretch of road, she finally spoke. "Who did you offend? Why did those two guys just now attack you directly?" "I don't know, maybe simply because they saw that I am too handsome, so they became jealous." "All right, let me make some phone calls to use a few connections, find out the identities of those two guys, and then throw them in there to eat a hearty meal of prison food." "Sorry to trouble you." I kept silent for a moment. What was Miyuki's intention by doing this? Seeing me injured just now made her that worried. And now she was proactively using connections to throw those two guys into prison. President Miyuki having connections is naturally for the best. That kind of person should be locked up in there forever. I had vaguely guessed who the person behind this was. Years ago, Miyuki's father had also used these low, underhanded methods. And now that she had returned to the country, was he planning to play the same old trick again? Miyuki didn't drive me back to the apartment complex where I was staying, but drove straight to her villa instead. When stepping into the house, little Ayane was sitting obediently at the dining table, and the helper was both coaxing and feeding her. Seeing this, Miyuki told her to let the child eat by herself. "You're already this big and still letting someone else feed you? It's really so shameful." Little Ayane climbed down from the dining table, ran very quickly to Miyuki's side, grabbed her hem. "Mommy, I want you to feed me. I missed you so much." The child was so young, but already knew how to act spoiled and coquettishly demand to be fed, relying on her adorable appearance. At the kindergarten, she also coaxed the teachers, causing them all to voluntarily feed her so the people at home couldn't be blamed either. Miyuki sighed helplessly at the helper. Then she lifted the child into her lap. The scene of her holding her child and feeding her spoon by spoon made me a bit dazed. It looked exactly like the setting in my dreams, a family of 3 having a meal together so happily. "President Miyuki, your daughter is really adorable." Even though she wasn't my child, for someone who was just 2 years away from hitting the threshold of 30 like me, seeing such a beautiful little girl still couldn't help but make my heart melt. Little Ayane looked at me with a face full of wariness. "Mister, you are the person who made my mommy unhappy, right?" The little girl raised her spoon while scolding me, looking exactly like she was cast from the same mold as Miyuki. Miyuki reminded her, "Ayane, you must not be so impolite." I scratched my head strategically. This Miyuki was definitely doing it on purpose. Perhaps also noticing my strange expression, Miyuki then changed the subject. "I'm afraid they will find their way to your house to cause trouble for you, so for the time being, you just stay here, wait until I investigate clearly, then I will take you back." Is President Miyuki worrying about me? Miyuki paused for a moment. "I'm only afraid that if something happens to you, the company will have to compensate a sum of accident insurance." This time I didn't take her words to heart. Her worried appearance when running over just now wasn't an act. Miyuki gave the little girl instructions, then left little Ayane to finish the rest by herself while she went upstairs to change into a more comfortable set of home clothes. I stood there, staring intently at little Ayane. This little child was truly cunning. She didn't want to eat by herself, so she kept looking at me while her big round eyes kept rolling back and forth. After hearing the sound of Miyuki going upstairs and closing the door, she used an innocent voice to tell me, "Mister, can you feed me?" I looked at little Ayane with a nonchalant face. "Weren't you still hating me very much just now? Why are you asking now?" "I don't hate you anymore." The little girl flashed a flattering smile, combined with that adorable face, revealing her tiny baby teeth, which would make anyone who looked at her want to pamper her. But I wasn't an ordinary person, only glancing once and then pretending as if I didn't see anything. This ultimate trick actually failed, making little Ayane extremely puzzled. Since childhood, she had always used this trick to make others agree to all her requests, yet this man didn't fall into the trap at all. She climbed down from the dining chair, then yanked on my pant leg. "Mister!" When I raised my head, the little girl blinked her big round eyes, crystal clear like two ripe grapes. This time, he will definitely not be able to resist lifting me up. Little Ayane thought to herself, and then couldn't help but chuckle. As a result, I crouched down. "Call me Dad once, and then I will feed you." I lowered my voice very low, afraid of being heard by Miyuki. Little Ayane didn't even bother to think and agreed right away. "Yes, Dad! Dad! Dad!" The more she called, the more enthusiastic she became, and the sound also grew louder day by day. I was startled and hurriedly covered this little child's mouth. It absolutely couldn't be heard by Miyuki, otherwise she would think I wanted to remarry her to become a stepfather for this child. Little Ayane found my frantic appearance interesting, so she just laughed uncontrollably, and after that, she even intentionally called out, "Dad!" The few helpers around, seeing my awkward situation, all had to cover their mouths and laugh secretly. "Don't call me that anymore, I'll feed you." "I'll feed you. Please don't call me that anymore." I lifted little Ayane up from the ground. Having never held such a small child before, I didn't know that I had to support her bottom, but just slid my hands under her armpits like that, then placed her back onto the dining chair. Little Ayane seemed to have seen through my weakness. Her bottom kept wriggling on the chair. "No! I want to be held!" I lowered my voice to threaten her. "No, you can only sit on the chair!" When it came to holding children, I didn't even know how, so holding her while feeding her was too difficult a challenge, falling outside of my capability. Her plot not succeeding, little Ayane let out a cry and burst into tears. "Dad! You are a bad dad! Damn it, this child was born to be my nemesis, right?" I awkwardly lifted the little girl out of the dining chair, managing with all kinds of postures, and finally allowed her to sit firmly on my lap. With one hand holding the bowl and one hand embracing little Ayane, I held the spoon and accepted my fate of feeding her. After achieving her intention, her tears vanished in the blink of an eye. When Miyuki finished changing her clothes and walked out, seeing me holding little Ayane and feeding her, this scene caused an indescribable emotion to well up in her heart. She even had an urge to tell me that Ayane was my daughter, but she managed to suppress it. Actually, she was also afraid that the words I said during the divorce back then were all true, that I was already sick of her and that I no longer loved her. "Ayane, why are you not eating by yourself again?" During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, after the unexpected incident with the small umbrella happened, I lived a free and happy life for 4 years, without ever knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me, thinking there would no longer be any connection with her. But who could have guessed that she would suddenly appear and become my direct boss? I was only afraid that this little child would start calling me Dad randomly in a moment. "It's okay, there's only one bite left." Saying that, I fed the last bite of food into little Ayane's mouth. I used one hand to carry her to get a tissue to wipe her mouth, and only then did I dare to cautiously place the little girl down on the ground. Seeing that she had no intention of calling me Dad anymore, only then did I secretly breathe a sigh of relief. This tiny little child was just like a time bomb, really terrifying. Miyuki looked at this harmonious scene and suddenly wanted to cry. This scene was what she had longed for throughout 4 long years, and had waited for throughout 4 long years. I was like an exemplary father, taking care of every single bite of food for my daughter, and even gently wiping away the trace of broth beside her mouth. That warm appearance was just as if the two of them had never been separated throughout the past 4 years, just as if Hiroshi was still her husband. But Miyuki understood very clearly. Maybe I only felt that because today she appeared and saved me from a losing situation, seeing that she even took me to the hospital, so my being good to little Ayane was perhaps just simple, polite gratitude, nothing more. "I'll have the helper clean up a room for you." Saying that, she carried little Ayane upstairs to wash up. "President Miyuki, there's no need to go to such trouble. I can just sleep temporarily on the sofa for 1 night. Tomorrow it will probably be fine." I thought to myself, what if the biological father of this child comes back and sees me inside the villa like this? That would truly be extremely awkward. Miyuki was silent for a long time. Hiroshi, after all, we used to be husband and wife. Is it really necessary to be this polite? She suddenly recalled the image of Natsumi at the hospital and thought about the matter of the two of them having been on a date together. Hiroshi, if Natsumi invited you to her house, you probably wouldn't sleep on the sofa, right? Instead, you would sleep straight on the bed with her already. If it were Natsumi, it was true that I would very likely agree immediately. After all, the two of us were each other's matchmaking partners. Developing to that extent was also an entirely normal matter. I myself didn't know what I was feeling guilty about, so I avoided that question. President Miyuki, since when did you like to interfere in my private life? This matter does not fall within the scope of employee regulations. Miyuki gnashed her teeth in anger. The words I said to you on the first day you came to the company, how have you thought about them? The amount of money will be raised to 3 million RMB. The time limit is within 1 year. Serve well at the company during the day, and when coming to the villa at night, you must also provide such thoughtful service. You can receive 2 lines of salary. I knit my brows slightly. In my heart, I also wanted it, but Miyuki's father would definitely never agree to that amount of money. I'm afraid I have the life to receive it, but don't have the life to spend it. Miyuki, do you want to use this method to humiliate me? To make me see how foolish the decision to divorce back then was? Let me tell you, I don't need it. In reality, I was very much in need of money, but this money was too hot, not easy to hold on to at all, not easily obtained. So I intended to refuse first, waiting until Miyuki continued to increase that amount of money before bringing up her father's matter. These heartless words had also been spoken, so naturally there was no longer any reason to stay in this villa anymore. I decisively turned around and walked straight toward the main gate. Miyuki realized that the words she had just said had hurt my self-esteem. She felt remorseful and immediately ran after me, intending to chase after and call me back. Just in time, there was a taxi parking at the gate. Normally, this area very rarely had cars passing by. I waved my hand at the gate and then got into the car, leaving straight away. Miyuki watched me leave silently, and in her heart, she suddenly felt extremely empty. She shouldn't have said those kinds of words just now. Clearly, the atmosphere between the two of them had improved a bit. She turned back into the villa and made a phone call. Have you investigated clearly the person who attacked Hiroshi today? What? It really was hired by him. I know, you find a way to keep those 2 guys in prison. As for him, I will personally go probe, then find 2 more people to keep watch near Hiroshi's house. If you see anyone suspicious, report to me immediately. After hanging up the phone, Miyuki sat dazed on the sofa full of thoughts. Regarding my abrupt demand for a divorce back then, she suddenly developed doubts. Could it be that someone had intervened, causing Hiroshi to suddenly want to break up with her? I caught a taxi back to my apartment complex, and when I just got out of the car intending to enter the community gate, I happened to encounter Natsumi waiting there. Natsumi, why did you come here? I felt a bit worried, so I wanted to drop by to see how your situation was. A colleague sent your location to me. I knocked on your door for a long time, but didn't see anyone answer. I thought you had left. She lowered her head slightly with a look of disappointment, thinking that Miyuki and I had already advanced to that kind of relationship. On the other side, Miyuki had just coaxed little Ayane to sleep soundly when her phone rang again. President Miyuki, we see Hiroshi walking together with a girl. They are standing in front of the apartment complex gate, unclear what they are chatting about. The jealousy in Miyuki's heart flared up violently. Is it a girl who looks very gentle, has a standard figure, and is wearing office clothes? Yes. It seems to be the department head at your current company, ma'am. Miyuki's expression immediately darkened completely. Sure enough, it was her. You follow closely to see what those 2 intend to do. Understood, President Miyuki. I felt a bit embarrassed and immediately spoke to apologize. I just went over to President Miyuki's place to get some things, so I just got back. Next time, you just call my phone directly. I did call, but your phone reported that it was powered off. I took out my phone to check, only to discover that the screen had cracked. It must have been when I wasn't careful earlier that I dropped it. Natsumi saw that the phone was ruined and completely unusable anymore, so she took a spare phone out from her handbag. This is an old device I don't use anymore. You just use it temporarily. Tomorrow you buy a new phone and then return it to me later is also fine. Otherwise, if you take the subway, you won't even be able to pay. Thank you! It's this late already. Why don't you come up to my place to sit and hang out for a bit? I proactively extended the invitation. After all, she had gone to the trouble of coming all the way here to look for me. I couldn't just let her stand downstairs, say a few words, and then go back right away. During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, after the unexpected incident with the small umbrella happened, I lived a free and happy life for 4 years, without ever knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me, thinking there would no longer be any connection with her. But who could have guessed that she would suddenly appear and become my direct boss? Natsumi nodded bashfully. Will it trouble you? No trouble at all. Those sensitive clothes from before had all been returned to Miyuki already, so the room now had nothing that couldn't be shown to others. The phone message notification rang. Miyuki opened it to see that it was a picture taken of the silhouettes of me and Natsumi, walking together into the apartment complex. Hiroshi, you're really something! Just after refusing me, you immediately led another woman back home to sleep overnight? I see you like this, then in this life don't ever hope to live peacefully. Miyuki sat in the study room. The more she thought, the more aggrieved and resentful she felt. In the end, she grabbed the keys and went straight downstairs. Before going out, she instructed the helper, Auntie Chang. I have something to do and must go out, Auntie. Please keep an eye on the baby for me. Natsumi stepped into the house and sat down on the sofa. She observed that the belongings in the house were very simple. Clearly, there were only traces of one person's living. In Natsumi's heart, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Hiroshi still knew how to keep himself clean, not the type of man to play around indiscriminately. Natsumi glanced into the kitchen and asked, Hiroshi, are you feeling hungry? Do you want me to cook something for you to eat? Hearing Natsumi say that, I only then suddenly remembered that the dinner meal I bought had been flipped to the ground by those 2 crazy guys, and bustling about until this hour. Indeed, my stomach was already growling with hunger. I still haven't eaten anything. But don't you cook, let me do it myself. How can we let a guest go into the kitchen? I went to wash my hands, intending to open the refrigerator to see if there was anything left to eat. Natsumi reached out her hand to stop me. Hiroshi, you are injured, you just rest. Let me do it. The older sister, who was gentle on ordinary days, suddenly became a bit strict. I blanked out slightly and then scratched my head. Then it's too much trouble for you. A moment later, Natsumi brought out a steaming bowl of rice noodles. I don't know if it suits your taste, you try it. I sat down. Originally, my stomach was starving. Seeing this bowl of noodles made me crave it even more. I blew on it and began to eat ravenously. So delicious. Better than what I cook myself, and even better than those greasy dishes at the stalls outside. It feels very light and good for health. In no time, I had drained all the broth. Natsumi, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, coming home I probably would only have the option of ordering takeout. Natsumi smiled bashfully, looking at me, and after seeing that I had finished the last sip of soup, she sat closer to my side, her gaze seriously looking at me. Hiroshi, I like you. Can we try dating? I was stunned, not expecting the confession to come so suddenly. Natsumi, I didn't expect that the two of us had only eaten 2 meals together, yet Natsumi already said she liked me. Natsumi's cheeks flushed pink as she lowered her head, her hands placed on her short skirt, anxiously rubbing the hem of the skirt. Actually, I've liked you for a very long time already. It's just that at that time I didn't dare to say it out loud. I stood dazed, unable to guess that Natsumi had a secret crush on me from before. I really didn't feel it at all. Normally in the department, the two of them always looked just like a working colleague relationship. At most, I only saw this department head as quite gentle. Every time she spoke with me, she still usually liked to look straight into my eyes. At that time, I only thought it was because she had good breeding and was polite. Natsumi used both hands to press against her burning cheeks. Hiroshi, if right now you haven't thought it through clearly, it's okay too. I only want to tell you. I hope you will try to consider me. She still kept her gentle demeanor as before, but in her voice, a part of pleading had been added. It seemed she was very afraid of being refused by me. Seeing this scene, a dry person like me also had to be moved, being confessed to by such a gentle beauty. May I ask what man could resist it? I was just about to say that we could try to see how it goes, but before the words could escape my mouth, Natsumi's phone suddenly rang. It seemed the project had an unexpected change. They called for her to go to the company for an urgent meeting. Okay, I will come right away. Natsumi looked at me with an apologetic smile. I have to go to the company for a trip now about the dating matter. I hope you will think about it very carefully." Miyuki sat in the car, witnessing Natsumi walking out of the apartment complex. After that, she then stepped down from the car. Natsumi had been up there for a full half an hour. She secretly calculated the time, adding the time for showering and changing clothes, realizing that Hiroshi could not have finished so quickly. Furthermore, when Natsumi went down, her hair was still dry, so perhaps nothing crossing the line had happened between the two of them. Yet, even so, when stepping into the elevator, her heart still felt anxious, as she was afraid of catching sight of me just coming out from a shower. Or it could also be that after 4 years, this kid's physical stamina was no longer what it used to be, needing only 15 minutes to finish the business, then adding the time for a shower and moving around. Wouldn't it perfectly match the time afterwards? Ding dong! I had just finished washing the bowls, chopsticks, pots, and pans. When opening the door, I was stunned to see Miyuki standing right there. As I initially thought Natsumi had forgotten something and came back to get it. "Miyuki, why did you come here?" She poked her head in to look around the house. "Hiroshi, did you just cook food for Natsumi?" Hiroshi used to only cook for her alone, yet now he was cooking for another woman. I flicked the water off my hands, not bothering to explain much since she didn't mind the long distance to come visit me. Cooking a little something for her to eat is just normal. Furthermore, even if I didn't cook for her, I had to eat myself. Hearing me say that, Miyuki felt a bit better in her heart. As it turned out, Hiroshi didn't intentionally cook exclusively for Natsumi, but just that when I cooked for myself, I conveniently made an extra portion for her too. "So, Miyuki, do you have any business looking for me at this hour?" Miyuki's eyes wavered slightly as she quickly avoided my gaze. Just now she was only worried that the two of them would rush into each other like fire near straw, which was why she frantically rushed here to stop them, to the point of completely forgetting to think of a reasonable excuse, so she stuttered for a while before finally uttering the words, "Tonight I have a social party and you are my assistant." During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, the unexpected incident with the small umbrella happened. After which I lived a free and happy life for 4 years, without ever knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me, thinking there would no longer be any connection with her, but who could have guessed that she would suddenly appear and become my direct boss? "Miyuki, I have already ended up in this state, yet you are still looking for me. Don't you already have a secretary? Why can't you just let him go with you?" "I can't." Before I could even finish my sentence, Miyuki spoke up as if she had calculated everything perfectly beforehand. "That's why tonight I will drive, while you will be responsible for supporting me and helping me through the party." "What?" I stared intently at Miyuki's triumphant face. "Miyuki, all of your schemes are being dumped right on my head, aren't they? Can I at least go inside and change into another set of clothes?" Miyuki nodded with satisfaction. "Fine." I went into the room and picked out a set of casual clothes which were actually bought for me by Miyuki years ago, and I had once worn this exact outfit to win her over. So when I finished changing and walked out, Miyuki's hand, which was currently fixing her hair, froze mid-air, as she just stared at me intently for a long time. "Hiroshi, you still kept this outfit. What else could I do? I am not as rich as President Miyuki. I am so poor that I only have this outfit from 8 years ago left to wear." Miyuki finally understood it now, because whenever this man wanted to mock and satirize her, he loved to call her President Miyuki, so I didn't pay any attention to her, turning around to walk straight downstairs, and when getting into the car, I naturally took the driver's seat, letting her sit in the passenger seat beside me since originally I had no intention of participating in this gathering. But to cover up my lie, I could only quickly text the group chat to ask for the location, which turned out to be Sayaka's birthday party held on the rooftop of a 5-star hotel. At the time of clocking out, Sayaka had told Miyuki to go over because she had invited many people from the industry to help her network. After all, she had just returned to the country and needed a lot of connections. But at that time, Miyuki was choking with anger because of me, so she had flatly refused on the excuse of not feeling well. When Sayaka saw that Miyuki was actually preparing to come, she smiled and sent a text asking, "So is your ex-husband coming along too?" Miyuki replied, "He is!" When stopping at a red light, she even took her phone down from the navigation rack to type, trying to find a way to get Hiroshi drunk for her own calculations. Because according to her time estimate, her day was about to end. So before Natsumi could claim Hiroshi, she had to sleep with him first. Good heavens, you are unleashing your ultimate move right at the start of the battle? Sayaka didn't expect Miyuki to hold it in for so long, only to go straight to the point like this. It seemed she was truly terrified that her man would run away. Don't ask too much, can you do it? Miyuki sent the text with a bit of irritation, then placed the phone back on the rack to continue watching the navigation, while Sayaka texted back a single sentence, "Mission guaranteed to be accomplished." I glanced through the mirror with a bit of suspicion in my heart, wondering just how big of a business deal they were negotiating today that required a guarantee to accomplish the mission. Miyuki and I took the elevator up to the rooftop where the party had already started, and someone holding a wine glass walked up. "President Miyuki, isn't this the kept boy you are raising? Yet you introduce him as an assistant? Why do you bring him along every single time?" I quickly clarified the relationship, Manager Sato. I am truly just President Miyuki's assistant. Inside Miyuki's heart, she felt annoyed again. "Hiroshi, what do you mean by that? Is being associated with me that embarrassing to you?" She pulled me straight to the other side, and as we walked, she questioned me. "Do you hate having anything to do with me that much?" I blurted out without any hesitation, "Yes. Hiroshi, I called you here to help negotiate business, not to ruin things. Furthermore, help me block off unnecessary men. You can just pretend to have some sort of relationship with me." Just as Miyuki finished speaking, a man wearing a V-neck suit with nothing underneath approached with a wine glass. "President Miyuki, are you interested in having a drink?" This man seemed to have become quite popular recently through a reality show. His appearance was decent, though he looked a bit effeminate. Miyuki tilted her chin slightly, signaling me to stop him. "Hello, President Miyuki is not feeling well today. She cannot drink alcohol." "It's fine not to drink alcohol. We can just sit down and chat for a bit." That handsome man still shamelessly continued to solicit her, so I rolled my eyes and said, "President Miyuki doesn't like the type where an old cow eats tender grass." Miyuki gave me a sharp glare, as my words practically called her an old cow, didn't they? Waiting until that small star left, Miyuki gnashed her teeth and called my name. "Hiroshi, how come I didn't know that I don't like to eat tender grass?" I raised my eyebrows slightly. "I recall you are younger than me." Right at that moment, another mature man around 30 years old walked over, and Miyuki's gaze made it very clear that she didn't want to interact with this person either. So this time, I changed my phrasing. "So sorry, our President Miyuki only likes tender grass. She doesn't like older people." After saying that, the man looked at Miyuki with a gaze full of disdain, making Miyuki's face darken completely. "Hiroshi, do you even know how to talk? Could it be that you are jealous, which is why you don't want me interacting with these men?" After saying that, she suddenly became visibly happy. I replied, "President Miyuki, I am only following your instructions. If you feel my words are unpleasant to your ears, you can fire me and hire a professional." Miyuki turned her back, taking a long time to regain her composure. Then she stared intently at me. "Hiroshi, I think there is another way. You don't need to say anything at all, and others still won't dare to come find me." I frowned slightly, always feeling that this method of Miyuki's was definitely not a good idea. What method? Just as I finished asking, Miyuki, on her high heels, pressed against my chest, almost pasting herself tightly against my body, so that if I just lowered my head, I could kiss her lips. Behind my back was the railing with no way left to retreat. Miyuki's hand slid down from my chest. "Hiroshi, it's been 4 years. I've almost forgotten what it feels like to be pinned against the wall by you." After saying that, Miyuki even gently licked her red lips, an action that instantly triggered memories inside me. During the farewell party on the night before the divorce, after accidentally tearing the small umbrella, I lived a free and happy life for 4 years without ever knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me, thinking there would no longer be any connection with her. But who could have guessed that she would suddenly appear and become my direct boss? On the night of the graduation party that year, everyone in the class drank until they forgot everything in the tech lounge. Miyuki sat silently the whole time with a cold expression, only occasionally sipping a bit of her drink. By the time the gathering ended, I had been forced to drink countless glasses of alcohol. When walking out of the private room next door, I saw Miyuki. I glanced around the empty lounge where the staff hadn't entered to clean up yet. Because that day was graduation, the surrounding lounges were all busy to death. Unable to spare any extra staff, I directly pulled Miyuki into the restroom of the private room and locked the door tight from the inside. That time, I pinned her against the wall, feeling my throat completely dry. I casually took the wine glass from Miyuki's hand and drained it completely. "Miyuki, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" "That's right. Is it not allowed?" She looked at me with a face full of defiance. When her hand hung down naturally, she seemed to have lightly touched my mind. Then she raised her head again. "Miyuki, you are really something. Treating me like a dog to play with, aren't you?" I pushed Miyuki away forcefully, went to the sink to splash water on my face to help myself sober up. When walking out, Miyuki was already waiting outside. Everyone is fully assembled. "I already said you came today to help me socialize." The two of us walked into the central area of the party where a group of people were sitting together playing games. Sayaka introduced Miyuki's identity and detailed the main projects and the company she was currently in charge of. After Miyuki handed out her business cards, everyone sat down to play games. Since she had to drive, it was agreed that I would be responsible for drinking in her place. Losing once or twice I could accept, but Miyuki lost every single time. I looked at her speechlessly. "Miyuki, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Miyuki pretended to have an innocent face. "You also know that I've never been good at these games. Losing is just normal." Afterwards, she lost more skillfully, losing one round every 2 or 3 games, so I believed her words that she didn't know how to play. After drinking for a long time and going to the restroom twice, my steps began to stagger. Miyuki saw that the situation was right and the time was no longer early. "I would like to excuse myself to take my assistant back first. Let's play again next time." I felt that I was still fine, just unable to walk in a straight line. Then my hand, as if no longer following my will, kept trying to wrap around Miyuki's waist. I had to admit that previously Miyuki was very thin, but now she was slightly plumper. Touching her felt so warm and soft, and the more I touched, the more infatuated I became. "Hiroshi, what are you doing?" Miyuki asked me while smiling, without the slightest bit of disgust. After drinking alcohol, my true nature was completely revealed. I wanted to pamper her. "Didn't you want to divorce me? Didn't you call me a bitch?" Miyuki looked at me with a gaze full of teasing. If she had known sooner that him getting drunk would turn out like this, she would have gotten him completely wasted on the night she returned to the country. And by the time the rice was cooked, even if he wanted to deny it, it would be too late. I held her tightly in my arms, bit Miyuki's earlobe, and lowered my voice. "Miyuki, on the night of our breakup 4 years ago, did I drive you so crazy with pleasure? Is that why you still can't forget me until now? Why are you even more shameless than those cheap gigolos?" Just one sentence made Miyuki's love feel like a bucket of cold water was poured from head to toe. She stood frozen in the elevator, her face full of shock and disbelief that such malicious words could actually come out of the mouth of the person she had loved for 8 years. "Hiroshi, you are a bastard." Her upbringing since childhood made Miyuki shake with anger, yet she couldn't utter a single swear word. The fire inside her instantly died out, leaving only a terrifying silence as both of them sat in the car without anyone saying a word to the other. I knew that I had drunk too much, which was why I vented all my frustration from that DNA paternity test matter. That's why I said those kinds of words, wanting her, Miyuki, to also give up on the idea, as those few millions might not be a small amount of money. I'd rather start over with Natsumi, since I have also reached the age to settle down and cannot just wander around like this forever. "We've arrived. I will take you upstairs." After a journey of silence, the pain in Miyuki's heart had not eased at all, but seeing me completely drunk and reeking of alcohol, she could only suppress her emotions tightly. When she supported me, there was physical contact between the two of us. So I pushed her away, not wanting to continue being played with like a dog by Miyuki anymore. After pushing her away, I staggered and collapsed down. Miyuki was truly enraged, as her physical strength was already weak and supporting me was tiring enough. Yet I still insisted on pushing her away. She struggled to push me into the elevator, and after pressing the floor button, Miyuki muttered softly, "Hiroshi, are you crazy? I think you are even crazier than I am. Since we are divorced, we can just act like we don't know each other. Why do you have to bind yourself to me like this? Didn't you say I am the type of person who craves pampering? Then what if I intentionally spend money to play with you? Is that not allowed?" She had also truly lost her temper, and thinking of the words I had just said, she used her rage to speak without any restraint. I leaned my back against the elevator, listening to those words. then tilted my head back and laughed out loud. "So that's really it, Miyuki. Your purpose is truly just to trample on my self-esteem and play with me, yet over this past period, I actually felt soft-hearted." Right at the moment the elevator doors opened, I quickly dragged her out of the elevator, my grip on her wrist as strong as an iron vise, making it impossible for her to break free. The next second, I pinned her hard against the cold wall, her back hurting from the impact, just as Miyuki was about to loudly swear at me. A kiss carrying a heavy stench of alcohol brutally descended upon her lips. She shook all over with anger and raised her hand, wanting to push me away, but I tightened my grip around her waist even more. Our chests pasted tightly together without a single gap, the heat from my body transmitting through the shirt, causing her fingertips to go numb from the heat. During the farewell party on the night before the wedding, after accidentally ruining the small umbrella, I lived 3 days for 4 years without knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me, thinking there would be no more connection with her. But who could have guessed she would suddenly become my CEO? This bastard had just uttered malicious words to hurt someone, yet now he was using this crazy method. But ironically, my kiss carried an obsession that almost wanted to destroy everything, instantly causing her heart to miss a beat, a wave of indescribable numbness rising from the base of her spine, causing all her scoldings to get choked up, her eyes gradually turning red with humiliation mixed with an uncontrollable tremor, making the bridge of her nose sting with sharp pain as the grievance suppressed for so long finally burst out. She abruptly turned her head away, raising her hand to use all her strength to push me away. She choked through her tears. "Get out!" The teardrops fell pattering on the back of my hand, so hot that it caused all my actions to instantly freeze. I wiped my mouth and rushed straight into the room, leaning against the door, panting heavily, my fingertips still lingering with the soft warmth from the elevator, and my mind right now was completely filled with the image of her with red eyes when she pushed me away just now. No way! I must resign immediately. If this continues, something will happen sooner or later. I pulled out the spare phone Natsumi gave me. Because I had drunk too much, I kept pressing the wrong buttons, making me curse out loud in irritation. Just at that moment, the knocking on the door rang out again. "Miyuki, just now I let you off. It was you who refused to leave by yourself, so from now on, no matter what happens, I will not take responsibility." I let out a cold laugh as the fury in my heart was instantly blown up. The palm of my hand slammed hard on the doorknob, and the door was yanked open by me. Before the figure outside could even realize what was happening, her wrist was tightly grabbed by me, just like dragging prey into the room. I used my other hand to slam the door. A loud boom resonated, and the door was locked tight, without letting the other party utter a single word. I pinned her hard against the cold wall, a burning kiss carrying the stench of alcohol and anger descending upon her. I brutally pried open those lips, capturing every single breath of that person, while my other hand continuously tore at her clothes. 2 shirt buttons were ripped off, falling onto the floor and making dry, clicking sounds. The coat was carelessly thrown onto the ground by me, the exact moment our warm skins touched. My movements suddenly froze for a beat, but then the surging desire overrode everything. My hand slid down until it touched the edge of the thin lace lingerie, when I suddenly realized something was wrong. This feeling was far too soft, completely different from the smoothness in my memory. In an instant, I sobered up a bit. While panting heavily, I frantically switched on the wall lamp, the warm yellow light suddenly brightly illuminating, revealing that the face of the person in front of me was Natsumi. Why was she here? Natsumi's shirt had been torn to dishevelment, the collar wide open, revealing her delicate collarbones and even the edge of her lace bra. Her cheeks were so flushed red they looked as if they were about to bleed, her watery eyes wide open, containing embarrassment and a bit of panic. Her lips kissed to the point of being swollen and red. She was biting her lower lip tightly, not daring to say a single word, the wall lamp making the atmosphere even hotter and more awkward. I stood frozen on the spot as my drunkenness completely vanished, my Adam's apple moving up and down for a long time before I could utter a dry sentence. Sorry, I drank a bit too much." Natsumi's face was so red it felt like it was about to catch fire, her hands tightly covering her chest as she pursed her lips, her eyes slightly red, the embarrassment causing even her earlobes to burn hot. Unable to say a complete sentence for the longest time, she only gently shook her head, emitting a small hum like a nasal cry. Looking at this made my scalp go numb, so I hurriedly turned around and frantically rushed into the bedroom, pulling out a loose hoodie I had never worn before for her while not daring to raise my head to look at her. "Go change your clothes quickly!" After Natsumi finished changing her clothes and walked out, the baggy hoodie enveloped her, further emphasizing her slender figure, except the redness on her face had not vanished at all. I immediately stepped forward to open the door. "Let me take you downstairs. It's this late already, no need," Natsumi interrupted my words. Her voice very small as she gently gripped the collar of the hoodie tightly, avoiding my gaze. "You rest early, I can go back by myself." After saying that, as if wanting to flee, she opened the door and quickly vanished into the hallway, leaving me standing there, dazed on the spot, looking at the buttons and scraps of fabric scattered all over the floor. I thought to myself, it's over. This time Natsumi was probably scared away by me too. Natsumi sat dazed in the driver's seat, her back pressed tightly against the seat, but her chest still heaving violently. She raised her hand to lightly touch her swollen red lips, the warm feeling at her fingertips instantly bringing back the suffocating sensation from when she was pinned against the wall just now, recalling my mistaken gaze when switching on the wall lamp and then the panicked look when hurriedly giving her the shirt just now. That embarrassed expression of mine caused Natsumi's earlobes to uncontrollably burn up again. Clearly she had been violated, yet in her heart, a bit of an indescribable sweet feeling crept in. During the farewell party before the night of the divorce, after accidentally tearing the small umbrella, I lived freely for 4 years, without knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me, thinking the two sides would never meet again. But who could have guessed? She would suddenly appear and become my direct boss. The next day, Miyuki arrived at the company very early. Even though I had a headache, when thinking about the matter of resigning early, I planned to go to the company early to ask Kenji, telling him to ask the colleague in the HR department to see if there was any way to annul that employment binding clause. However, before I could even go look for Kenji, Miyuki had already notified several departments in the group chat, requiring everyone to assemble in the meeting room to deliberate. After everyone was seated, she announced that the construction file for the previous mid to high-end supermarket had been officially approved, and the Architectural Institute had provided 20 design blueprints, so everyone should see which one was better. Miyuki told the secretary to hand out the printed design drafts to each manager. I sat right next to Miyuki and looked at it together, just glancing at the design draft once, and I understood immediately. Actually, both Miyuki and I used to be architecture students. It was just that because the employment environment at that time was too harsh, graduation practically meant unemployment, which was why right after leaving school, the two of us very tacitly switched careers together nonetheless. Regarding construction drawings, both of us could see right through them. This design draft could only be considered average. I stabilized myself, and although I already had the intention to resign, I still gave a sincere piece of advice. I think since we hired a design institute to provide proposals, the design should be more breakthrough and daring. We could even draw inspiration from distinctive iconic architectural structures. By then, we can utilize connections to invite stars to visit and take promotional photos, relying on the media effect from celebrities. Coming here to shop will soon become a fashionable trend. Just as I finished speaking, when I was about to sit dazed for a moment, I suddenly noticed Miyuki looking at me with a gaze full of admiration. I looked towards her, feeling a bit awkward, so I quickly turned my face to another direction. It was precisely because of this woman. If it weren't for her, then last night I wouldn't have almost crossed the line with Natsumi, to the point that meeting today at the company, I didn't even dare to look straight into her eyes. Miyuki lightly cleared her throat. I think Hiroshi's opinion is very accurate. That is an extremely wonderful idea. Since we decided to execute it ourselves, then we also reduce many barriers. Everyone feel free to bring up more daring ideas. The other managers also agreed with this viewpoint. Nowadays, the power of media is truly terrifying. If that's the case, these 2 design drafts will be temporarily rejected. Manager Natsumi, does your department have any new ideas? Natsumi, because of my passionate kiss last night, was still up until this very moment entirely immersed in that aftertaste, her mind as if floating in the clouds. So when suddenly called by name by Miyuki, she was a bit bewildered and startled. I think if we want to utilize the power of media, then why don't we bring this topic onto social media? Let's find a famous influencer to spread the information that we are about to build a supermarket at this location. And we want to listen to feedback and contributions from the online community. If any idea is selected, we will award a design prize of 10,000 RMB. After all, the cost of hiring a design institute is much higher than this figure, and in terms of creativity, netizens are sometimes even more sensitive. Just as Natsumi finished speaking, both Miyuki and I simultaneously nodded in approval. Seeing that I also supported her opinion, Natsumi smiled with relief. "All right, then please coordinate this matter. There is one more thing, which is about my supermarket abroad. It serves as the basic reference for this supermarket. Tomorrow you and manager Takashi please go there to conduct a detailed survey. As well as suitable imported goods, please complete the product selection work well." Natsumi nodded. "Yes, President Miyuki." Takashi, upon hearing that he would go on a business trip together with Natsumi, was thrilled to pieces in his heart. Isn't this an opportunity to get close to her? This time, I have a chance. I looked at Takashi's triumphant face and found it an eyesore. Being men together, how could I not recognize that little thought of his? I took out my phone and texted Natsumi, "When on the business trip, remember to be careful of that old guy Takashi?" Natsumi lowered her head to look at her phone, the corner of her mouth unable to suppress a smile. "Is Hiroshi caring about me?" She sent back an obediently nodding sticker. After the meeting ended, I went to look for Kenji, intending to ask about the resignation matter from before. Kenji had a gloomy face. "Manager Ivy is going on a business trip with Takashi. Don't let that idiot Takashi trick the big beauty. President Miyuki is really something too. Either dispatch 2 men or dispatch 2 women. Sending 1 man and 1 woman like this is far too dangerous." I suddenly realized something. Damn it, Miyuki, you petty woman. Just because I got a bit close to Natsumi, you plan to push Natsumi to Takashi? Kenji sighed. "You are not over at the CEO's office? What did you come over here to find me for?" "I want to ask you about Hiroshi. Come to my office." Before I could even finish my sentence, Miyuki intentionally mentioned my name in the main group chat. "I will talk to you later when I go out," so I prepared myself mentally a bit, then knocked on the door and walked in. "President Miyuki, did you look for me for something?" Miyuki raised her head to look at me, waiting until after the door was closed before she spoke. "Last night you drank far too much. Do you still remember what you did?" "I don't remember." Drinking was such a mess that the film cut out. Though in reality, even if I did remember, I still had to pretend not to. On the way back home, Miyuki recalled my out-of-control appearance, and her heart had calmed down a lot, as Hiroshi's impulsiveness towards her proved that she still possessed an attraction for him. But she also remembered the words that hurt others that I said, feeling as though I was also struggling a lot. How could a bastard who said he had slept with her to the point of boredom be struggling so much in his heart? Therefore, Miyuki intended to test my heart a bit, so she stood up, the sound of her high heels clicking as she drew closer. Stopping right in front of me, she leaned her body down, her soft locks of hair cascading down, bringing along a faint scent of perfume. "Hiroshi," her voice lowered, bringing along a bit of deliberate ambiguity, "last night we slept very well, right?" My expression abruptly changed. "What nonsense are you talking about?" I lowered my head, only afraid of being heard by the secretary outside. Clearly it was only a kiss. How could there be anything else? The words had just left my mouth, and I regretted it to the point of wanting to bite off my tongue right then and there. Miyuki burst out laughing, then stood up straight, her fingertip lightly touching my chest, the mischief in her eyes unable to hide as it turned out it was only a kiss. She dragged out her tone, looking at my reddening earlobes as she intentionally leaned close. "It seems last night you weren't drunk after all. What a great memory." "Damn it, fell into the trap again." My Adam's apple moved sharply, looking at her blooming, flower-like smiling face. And remembering the entanglement in the elevator last night, a rush of heat surged straight to the top of my head. I clenched my fists. But before her teasing gaze, I couldn't get angry at all, only able to gnash my teeth. "Miyuki, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" "I didn't." The president stood straight and retreated 2 steps, the smile in her eyes deepening even more. "It was just asking a bit. Why get so excited? It's not like we've never slept together before. Even if we did sleep together, I wouldn't need you to take responsibility." After Miyuki finished speaking, she raised her head to look at me. To see my reaction upon hearing this, I let out a cold laugh. Sorry about that. Yesterday was because I drank too much, so I mistook President Miyuki for my matchmaking partner and lost control in the future. I also hope President Miyuki will maintain a safe distance in the professional relationship between colleagues and staff, completely ending these hidden workplace rules. Hiroshi, you really know how to infuriate me. Miyuki was provoked by this single sentence of mine, making her face flush completely red with anger. At this exact moment, she truly wanted to make my mouth shut up forever. She pointed her finger toward the door full of rage. Hiroshi, right now, I don't want to see you anymore. Get out of my office immediately. On the night before the divorce at the farewell party, the condom accidentally broke, after which I lived a free and happy life for 4 years without ever knowing that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me, thinking there would no longer be any connection with her. But who could have guessed that she would suddenly appear and become my direct boss? Around evening, when it was almost time to clock out, Miyuki walked on her high heels, the clacking sound echoing as she came to the front of my desk. Hiroshi, go to a banquet with me. Miyuki basically didn't give me a chance to refuse. Later, when you drive me there, you can conveniently help me entertain the guests. These people have rather sensitive identities. It's not convenient for me to interact with them directly alone. Yes, President Miyuki. I took the car keys. A moment later, arriving at the hotel, Miyuki got off the car and walked in first. Waiting until I finished parking the car and walked inside, the greetings inside had already finished, and the wine banquet had started. Even for someone with a family background like Miyuki, she still couldn't avoid the necessity of accompanying these old guys with drinking. Their sensitive identities meant 80% of them were people working in state organs, all of them people with power and authority. These old guys, over 50 years old with balding heads, talked with saliva flying, bragging from project planning to the international situation. I couldn't chime in at all, only occasionally smiling in response with a few sounds to get by, and timely pouring more wine for them. Miyuki at that time responded extremely skillfully with a glass in hand, smiling radiantly as she went to raise a glass with each person, her demeanor truly dominating everything. In the middle of eating the banquet, Miyuki's phone rang. She glanced at the screen displaying the incoming call, her eyebrows knitting slightly in a hard-to-notice way. She said an apology to everyone at the table, then took the phone and walked outside before leaving. She also instructed me to stay and help back up for her. The room suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Right after that, that crowd of old guys began to wag their tongues about everything under the sun. Old Wang, sitting in the host seat while snacking on an appetizer, lectured about principles for a full 20 minutes, about how young people must eat until full. I had to adjust my facial muscles countless times to ensure I always maintained an expression as if being enlightened and full of gratitude. In the most precise manner, young Hiroshi, Old Wang picked up a piece from a plate of emerald dragon fruit worth 888 RMB, which in reality was just a few slices of cucumber. The conversation also shifted along with his chopsticks. Your President Miyuki is still young, so her temperament is still quite impetuous, showing off by setting up some mid to high-end service. Our generation was about serving the people. That is the root. You speak the absolute truth, sir. I immediately poured more white wine into Old Wang's glass. Old Lee, sitting next to him, also leisurely chimed in, his index finger tapping rhythmically on the tabletop. And also that matter of dividing human ranks like that is truly no good at all. Yes, Manager Lee speaks very correctly. In my heart, I just wanted to curse. Why hasn't Miyuki finished listening to the phone call yet? This crowd of old guys is too difficult to please. The wine having gone 3 rounds, the dogmatic atmosphere at the table grew more and more dense. From young people shouldn't drink milk tea, elevating to the matter that the metaverse is electronic opium, I felt like I was about to grind my teeth until sparks flew. Taking advantage of the moment when inviting wine, I stealthily sent Miyuki a text message under the table. I will only endure for another half hour. If you still don't return, then I am leaving. However, until the party dispersed, Miyuki still hadn't returned. The food on the table had also dwindled almost completely. Those wealthy old guys also began to feel bored, every now and then glancing toward the entrance door. In my heart, I also began to worry. Just where on earth did Miyuki go? Another 100 minutes passed. The atmosphere in the room had become extremely awkward. Old Wang smiled and said, "Young Hiroshi, what important business is your President Miyuki busy with? Surely she hasn't forgotten about these old guys, right?" I let out 2 awkward laughs, having to close my eyes and take a leap to speak up for her. Director Wang must be joking. The president definitely has an emergency. She will be right back." Saying it was just saying it, but in my heart I wasn't sure at all. Waiting for another 5 minutes, seeing that crowd of people was about to stand up and leave completely, I really couldn't sit still anymore. I took out my phone to call Miyuki. Toot toot. A cold, automated female voice rang out. "The subscriber you have called is currently powered off." I was completely speechless. Powered off? Miyuki, are you kidding me? Looking at those wealthy big shots staring intently at me in the room, I felt my scalp go numb. At this time, old Wang cleared his throat. "Young Hiroshi, if the president is that busy with work, then we will excuse ourselves first. Let's gather another time later." I hurriedly stood up, my mind spinning to find a way to excuse the situation. "I am extremely sorry to you all. The president just received a phone call. There is a sudden emergency at home, so she couldn't leave. She asked me to convey her sincere apologies to you all, and she will personally come to apologize another day." These people weren't fools either. Surely they also noticed something was wrong, but after all, they still had to give face to Miyuki. So all of them nodded, saying, it's fine, then happily left. I saw each person off right to the door, the smile on my face also about to freeze, waiting until the last old guy got into the car and left. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Just turning my head back, I saw the waitress holding the bill, smiling as she stood right behind me. "Hello, sir." The total cost comes to 138,888 RMB. I looked at the long string of digits on the bill. The numbers packed so closely together, my eyes froze entirely. This meal was equal to a whole year of my house mortgage payments. The waitress saw that I didn't have any reaction for the longest time. The smile on her face also faded a bit, but she still maintained her professional politeness. "Sir, will you pay by card or scan the code?" I swallowed a mouthful of saliva, my throat dry as if about to catch fire. "Let me wait for our boss to come and pay." The waitress looked me up and down once, that gaze exactly like looking at a dirt-poor person intending to eat without paying. "Didn't that woman leave earlier?" I had to lie. "She just has a sudden emergency. She will be right back." At the farewell party on the night before the divorce. After the condom accidentally tore, I lived a life of free and happy autonomy for 4 long years. Yet didn't know at all that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me, thinking that from now on each would go their own way without any further connection. But who could have guessed that she would suddenly appear and become my boss? The waitress emitted a soft, "Oh," only after that did she leisurely say a sentence. "Sir, our Shuan restaurant is a restaurant for members. Usually guests who come here all pay directly. As for this style of waiting for the boss to come and pay like you, this is the first time I've encountered it." The words sounded polite, but the sarcasm in the tone was already all too clear. My face instantly flushed red with shame, only wishing I could find a hole to crawl into. The matter didn't stop there. Another waitress standing nearby also approached, lowering her voice to whisper to the other waitress, "Look at the clothes he's wearing. He's probably just a driver for some boss. A whole 130,000? He probably has never seen this much money in his life." The voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for me to hear clearly, word for word. That waitress spoke up to urge once more, "Sir, are you sure you want to continue waiting? We still have to go serve other guests." My face darkened. "Miyuki, oh Miyuki, is this woman trying to intentionally play me?" Seeing that I still didn't say anything for the longest time, the waitress then snapped, "If you don't have money, then don't act like a big shot. Can't even pay for a meal yet also claim to be a driver for a big boss? Swipe the card!" I flared up in rage, under the sarcastic gazes of the crowd of waitresses. I had to swipe several of my credit cards before I could finish paying off the bill for this meal. Sayaka also just happened to be present here. She was also inviting guests to eat at Shiwan. When walking outside, she saw the crowd of staff gossiping excitedly, hearing the waitresses mocking words about me. She also vaguely guessed what the situation was at that time. Wasn't Miyuki planning to get back together with Hiroshi? Why did she let him fall into such an ironic situation? Miyuki's phone had automatically powered off due to running out of battery. After she charged it and turned it back on, she saw a series of texts and missed calls from me. Everything started from the moment she stepped out of the room to answer the phone. Little Ayan had gone missing. The driver who went to pick her up had met with a traffic accident on the road. The driver was jammed tightly in the driver's seat, and little Ayan had crawled out through the shattered car window. When she received the call, notifying her from the police saying that they didn't see any child in the back seat, Miyuki was terrified to the point of going crazy, her mind completely blank. Everything happened far too suddenly. She had no peace of mind left to explain to me. Immediately driving her car to rush straight to the accident scene. Fortunately, afterwards, someone saw little Ayan standing alone by the roadside with no adult accompanying her around, so they immediately reported to the nearest police station there to bring the child safely back to the station. After the driver had been taken to the hospital for emergency treatment, Miyuki only at this time could breathe a sigh of relief, guessing that little Ayan was safely home. Miyuki immediately called me right away, but the result was at the other end of the line, directly hung up. Natsumi. Recalling the kiss with me yesterday evening after clocking off, she proactively came to look for me. The two of them happening to meet right inside the apartment complex. Although my mood was very terrible, I still maintained politeness to invite Natsumi up to the house to hang out. Natsumi instinctively asked, "Have you eaten anything yet?" I thought of the figure of 130,000 and my heart ached like a knife cut. Eaten already? Natsumi, you probably haven't eaten anything yet, right? Want to eat what? Say it. So I can go into the kitchen to cook for you. No, no need. I see that today your mood doesn't seem to be very good. Natsumi had delicately noticed the abnormality in me, having abruptly lost 130,000 bucks. How could the mood be cheerful? But because I am an adult, I would never vent anger on unrelated people. It's nothing, just that I feel a bit tired. Natsumi heard the exhausted weariness in my voice. Then you just rest well to stay healthy. Next time I will come over to find you again later. I stood up intending to see Natsumi downstairs. No, you don't need to see me off. You just go into the room to lie down and rest. She was extremely considerate, gently closing the door for me. Only until this moment could I cast off that forced mask, letting out a helpless sigh and throwing myself onto the bed. Sayaka, hearing the news that little Ayane went missing and then was found again, immediately ran to find Miyuki right away. Seeing the child still safe and sound, only then could her heart be at peace. In the future, you must be a bit more careful. Those illegitimate children of your father are as numerous as the stars. It's hard to guarantee that no one wants to harm you and your child. Miyuki nodded in agreement. Actually, in her heart, she also suspected this accident had a hidden twist. This driver had always driven very carefully. And this collision's fault completely belonged to the other side, if it weren't thanks to little Ayane being brought to the police station by a kind passerby. Who knows if by this hour she would have fallen into the hands of some other bad person, and then used the child to threaten her. Sayaka embraced little Ayan in her arms and planted a very loud kiss on her cheek. Then she turned to look at Miyuki and asked, "What about the handbag you left behind in the room at Jiwan? At that time you left full of anger, to the point that you didn't even remember anything about it anymore." Miyuki indeed had left her handbag behind in the banquet room, also thanks to Sayaka seeing the business card inside the bag. Only then did she know that it was Miyuki's item. "Today, you also came to Shiwan to have a meal." Yes, that's right, but you teasing Hiroshi must also have a limit. Tricking him out of 10 or 20,000 could still be understood, but a bill of a full 130,000 like that is a bit too much for him. Miyuki suddenly raised her voice. "He left that bag behind?" "Inside, even if there is no cash. There are still several cards in there, even if Hiroshi didn't remember that matter or that card. There are still 2 credit cards that don't have passwords set in there. Their limits are all over 500,000 yuan. You don't even know? The waitresses there mocked Hiroshi the whole time. By the time I walked out, he had already paid the money himself and left. Help me watch little Ayane for a moment. I must go find Hiroshi to explain clearly." Miyuki immediately drove off right away. On the way, she immediately called the owner of Shiwan restaurant. "If you don't want me to make a big deal out of this, then immediately extract all the camera footage of the shop today for me." Miyuki drove the Ferrari SF90 right under the lobby of my building. She looked at the surveillance video snippet in her phone, and her heart couldn't help but ache. What kind of words did those people flagrantly say right in front of my face? The entirety had all been captured without missing a single word. Miyuki seeing my patient face full of endurance in the video, in her heart she suddenly felt an unbearable discomfort. This matter for any man was a severe insult to self-esteem. Precisely because she knew the fault lay on her side, Miyuki felt she needed to compensate me. At the farewell party that took place on the night before the divorce, after the incident of the broken condom accidentally occurred, I lived a carefree life for 4 long years. But who could have guessed that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a little princess for me? Thinking that between the two people they would never meet again, who would have thought fate was ironic? And she suddenly became my direct boss. She immediately called the public relations department of the company and even sought out the competitor company of Jiwan Restaurant. After sending that video to the competitor's side, she requested them to release this news to the outside. If the owner behind Sichuan comes to cause trouble for you, then just say straight out that I am the one who wants to crush them. After resolving it smoothly, Miyuki only then stepped down from the car. At this time, I was thinking whether tomorrow, when going to work, I should directly submit a resignation letter, continuing to be deceived by Miyuki like this forever. I probably won't even be able to keep my own house. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a knocking sound echoed from outside. Could it be Natsumi forgot something and came back to get it? I sluggishly stood up to open the door, just opening it slightly when a figure rushed straight into my arms and tightly embraced my waist. Without letting go, Miyuki's hair was blown a bit messy by the wind, her entire face buried deep into my warm chest. "Hiroshi!" Miyuki's voice trembled unstably, her eyes also beginning to turn red. I just found out I left my handbag in the banquet room.